Yeah. Yeah, okay, your mic's cooked. I don't know if my mic's cooked or not. I'm hoping it's not the case over here. I have unfortunately left the door open, so this is not a good start for week 3. Thankfully, though, to recover from this situation, we do have a good matchup first up between the Skorpions as well as the Melbourne Matildas. So this is always going to be a fantastic one, I feel like. I don't know what else to carry the show with, to be honest. Obviously, it's getting to the stage where we have seen a couple of these teams play now. Elfish Guy's just being quiet because we're trying to resolve the issues. Why is it always Elfish Guy that has mic problems? I don't understand. Always. I can hear you on Discord. I don't know. Okay, no. So it looks like Elfish Guy is still, unfortunately, not there. So you get to see kind of my office over here. So look, I don't know. This has obviously not been an auspicious start. Let me know what graphics are going to come up, and I'll run you through it. It's all about the Karath show right now. We can talk about tanks all day. Let's go. Um, yeah. So let's just do a recap of what happened last week. Obviously, a couple of 2-2s, what we're famous for. And we had the single victory between the Bulldogs as well as the Christchurch Conquerors. So otherwise, across the board, though, it's been pretty solid all around.
Yeah, just like my microphone, Kev, it's actually perfect. I don't know what everyone was talking about. I could hear me, so I don't really know what the issue was. But anyway, look, yeah, good games last week. I thought the sort of some of
It
the
wasn't the Bulldogs. It's Adelaide Action X. I did get trolled. I was looking at that symbol and I'm going, hang on a second. I don't think the Bulldogs actually won, but there you have it. It was actually Adelaide Action X that got 3-1.
Yeah, and I was surprised by some of the results. I think some of the results were probably in line with our expectation. What is interesting is the fact that Bulldogs are actually as far down the standings as they actually are at this point. You know, we sort of thought that they were going to come in and they were going to be able to sort of defend their title in a way, and they haven't really been able to. I mean, not that, you know, they had a title, but they were the minor premiers. So, you know, they had an expectation at least of coming in and having a pretty good season here in season 2. But hasn't really panned out so far like that. Obviously, we'll have to see how they go today. I think things are going to start to ramp up a little bit for Bulldogs because they have had a couple of more difficult matches. If I remember correctly, I'm just going to have a quick look back and see. Hey, they played Sentinels.
They had Sentinels first week, and then they had Skorpions last week.
Yeah.
So not easy games for sure. I mean, taking a look quickly at the MVPs, pretty interesting. Randomize actually sitting on top at the moment. Obviously, it's kind of like your specialty player for the Panthers at this stage, but it's pretty fascinating, right? It's like, yeah, sure, for like Axe or Adelaide Action X who are at the top, you got CJ and Dongalord, but honestly, a good spread of players right now across the board.
I mean, it is, I guess, a little bit surprising, although you do have to take into account the fact that Randomized has only played the 5 battles, so you know, there is still actually a decent data set. Like 5 games is a decent data set, but
correct, and
it could potentially drop if he gets up to 8. You know, obviously you always take a little bit more value from the players that have actually had more battles. So the likes of Dark Celestia, Rainbow, CJ Slayer, Dongalord, that have played all of the games are the ones that I think you really need to keep your eye on. And the guys that have only got the 5 battles, then you start to say, okay, well, yes, they're doing well, but are they going to be able to do it on a consistent basis?
Absolutely. Taking a look, obviously this one's more looking at the pen rate of everything. Hit rate obviously is not important sometimes. You've got a bit of RNG and everything that's going on. Pen rate is a little bit more important. You can see already the top players, 80%. That's pretty good. That's better than what I've been doing recently in some of my tanks. I can tell you that. I've got a green circle and it bounces. So sometimes RNG does kind of troll you. It's good to know that these guys roll a little bit better than average.
And the one that impressed me the most actually was Speed there. He had 98% hit rate and above 80% pen rate. And he's, you know, playing tanks like Batchats, AMX50Bs, these kinds of things. So some tanks that don't necessarily have the greatest of accuracy. I mean, at least in the case of the Batchat. Anyway, talking about damage, I think we're not really surprised to be seeing Dark up there. He's been the guy that's really been farming the fantasy stats as well. So, you know, that sort of seems to go hand in hand, doesn't it?
Yeah, it's pretty interesting because like Dark a lot of the time is not the player that he come into mind in terms of like, oh, this guy's put in the position to do a lot of damage. He just does his role pretty well. Obviously for the Brisbane Bulldogs, they haven't had the most auspicious start so far to this season. He's hoping they can pick things up. I always feel like they can get things rolling as things are going along. And obviously today, their matchup towards the end of the night against the Perth Panthers will be a bit more, I guess, towards seeing, you know, how both teams are going. I really think, though, it's the couple of matches that are pretty interesting for me today obviously is first up, Melbourne Matildas against South Sydney Scorpions. And I think the matchup between Adelaide Action X and Auckland Archers also is going to be a good litmus test for Adelaide Action X at this current point in time.
Yeah, there's a few good matches here that we're going to get a bit of a better understanding of the teams from. Obviously, that first one is a big one. I think Melbourne Matildas and Scorpions have a lot to prove. Obviously, Matildas would be disappointed with the fact that they actually ended up drawing last week against the Sentinels. And for Scorpions, we haven't really seen the season get going just yet. So a couple of draws, not enough to really make me feel too confident in that matchup up against the Matildas. But hey, we may well see a pretty good match there. I'm expecting that one probably does go the way of Matildas, Kev. But JT has been putting me on blast in Discord after I picked 2 Matildas players in my fantasy roster and 0 Scorpions players. So look, I don't know. Who knows better? Maybe me, maybe him. But we are about to find out. Obviously, that is our first matchup. So, Kev, I mean, speaking of, what have you actually gone for this week in your fantasy roster?
Let me quickly bring it up as we're obviously taking a quick look at the rosters. I was going to say, this actually is, once again, it's kind of like a matchup where I would say for Melbourne Matildas, last week they had a great chance against Sentinels. It's kind of like one of those old grudge matches once again. He's taking on against JT. This is a story as old as kind of like competitive Oceanic tanks, I would argue. And I would say that JT's got the advantage from before. Obviously, coming into a new format, this is going to be a bit of a difference. I had to say, though, it has been a bit disappointing watching the Matildas play. They've definitely had opportunities to win. I think it's a case of either something's not kind of adhering together just yet to allow them to get across the board, or something's going on. That said, though, they haven't dropped the series, right? This is not doom and gloom. I'm just saying that for a roster that has so much firepower and obviously a lot of experience in terms of oceanic water tanks, you'd expect them to pick up a couple of series. But then again, it was against a couple of strong opponents.
I mean, I think you can kind of say the same thing for the Scorpions, couldn't you? There's a few really experienced players on this roster, players that have come through from last season. And so far, they've only actually been able to get the 2-2s. Now, granted, they've played against Bulldogs and Archers, 2 teams which we think are pretty decent. Obviously, we're only a couple of weeks into the season, so we're not really too sure exactly how things are kind of going to pan out. They may end up being some of the weaker teams. They may end up being some of the stronger teams. But I would have liked to have seen a win through for Scorpions so far if they were going to make a deep run. I think it kind of has to be a situation now where when they're going up against Matildas, well, Matildas is another one of those teams that's sort of pushing for the top. So bare minimum for both of these 2 teams, you're looking for a draw, right? If one of these teams does end up losing this matchup, that actually could be the difference between taking a 4th spot and taking a 5th spot, which is obviously a playoffs potential or missing out on playoffs, which is kind of a big deal. So Absolutely. Big matchup for today, Kev. It is the IGLs. We got Geordie, we got JT. Love to see it. Just looking at the stats, I mean, do you have to give it to JT a little bit here? Because he's got a little bit more damage. But overall, it's kind of actually quite even.
Yeah, I was going to say, it's I think it's more than just the stats, right? I think they're both very similar players in terms of everything. They're both role players. Both Geordie and JT never put themselves in the prime position to do damage. We might see Geordie once in a prime tank where he does damage, maybe JT where they're kind of the playmaker tanks, either a bat chat or something. But reality is most of the time they're actually trying to create the play, right? And I think that's the good thing about both these IGLs. They're not selfish IGLs that are looking to farm up the damage. And honestly, across the board in ANZPL, there's no real selfish IGL in my mind. It's all been IGLs that put their team first and foremost. They always try to put the players in that role that they need to. I don't think it's down to necessarily these 2 individuals, I guess, turning up in terms of individual play. I think it's going to come down to the mind games. If Scorpions are able to go up 2-0, we normally say Scorpions, they kind of go 2-0, then they go 2-2, right? How many times have we seen that happen? But today, if Scorpions do manage to go up 2-0, it very, very much may be a 4-0. This is all a mental game at the moment. And here's hoping, Melbourne Matildas do stand up strong.
Hopefully. I mean, I'm hoping both of these teams stand up strong, Kev, because there's a potential world where either or both of them just sort of fall over, and that would be kind of disappointing to see, because I'm actually kind of hoping that we get both of these 2 teams in the playoffs at the very least. Although, I mean, that's a little bit unfair to say when you're sort of talking about other teams that would then have to miss out. I think we're looking at, teams like, for example, Archers, we're looking at Bulldogs, they're potential playoffs contenders. Sentinels definitely should be up there. So, I mean, one of those 5 has to miss out. And we'll have to see, I guess, how the rest of the field shapes up. Action X, I mean, the thing is, there's such a curveball being thrown in at the moment, basically, by the fact that Action X is at the top of the standings, because we come in with the expectation that, okay, well, Action X wasn't a playoffs contender last season. In theory, normally the way it goes is that they're not a playoffs contender again in the season following. But now the fact that they're there means that one extra team has to miss out. And the fact that Matildas is looking like a far better team than they were last season as well. You've got two more teams that are kind of jostling for a top 4 position, where instead of it being maybe 5 teams last season that were kind of pushing for a top 4, now it feels like it's 6 or maybe even 7 teams that are kind of pushing for a playoffs position. The only one that I haven't really seen too much from, I suppose, is Conquerors and Panthers, although some of them have had pretty difficult matchups as well. So, like, I mean, are we in a world where literally anyone this season can make playoffs? Like, it kind of almost feels like that.
I think I'm still being a bit critical for Conquerors as well as Panthers. They, once again, I mean, for Conquerors, they don't have an easy matchup, so I'm willing to give them the benefit of the doubt for now. Well, heading on to Roenberg as the first map. This one is going to be Matilda's map pick. Let's see how they go. Now, Matildas, they did manage to take the 2-0 against Sentinels last week. I think we had the most fantastic attack where we saw no damage in the game being over in 30 to 40 seconds.
Yeah.
Might happen again. Not too certain over here. We have a couple of tanks sending it to the 1 flag for the Skorpions.
Yeah, we don't want to see anything like that anymore because I need my fantasy points. I did get kind of wrecked by that particular game. Look, I'm quite excited to see how this game does pan on out. Skorpions moving into the attacking side first. Artie Noob in that CS63 is going to do the scouting run down onto the 0 line. And we'll see if this is going to be another similar defense from Matildas, which, you know, we saw last week was not necessarily focusing on one side of the map. They sort of hedged their bets. They had a little bit of focus on one side, a little bit of focus on the other, got the info and sort of reacted accordingly. And it kind of looks like that's exactly what this is once again. You know, we don't have Matildas bunching all of their tanks to stop this one line push, this one flag push, I should say, which is actually going to allow Skorpions across, but they do at least have a couple of tanks up there. They have the info. The only thing is, and the difference between the Sentinels attack and the Skorpions attack from what we saw last week, if you remember, it was Sentinels that did very similar things. Sentinels sent their Batchats across first. In this instance, the Object 277s have been sent across first, which have a lot more brawling power and potential. It's a 277 and a 113 against a couple of 277s. So I actually like this from Skorpions. It looks like they've got a good setup here, and we'll see if Matildas now can find the reset.
Yeah, this is going to be a bit tricky to find that angle onto the Super Conk as well, even though the hole is going to be a little bit larger. It's going to have to be one of the tanks from either Whippet or Geordie's position to overexpose themselves a little bit. 15 seconds right now, and there you have it. A couple of HE rounds actually being loaded in. They're coming off the cap, trying to see if they can overwhelm.
Aussie.
As Bales actually gets an ignite on one of the players.
Yeah, Aussie just got absolutely booked. Great shots coming through from Matildas here. It was a good setup from Skorpions, but as soon as that reset came through, you know, push had to come to shove. And now it's on to Whippet and Geordie to uphold their end of the bargain. You have at least one more tank coming in as well. Merry Turnip right behind Skorpions, and this is looking absolutely devastating for Skorpions right now. I know JT has called the focus onto Whippet because he's an absolute dog. He knows Whippet's in my fantasy team. That's unfortunate for me, but overall, it doesn't seem like it's going to work very nicely for Skorpions. Bales comes off the reload in the 50B, and that's his second clip now that's having real success.
Yeah, and I feel like that just comes down to, I mean, the CS63 is having a one-on-one aim deal with the Super Conk as well. That's telling you exactly how well this game's going for the Matildas. The 113 as well as the 277 don't overextend, and the focus fire from Matildas as well. The Batchats just get absolutely deleted on that cross. I'm just seeing Ignite and I'm just going, well, one of the Batchats not really in the fight. The second one has 3 shots out. That's about it. That's GG. So... honestly, Matilda's looking very solid in the defense so far in Roenberg every single time. It does feel like they've actually it seems like they've actually found the recipe for success. Like they versed stronger teams, like in terms of Sentinels, now being tested by Skorpions and still getting the victory in a very standard default. Maybe they've found a winner.
Yeah, it seems like they've really figured it out. Whatever it is, they've figured out exactly what they need to be doing on that defensive side of Roenberg. And to me, I mean, I would have to go back and look at the game last week. I can't say for sure, but it did look like a very, very similar defensive setup. You know,
it was,
you had
yeah.
Tanks in almost the same positions, or at least functionally the same positions. You know, it might not have been the exact same spot, but what it did was essentially achieve the same result, right? You had vision on both sides of the map. You had the CS63 doing the 0 line push really deep, getting the info there, seeing that there's no one on that side of the map, and then essentially reacting accordingly to what your opponent is throwing at you. Now, pretty good start from Bales there, 3.6k coming out from him. Unfortunate for Aussie, obviously, as you said, he got set on fire. He got absolutely wrecked on the cross. But in a sense, I think you have to give credit to Matildas where they focused down one of the Batchats. You know, like it's not by mistake or it's not by surprise that one of the Batchats is the initial target that's taken out by Matildas. They know that that's an important tank. They know that that's a tank that they need to take out of the battle before that clip comes across. And in the end, being able to do so results in a really, really good game from Matildas. And to be honest, after that bat chat goes down, you think, okay, well, there's almost zero chance that they're actually going to be able to turn this game around. Like as soon as you're starting a 4v5, especially if it's one of your bat chats that's out of the mix, good luck.
And it's just the way they set up the crossfire as well. It's like even the micro movements towards the end that it's coming out. Like you see Whippet and Geordie, they're not really sitting on the same angle. They're forcing it. So Geordie's like pushed it a little bit further, using the building so a Batchat has to overexpose himself to get shots or is completely out of the fight just to take that one-on-one. That's honestly the fact that Bales hits 8 out of 8 over there as well. It's like he's hitting shots from like 200, 300 meters away, which is a little bit of RNG, but also that's fantastic lead ability and kind of just understanding the angles. That comes down to a lot of experience. I'm not saying it's going to be the game changer, but it is a bit of a difference where you have an AMX 50B who's able to hit 4 on the cross versus 2 on the cross, right? I don't think it would have been the huge difference at the end of the day, but it helps. Every little part helps because it's kind of like that snowball effect. You take out a bat chat because you land 2 extra shots. That bat chat doesn't isolate one of your 277s. The battle doesn't even look close that stage. Bat chat stays alive. Who would have known at that stage? I still would have favored Matildas a little bit. It did feel like it was going to be a scenario where they would have bled out a little bit, but you can never discount 2 bat chats for like clipping out someone. It's pretty disgusting.
Yeah, I mean, I think you also have to think now about what is going to happen on the opposite side of the coin now. If I remember correctly, Skorpions have won on Ruinberg 100% of the time, okay? So it's always been a 1-1 when it comes to Skorpions on Ruinberg so far. This season, maybe I'm not 100% correct in that, but I think that's the case. And so I don't know. I don't want to draw too many conclusions from that game. You know, like attack on Ruinberg, we've always sort of said is a bit of a difficult task. Okay, granted, sometimes you get a free cap. That's not going to happen every day of the week. So we have to see how this one sort of turns around. I don't generally like to judge how a matchup is going until I see at least the first map. You know, once you see both teams play both sides, that's where you get a better idea. And, you know, if we see another similar result where Matildas just completely wipes the floor with Skorpions, well, okay, then I'm going to be convinced this might end up being a win for Matildas. But I'm not going to take too much off that first round, right? Especially considering Aussie just got absolutely demolished in that game.
Yeah. Look, and here's the thing, right? Scorpions can definitely dig deep as well and kind of like come back from that and come back stronger. They're very much a team that can actually just go, yeah, you know what? That didn't go to plan. They could be down 0-2 and they're still really dangerous because JT just finds the right call, has the right play. This is not their map pick once again at the end of the day. This is still the Matildas map pick. And we did see Matildas actually struggle a little bit coming on Cliff against the Sentinels in positions where they might have been able to take the victory against Sentinels, and they were unable to succeed, right? So I'm going to be looking at that as JT and going, okay, it's not over yet. Even if we go down 0-2, we can still secure the draw. But we get 1-1 over here right now, which is very doable on the defense side of Ruinberg. As you said, you can't really expect to cap out on the one flag every single day of the week. You can't just roll the dice and hope to get lucky every single time.
Yeah, I mean, I think we're going to have to see...
All of a sudden, it's an even game, yeah.
We're going to need to see a bit of a step up, though, from Skorpions today, right? Some of the opponents that they've played today, played so far, I should say, I don't actually think are up to the same par that Matildas are, you know? Like, as weird as it is to say, given the fact that the standings actually shows the Matildas are pretty middle of the pack right now.
Yeah.
I think they've got 2 draws.
Like...
I actually think... Oh, no, they're actually on 3rd place. Never mind. They did win a game. Yeah. But I do think they're actually genuinely looking like a top team.
Did Matildas win or did they take the draw against the Conquerors? I thought they took the... it was like, because like first week they took the draw against the Conquerors, right? And that was like really surprising because we were saying, Conquerors were kind of coming into this looking like a bit of a weaker team. Matilda's actually lucky to get out with a draw there, in all honesty. It was they had to rely on the cap once again, which is kind of like a recurring theme right now that I'm seeing is that Matilda's and capping it out to kind of take either the draw or set themselves up for success.
Yeah.
That might be a bit of an indication. I mean, they're playing a win. So that's like a lot of people go, oh, I just got to farm them. We don't really need to place cap pressure. Matilda's completely different. They place a cap pressure. They play around that to win.
Well, we're going to have to find out if they can win here, Kev. It is going to be round 2 on Ruinberg, and Matildas move on to the attack. See if we go towards the 1 flag again, or if we spice things up a little bit with a 2 flag push. Haven't really seen too many 2 flag pushes so far in ANZPL this season. Defensive setup does look interesting from Skorpions. A couple of E5s. Is that what's got your eye?
No, what's got my eye at the moment is the bat chat and the CS just completely sending it down mid. Bales, though, probably needs to get underneath the ridge line. He's taken a single stray shot. So is Aussie. But I think this is actually really solid because you know that actually the 277s, if they haven't been spotted out over there and you haven't taken a couple of shots, they need to rotate. CS63 is definitely going to be able to rotate faster from Artie Noob. And the 277s are strolled into position. You spotted out the batch out of Aussie. He hasn't taken control of the deep zero line.
Mary Turnip.
This is fantastic.
Mary Turnip just ran into a tank corpse. I just want to point that out. I was like, why? Why did he stop? And then there's a tank corpse right in front of him right there. So 3 tanks already on the 2 flag. This is going to have to be a very quick rotation from Skorpions. Most of their tanks are actually on the A line, so it's going to take them a while to get here. Russian reloading right now. I'm not sure whether that means he's loading HE or if he took a shot at Artie Noob, but he's probably going to have to be the one to get the reset here. And already he takes shots. I think that might be from Bales. Or potentially
I would
Artie
say
Noob.
it's from the bat chat, yeah. And
Reset.
I mean, it does get the reset.
We've got a reset on
here's
2
a
tanks,
problem.
by the way.
But here's the problem, right? Is that, okay, sure, the bat chat comes off. Aussie needs to go take this fight against Bales. Okay, that's fine. So Aussie needs to win that fight as Bales is going to be clipping out. The 277s and the CS can actually push in over here and get the overmatch. That said, though, it looks like it's pretty good focus fire coming out from Skorpions. Things are equal.
Yeah, definitely so far so good. I think the CS63 right now is out of the fight, and that might be what the difference maker is. It takes a while for Artie Noob to get into the engagement, but now once he does, do we see the tides turning? You talk about focus fire.
Yes.
Well, Matildas actually got the first kill. They have a HP disadvantage, but they had a gun advantage for a moment. We'll see if it can turn around. Tintac does drop. It's JT and Napalmer in a 2-on-3, while their bat chat still reloads. Aussie 24 seconds still to get back in this fight. It could still turn the way of Skorpions, but right now, Matildas are on the cleanup job.
Yeah, so this is all down to if they can get rid of Geordie. They absolutely need to get rid of this 1-1-3, which is perfect right now because this actually forces it into a bit of a awkward scenario because this fight's drawn out a little bit longer. They're still out in the open. I can't see... Whippet has to use his repair kit because he was actually ammo racked. So, and this is actually going to allow Aussie, you know, to get back into the battle right now. It does look like he's about to get off reload at this stage. Aussie gets another ignite onto the 277 this time. Oh my goodness, Aussie is doing absolute work right now. Onto the Matildas at this stage. Nappa's going to clean up as well, so it's all down to Artie Noob right now to try to isolate these duels.
Well, Artie Noob knows that Aussie is on reload at this point, so I want to say Aussie probably should be just booking it right now, shouldn't he? Or
Yeah,
does he come off the reload quickly enough to actually finish Artie Noob off? Maybe he does. He's got 13 seconds.
He'll come off quickly enough. He'll come off quickly enough. So, okay, so 10 seconds left.
Oh, he missed.
Artie, yeah, misses that shot, and there's plenty enough. I mean, surely as Aussie, you don't bounce that many shots. You can see Artie's trying to get into an uncomfortable position right now, but the bat chat, all he needs to do is just auto aim and run, and there you have it. Skorpions will be able to clean up that victory. Ignites a bit of revenge. Wow. He gets torched to the first one, and he goes, you know what? I'm sick of being the barbecue. I'm going to be the chef this time around. And he cooks up a victory.
Yeah, I mean, I think he deserves that. You know, after that first game, he just did not have a fun time there at all. I'm expecting when we do get to the damage charts here that Aussie's probably going to be at the top. He might have got even... Did he get 3 clips off in that batch shot or 2?
Yeah.
I'm pretty sure it was 3.
I think he got 3 because it was the first one where he unloads onto Bales. And that was actually... I think he ignited Bales on his final shot.
Right.
Which is, well, you have to, because I saw it was like Aussie ignite as like there was a main fight going on and you see Bales die. And I'm like, hang on a second. Does that mean Bales couldn't get the second clip off?
Yeah,
so 4.5K.
Yeah. That's a very, very good number from Aussie. Let's see how many, when we do actually hover over him, actually how many shots he did fire, whether it was 10 or 15. That'll obviously tell us.
12 shots or 13 shots, I think.
Oh, well, yeah, okay. Yeah, I know what you mean. More than 10, basically, is what I'm saying. The 277s and the E5s actually did a pretty good job as well for Skorpions. You know, it was a situation where they were in an awkward spot. Pretty good conversion rate from Napalmer there. 13 direct hits, 10 connected. So it was 3 clips in the end. He got 11, 11 shots fired. So, yeah, really good stuff from... 13 shots fired, sorry. 11 penetrations. So really, really good stuff from Aussie. Great conversion rate there as well.
Yeah.
On the other side of the field, Bales definitely had a bit more of a rough time here, only getting that 1 clip off and then got chased down by Aussie while he was on reload, so really couldn't do too much about that. And the focus was pretty good from the Skorpions heavy tanks is kind of what I was getting at there. The reset was nice, especially the fact that the HC splashed 2 tanks and actually managed to get the double reset, essentially gave them that little bit of extra time to work with, and then Matildas obviously had to push off and had to try and take that fight. I think the CS63 came into the fight a little bit late. Obviously, Artie Noob does have a really, really good damage number there at the end. But if he would have potentially pushed down that road 5 seconds earlier? Is he in that fight early enough to actually swing it more in the favor of Matildas? Obviously hard to say. And well, it's easy to say. It's easy to say. It's hard to do in the time and in the moment because you don't know exactly what's going on. And maybe he's waiting for a call. But either way, look, very, very nicely played game, I thought, from actually both teams. I'm kind of enjoying this matchup, Kev. I got to be honest. Like, it's not a disappointing game. Sometimes you watch a game, you go, oh, why did they lose that? They probably shouldn't have lost that. I'm looking at pretty good level of gameplay across the board right now, and I'm happy with how close these matches actually are. I mean, the first one wasn't that close, but even still, it felt like a really nice setup from Matildas. This one feels like a good old-fashioned brawl. Everyone's hitting their shots. No one's bouncing silly shots. Yeah, maybe a bit of luck with some fires here and there, but overall, high level of gameplay and enjoying it so far.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, this is kind of the case. Another Ignite cheese. Like you said, though, I don't know if the Ignite would have made a difference. I actually feel like it would have. I just don't have a clip of, obviously, Bales kind of like... Because Bales was about to come off clip. And I think Aussie had 2 left in the magazine. Had to land maybe that second final shot or something like that. And he lands and gets it Ignite. So, obviously, not a case right now I can go back and take a look at. Can't fault Artinoob for not pushing up mid, because you push up too early, you pretty much die as a CS63 when you're the DPM machine. You come in too late and it's always a bit dicey towards the end. 690 HP. That's maybe just 1 or 2 shots. That's the difference at the end of the day. Maybe Bells hits 2 shots. That could have been a huge difference. Maybe unloads into the enemy bat chat instead of trying to aim for the 277s. You never know with these things. And that's a scenario where you go, well, he's trying to do the responsible thing. Because you look at Bale's damage stats, and I think he unloaded an entire clip, but only penned 2 shots.
Yeah.
Or like 3 shots.
No, he hit 4 and penned 2. So yeah.
Okay. So he would have been going for like the 277s, right? So, and it's like, he's trying to make that team-based play because you're trying to focus fire and win that brawl instead of worrying about that one. So this is why tanks are so fascinating, because in the moment, you don't know, you have to make the best decision, right? It's only afterwards where you go, actually, if Bales played more selfishly, they would have won that battle.
Yeah, potentially. I mean, I think that, to be honest, like that's a general rule almost for Matildas in a way. Like I kind of want to see Bales play selfishly, if that makes sense, because he's often in those tanks where you're rewarded for playing selfishly. He's in bat chats, he's in 50Bs, he's in these high impact kinds of tanks. So you definitely don't want to see him going down early. Being the one to go down early, as I try to get my words out. When he's able to survive the game, he can have carry performances. He can really step up in that bat chat or in that 50B and sort of turn a game on its head with one really good clip. And all of a sudden you go, okay, well, that looked losable for Matildas. Now it kind of looks winnable. So I agree with you. I want to see him playing that Batey style. I want to see him being that kind of carry player. And obviously in that instance, he wasn't able to do that. So potentially part of the reason why Matildas did lose, yeah.
I mean, that's the problem, though, because it's like, if saying some of the Matildas players should play a bit more selfishly and less like a team, then they wouldn't be the Melbourne Matildas. The reason why I said these guys are scary is because not only is their experience, but they actually do their roles. That's what I mean. You put like... I shouldn't say it like this way, but you put a lesser player, like someone who's a bit inexperienced or whatnot, maybe makes like snap decisions in terms of panics and finds the right target. They might have actually won that game by, I guess, making the wrong play per se. The correct play is that, yes, Bales needs to focus that 277 line down, but look, hindsight's perfect. That's all I'm saying at the moment. I'm never going to accuse a player of going like, that was the wrong decision to be making. I just find it obviously a bit of a tangent to go down. Obviously coming onto Cliff now, this is Matilda's bit of nightmare last week, in all honesty. Here's hoping they get a bit of a recovery as Geordie going into the TVP. Here we go.
I don't know about the
JT
TVP.
The TVP. What is this?
I don't know. I've been burned a little bit by the TVP, Kev. When I had returned in my roster in week 1, he played the TVP on both sides of Cliff and did absolutely nothing. So
all I'm saying is that I remember JT messaging me and go, this is why you pick a bat chat over the TVP. And he's in a TVP, the hypocrite.
Yeah, he is a bit of a hypocrite. He also told me today that he was going to play the IS4 and the 113. I haven't seen that so far, so good thing I didn't put him in my fantasy team. But I suppose this is why you pick the TVP, isn't it?
Yeah. No, it's no better feeling than slapping someone in the butt for like 1200 damage in 6 seconds and going, ha ha ha, I've got a 20-second reload. It's pretty good.
2+2 needs to get the cover. Yeah, Whippet is in the hill, on the hill rather, but it's cost a lot of HP. Although, to be fair, some has gone back in the direction of Skorpions. Even Russian just over peaking a little bit there. Does cop one probably through the turret. And Aussie down to 869. So, end of the day, it's actually been pretty much an even trade of damage.
Yeah. Okay, so Nap has actually made his way up there, which is pretty solid as a STB. You're definitely going to be winning this duel against Whippet most of the time. You've actually got some shots in the bales as well. So here you go. You can see, oh, he spotted out bales. So he's taking a look, taking a cheeky peek. What's Geordie going to be doing? I think that's the real question of this TVP. Where is he going to be rotating from to find that most use right now?
Oh, Napalmer playing with fire. It really is.
He's pretty safe in this position, to be honest. It's so hard to actually hit the turret from this angle. Normally, in like a match in a random battle, you know, there's tanks sitting at A5 that will slap you. There's a couple of Hardy that's just going, ooh, STB, can't wait to pen you. But there's not this case over here in this 5-on-5. And now Whippet made into a one-shot. I believe that was a fantastic little angle from Aussie, actually, who isn't lit up. You know, Bales is starting to cop a little bit as well.
Very slow and steady so far from Skorpions, and I mean, I don't necessarily mind seeing that on the attack, but you do sometimes run into a situation on Cliff where you do run out of time a lot quicker than it feels like you do. Or, you know, you expect that you've got a little bit more time to work with, and then all of a sudden you don't. So I'd like to see Skorpions making a move.
I think you should be fine at here at the moment. You've got like your bat chats in pretty good positions where you can try to find a couple of angles. You're relatively healthy in the majority of your tanks. Like your playmaking tanks, like your SDVs, which are going to be brawling out eventually. They're all healthy right now. Right? And you can see Geordie, this is why he's making this move. Because I think eventually Matildas realize they're actually down a little bit right now.
Yep.
And
I mean, he can get good farm angles into the 277s, the STB1, the TVP, if he actually does get around the back. But he has to be very careful doing it.
Correct, because you get into the wrong position as a TVP, that's it. You have to... if you find the right position, either as your opening or late game salvos, this is your game changer, right? Whippet's down to 12 right now. I don't know who exactly put the second shot in, but once again, got a feeling actually could have been Napper on that STB1 this time around.
Could have. Aussie's also on the reload, so it might have been him.
Yeah. If
the CS63 was just poking up a little bit too far. But yeah, I mean, it's definitely a rough-looking scenario now for Matildas. It's an almost untradeable kill if Skorpions just want to go and dive on top of Whippet. Like, if Napalmer actually sits in that bowl, I don't think anyone can shoot him. So he'll probably take a shot, maybe two, on the way down if Bales is really on point. And obviously the CS63 can sort of sneak a shot through as well, but it's definitely a dead tank. Whippet is a dead man walking, and it's just a question of when Skorpions is going to pull the trigger.
Yeah, might be right now by the looks of it. That's a fantastic little shot from Tintac. Managed to pen the 5A, which wasn't really hold down. And this is what I mean. The bat chat is just not in the right position right now to actually have the greatest effect from Bales. So 2.5 minutes, or almost about to hit 2.5 minutes. Still a lot of HP, but Skorpions just steadily bleeding it out right now.
Yeah,
now
slowly
JT making that move.
I think once JT does get around this headland, that's when we're going to start to see push come to shove. What he does need to be careful of is that he doesn't just roll around the corner right into Geordie and Bales, because two autoloaders definitely going to have enough damage to take a TVP down. Geordie on the reload, though, or not on the reload, he's rather clipping out, which is actually really big news, actually, for JT, because if he gets this timing right, he comes up right behind Geordie, gets a free clip in. There are positions here where Bales probably doesn't have an angle, specifically exactly where JT's going right now. So this is perfect from Skorpions.
Yep, that's 4. Oh, the focus fire as well. Look at Geordie just get absolutely melted in this TVP, and he just doesn't have the angle to really make the shots work. Napalmer as well going to dive in. Looks like it's going to be Skorpions making the move as Geordie does get cleaned up by Aussie from that distance as well. And this is surely looking like a Skorpions victory at this point in time. Even the ammo rack coming out, STB1. Going to go up like fireworks at this stage. And I would say Skorpions 2-1 on the attack. Nicely done.
Yeah, very good stuff from Skorpions so far today. They gambled with their time really nicely as well. Still a minute and 25 seconds left. Bales is on the run. He's definitely not getting away. He might not even get that reload off, or he will just get the reload off here. Maybe even get the kill onto Aussie if he just fully commits to this, and maybe JT can't find an angle in. We'll see how this one pans out. Bales does get himself the kill at the end, so again, nice for my fantasy points. See how many more points he can get, though, with a broken gun in a bat chat. Always a little bit rough. JT farming damage for the first time in his life in ANZ PL, so I'll give him some credit there. He got just above the 3K mark right at the end, and maybe that is a bit of salt in the wound for not picking him in the fantasy team there, Kev. But overall, very impressive stuff from Skorpions, and now Matildas are going to have to dig themselves out of this hole.
Yeah, this is going to be, I mean, they're going to be on the attack as well, which I felt like they did pretty decently as well. Yeah, so I'm just looking back, right? This is the message I received from JT back in the 14th of September, 2020. Although TVP over Batchat is a questionable opinion, to say the least. I've always argued for the TVP. I think JT is now going, yeah, you know what? This Karath guy,
Sure, but
I've justified Karath.
No,
Thanks,
Kev,
JT. We've gone full circle.
you do have the 3.2k TVP on one side. You also have a 500 damage TVP on the other side. So, they sort of balance each other out.
Yeah, but that's just also down to the only thing that could take out another TVP was the TVP. But honestly, that's just down to like all TVP memes aside. I like my check tanks. Before I checkmate myself, really wanted to talk about how I guess like Skorpions did approach that. That's kind of the classic case of, all right, we've actually done a lot of damage. We're in very favorable positions. Let's see what we can do with the information. Just slowly bleed them out from here. And you can see there's no overextension from any of the Skorpion members. They just allow their players to get in the right angles to make sure, all right, are Matildas making any counterplays? So let's make sure that Geordie cannot sneak into any positions to get any flank shots. Let's make sure that the Batchat is locked down. All right, we know where all the tanks are. Can the SCBs get safe shots or the Batchat get a couple of shots in? All right, bleed. When it comes to the time, because we bled them out enough, then you make the decisive push at all different angles. Absolutely perfect, in all honesty. That's why you utilize your time. And unfortunately for Matildas, they were waiting to capitalize on a mistake. Cliff is a very hard map to retake map control with. And I have to say, it's that position at the houses where Bales gets stuck at is one of the worst positions you can be in a Batchat. You cannot get out. It's not as if you're a tank that has a lot of armor either. It's not a great position, especially when Nappa's just looking down at you and just going, haha, I'm an STB1. What are you going to do?
Would have been probably better off actually in the A5, or is it A5, the little TD spot that all the pubbies go to? Yeah, in that game, actually, he might have farmed from that spot. But
I'm just wondering, like for the defensive teams, I'm wondering, there's a reason why the SCRB is so strong there. I'm just wondering why teams aren't bringing it out once again. It very much is a case of, I don't think you're losing anything. You can still go for a couple of CSs. Obviously, it's kind of the case of, you have to concede a bit of map control, but it's pretty much hold down at certain locations as well. So I'm digressing regardless. I mean, from the get-go, I think it was just like very impressive how they dictated it. They punished the CS on the entry, right? And I felt like that was just like an absolute doomsday for Whippet. I don't know how much he was able to do. Then Aussie puts a couple of shots in. He's just like, I've just done my job, guys, and I can't do anything right now. Then JT just comes and makes kind of like this play over here as the rest of them push in. Just really well coordinated.
Yeah, I mean, I think at this point, Skorpions were up 2-1 last week as well against Bulldogs. Do you recall?
Yeah, I think they were up 2-1, and I think it was. I would say the Bulldogs actually stepped up their play a little bit, right? And I don't think Skorpions came into that final one and they, made a couple of questionable decisions or anything. That was actually Bulldogs stepping up to the mark. So I have to say how it goes. Obviously, they're on the defense now, so that's going to be maybe a little bit easier to dictate what goes on. We might see 2 CSs on the defense instead. We might see a similar lineup. Not too certain what JT wants to bring in.
Yeah, but I think it's important actually that we do see Skorpions convert this, just to show that they can actually convert a series where they've got an advantage. I'm pretty sure they had an advantage last week, and they may have even had the 2-1 lead over Archers in week 1 as well. So when you're in those kinds of spots, it's obviously a big deal to actually convert that final match. It's an extra 2 points, so if you're going to make a playoffs run, which is obviously what Skorpions are going to be aiming for at this point, you need to be converting games like this, especially when it's against a team that is quite close to you on the ladder, which is where Matildas are kind of right now.
I think I said that like last season, like sometime with like Perth Panthers, I'm like, man, they might be regretting like not converting one of these victories at the time because it may come back to bite them. And it's like, it was a single point at the end of the day that it meant that they couldn't actually make finals. So I would agree with you. 2 points, it doesn't sound like a lot in the grand scheme of things. People will go, oh, it's week 3. There's plenty of time. But you take out your opponents right now, and a rival. Not only does it boost your confidence coming forward, you go, all right, we know how we can actually counter these strategies. We're starting to feel a bit more confident in terms of how the teamwork is going instead of just getting draw. It's frustrating because you're like, we're so close to taking the victory. Whereas you get that 3-1, you go, yep, hard work's actually paid off. And it's a huge confidence boost where you can actually see it rolls forward. It kind of accumulates going forward. And yeah, it's
I'm just
a funny
having a
thing,
look.
confidence.
I'm having a look back at some of the games from this season so far. Matildas, when they actually played against Sentinels, did lose both sides of Cliff.
Yep.
So that may show a bit of an indication that they're a little bit unsettled on Cliff. So far, 0-3 on the map. If this turns into a 0-4, it'll be their first defeat of the season and Skorpions' first victory of the season, which would be big news. Look to equalize those two teams, give or take, on the standings. Matildas actually will drop below Skorpions. Yeah, so there we go. So it is kind of at the moment the battle for third place. Depends on what happens with Archers as well. Archers could potentially equalize in third if they do win today as well. But could be a big one here for Skorpions if they are able to get over the line. That would give them the opportunity to start to challenge in towards the 1 and 2 position as well. Now, on the setup, double CS63, a TVP, and STB, a bat chat for Skorpions. So it's a very fast, light lineup. Matildas have gone for something a little bit heavier. Bales in his CS63 gets into much the same position that JT did, and will, have similar success, although he's in a CS63, so...
Yep, and he's getting farmed right now. JT gets a few in, which is pretty good, but probably not enough. I think plenty enough right now. His Whippet is just getting slammed from 3 different directions. He should be going down pretty soon right now. Great punishment coming out from Skorpions, but the CS is starting to bleed out a little bit. Still, they've got a numbers advantage right now.
Yeah, I'm not sure about that one from Matildas. It looks like they just drove straight into the crossfire. Bales now dueling JT. He knows that he should not quite have enough damage to finish him off.
Yeah,
but Jordy's going to play safely and be the one to perhaps do the lion's share of the duty here. Someone needs to push. Someone needs to do something here for Matildas because they're already down a tank. They need to trade JT out before he gets another clip off. Otherwise, that's GG.
Yeah, it needs to be 2+2 making this move at the moment. You can see 2+2 is making this right now. Now the CSs need to dump over at the same time, isolate this SDB1. They're playing this one perfectly right now, Skorpions, in terms of the individual tag team. Aussie's also off the reload right now, so he's going to be the impact player in terms of the auto load up. But as long as the Matildas stay on this side, and this is what I mean, this is now problematic, because the fact that the CSs and the SDB don't dump over and actually take the overmatch at the stage where the TVP goes down, now all of a sudden it's kind of frozen into an awkward scenario where the 113 is very healthy. Mary Turner can still play around this angle. Geordie even is pretty good in terms of HP.
Yeah, Aussie's going to be a big difference maker, isn't he, right? This rotation that he's making is going to start to crunch the angles that Matildas can play from. I'm not sure they're all going to be safe from him.
Yeah, I would have preferred... I would have preferred he turned his rear, so he actually has the shots off. And now Mary Turnip is still safe on the rock, and now they're dumping over, but I feel like this is just a little bit too little too late. Might be a ring around the rosy once again, but look at this, so many one-shots at this stage. Bales just needs to push across. I don't know if Aussie's been spotted out just yet, but Bales now one shot. Now 2+2 is going to get farmed out, has to make the push with his HP, needs to make the play onto the STB1. CS is still on the hill. 2+2 needs to turn that tank around, but the 113 just struggling in terms of everything. It's all down to Aussie against the world once again. 3 tanks to find and isolate, but he's got the HP.
Okay, Kev, correct me if I'm wrong. It's how much damage in a clip for a bat chat? 390 per shot? 1,800. Okay,
about
does he have enough? No,
rolls.
he doesn't have enough, actually, with one clip to kill all these tanks.
But here's the thing, is that he's on the defensive side. He finds the right angle. He gets the deletion onto Bales. He gets a couple of cheeky shots into the 277s. That's going to allow them to obviously get the victory. Now they know it's going to be a 3-cap. He's going to make a bit of a move. All comes down to, he shouldn't be staying around here. There's 3 people on the cap there. You get closer mid, and if one person hops off, then you get a bit scared.
Question is, does he outspot all 3 of these tanks if he uses the bush as well? I'm not sure that he actually has an angle from mid.
Improved aim, actually, which is a bit interesting. He might actually be able to spot from here. Hang on a second.
Yeah,
he might have an angle here. He wants to turn his tank around.
No, he doesn't need to. That's all he needs to do, really. He can just farm these guys. If he doesn't take shots, which,
no, but that's what I mean.
He has.
But the bat chat, just remember, it's got the rear-mounted turret, so like that's what I mean. It's like these little things. If he set himself up like that, gets a shot in, it's a lot easier to rock forward behind a rock and kind of duck out. Now he's taken so many shots at this stage where, he has to try to get the resets, play for time, but he's a one-shot right now. So the difference is that he takes a single shot, he gets out a lot quicker.
Well, I'm
I don't
more so
know.
talking about the fact that, yeah, he just needs to take that first shot. He kind of committed for a couple more shots. All he needs to do there is get rid of Bales, put this down to a 2 cap, just reset, go dark, and he's going to outspot the 277s again. He's going to get free shots
No,
in.
the 277s are tucked in, I think, are they?
No, I know now they are, but previously they weren't. Now he actually has to commit for a reset here, which is probably going to be his undoing. So,
yeah.
See how this one pans out. Aussie, I mean, he may get lucky, you know, maybe a lucky bounce, maybe something like that. Maybe he does outspot them and doesn't get traded. Oh, doesn't quite hit the shot. Needs to take the peak. He has to take the peak here. The reset doesn't come through, and Matildas will win the round. Aussie, it was a good attempt. I mean, look, I think it was winnable for Aussie, to be honest. I don't want to harp on about it too much, but if he would have taken that first shot onto Bales, just completely reset, went dark, hid behind that rock, and then peeked up again after he went unlit, maybe there was a chance there, maybe. But again, it's a draw. So NZPL, let's 2-2. You get this bitter taste in your mouth, don't you, right? For Skorpions, where they felt like they probably could have converted that. And look, I mean, we talk about Aussie in the clutch there. To be honest, it's not all down to him. I think in the mid-round, there was a lot of, a bit of over-eagerness, perhaps, from Skorpions to sort of finish that one off, and they walked into a few crossfires, a couple of tanks overcommitted, the STBs up on that sort of mid-ridge that just kept peeking over and taking shots for free. There was a fair bit of bleed from Skorpions. In the end, I am not too disappointed to see a draw from this matchup. We'll touch on some of the damage numbers here as well. Bale's got 2.4, Aussie 2.7, so pretty good stuff from them. TVPs didn't have as much impact this time, Kev, but overall, just for the storyline of the season, I'm not too disappointed actually to have a draw from that matchup, because it keeps that middle of the pack kind of close, keeps things interesting. And so we'll have to see, quite a good run right at the end of the season from one or two of these teams to actually get into playoffs. And it's going to be close. It's going to come down to the wire. I can already tell in week 3 that we've got a few teams that are jostling for that spot in, 3 and 4.
No, 100%. This is, I do agree with you. This kind of series ended with a bit of a bitter taste, because I think for both teams, there are points where I go, it's with hindsight, obviously, and the fact that we can see everything. It's if one different decision was made, Skorpions would have taken that victory in that one. I'm not talking about the individual play over here. I think you remember when I said, all right, all they need to do right now is actually dump over and take this fight, because as they've overcommitted their forces, they take the other side, and then you can just reset the scenario from there. But the CSs and SCB actually stay on their side of the hill. And as a result, it kind of becomes an awkward scenario where it's well, we can't really shoot their 277. Mary Turnip's just able to farm us on 500 HP. He just doesn't die. And it was it's the classic case in an SCB1, just staying alive for so long and you don't know how. It was really weird. I think it's there was one game I played to their SCB1. I played it like an absolute idiot. I was down to 100 HP after dealing about 1,000 damage. And you just go hide, you play the right position and end up with 4,000. That feels like what Mary Turnip did. I don't feel like he should have ended up with 2.3k.
I mean, it's not just Mary Turnip.
Shut down. No,
it's Bales as well. Those two players, Bales was a one-shot for pretty much the whole game. If you remember, he was the first guy into mid. He was getting farmed by JT and by Aussie, the crossfire. I don't know what Whippet did there. That was a little bit of an int. He sort of drove right into the position that Bales was getting absolutely booked from, and then got booked himself.
That was the same position, though, that I think JT was playing.
It was, yes, but
it was definitely hard counted. And this is the part, right? This is the part where I'm going, they got to dump over right now. They have to push. You can't just, isolate the fights. They should have pushed, 10 seconds earlier, because they have all the tanks across the other side. Then Aussie is making sure that anyone crossing back over gets farmed. But in this scenario, it's, the 113 and the 277 have just isolated a tank. They're just never good. Now it's okay, now they pushed over. They bled out so much HP. They bled out another 1,000 HP before they push over. That just comes down to, was it a bit of miscommunication? Was it a decision actually being called by JT? Is it me thinking I'm actually better than I am? I'm not too certain. But that would have been one of the moments I was very confident I would go, all right, this is where you actually dump over and actually get the overmatch, because your back chat's in the right position to support. But look, there's got to be reasons why they stayed on that side of the hill. That's all I'm saying. It just looks, at the end of the day, maybe a couple of missed shots. We never talk about the individuals missing shots sometimes. I don't fault the individuals, because it's RNG that it does come down to. You got a feeling maybe if they did manage to pen an important shot, maybe if they did manage to get an important play across, then it would have been absolutely huge.
If he hides behind the rock right here, 30 seconds, he's got 30 seconds to hide behind that rock, go dark. He didn't get lit until he fired. What does that say? What difference does that make to the round?
Oh, huge, because it allows him to not only just get a kill and kind of re-establish a 1-on-2, where then you can just change up your situation again and you force one of the players to chase you. You've got a chance to obviously take the victory and win. 1-on-2 is very, very doable with a bat chat, right? Once again, I don't want to harp on about it because I feel really bad because Aussie had a fantastic series. I'm not putting it down to him, but I think this is obviously a high pressure scenario. All of us like thinking that we can do better in that case. Truth is, we're probably going to make the same errors.
I 100% agree with you. You know, like it's so easy to look at that and say he should have done this. But if you're in that moment, okay, it's going to take a very experienced player to actually convert that kind of round. And maybe Aussie next season, in fact, maybe even next game, if he's in that exact same position, doesn't make that same mistake, converts that game, Skorpions win, and all of a sudden we're saying, okay, Skorpions looks like a title contender. But they haven't. It's a draw again. Matildas are still in the mix. Obviously, so is Skorpions. Very, very interesting game. Really enjoyed that one. Obviously, we've got plenty more coming up as well. So I want to take a quick break here, Kev, or we do need to grab ourselves a drink and, you know, do all that. We've got another one coming up. It's Christchurch Conquerors and North Sydney Sentinels to follow. So don't go too far away. We'll see you in just a bit. Good push from Skorpions, good adaptation, but what's the response from Bulldogs? That's what I wonder.
Yeah, they've lost the HP advantage. Dark actually going to be peering over that ridge line. Doesn't get punished. Only a tracking shot coming out from one of the SDBs at the back over there. Ravi now charging into the fray as well. The IS-7 armor holding up pretty firm at this stage. He's bouncing everything. Madhouse, though, has gone down to the middle of the map. Bulldogs trying to equalize right now by pushing forward. HP in the favor of Bulldogs for now, but they don't have the tanks just yet.
Somehow Dark's just not taking any damage at the moment. I don't know how JT is still alive, by the way. He gets one more shot off. Surely Dark is going to put him to bed here. Reload maybe just half a second too late, and JT continues to survive. He gets one more shot out onto Soldat Udachi before he drops.
Out comes the push, right, from the STB and the CS, and they're going to be like, oh, there's a couple of tanks over here. Hey, Madhouse, do you want to farm up a little bit over here, potentially? As there's the first kill. Aussie's going to be spotted out. Just tanks just kind of sitting in the middle of absolutely nowhere, just bleeding out. This is pretty much a farm session for Bulldogs right now. JT obviously is going to be the first focal point. Then it's going to be Comrade Vodka. That's going to be the next one. But Dark, nice focus fire from the Skorpions to at least make it a 4-3. Obviously, HP still favoring Skorpions at this point in time now, actually, as they're bleeding out the super heavies quite an amount.
Yeah, which is not really what you want to be seeing for Bulldogs, particularly when they've still got a Super Conqueror, they've still got an E100 on the table. Those tanks are designed to have a lot of HP, and well, Comrade Vodka is quite happy to be trying to take this one-on-one, which might not end up actually favoring him. Being up against a Super Conk, he does, I think, miss a shot. Someone else helping him out. I'm imagining that was probably Knight in his own Super Conqueror, so it isn't actually a 1v1, Kev.
This is the perfect position for AVP. He can just side scrape off here and just get the penning shots as well. And these mice are just bleeding out as the Kronwagen's having a field day from Dark. He's just getting a couple of shots into the side of mice, which is, well, they don't have the greatest amount of armor.
Well,
it's
not
like an
side.
E100, for example. So, and AVP is just a position he can get resets, pretty much. This is perfect for Bulldogs.
But this is still a little bit of a dire situation for Action X. The resets do need to come through onto Callum as well. Let's remember that. Kuba's been reset a few times. There's still 26 seconds left on this cap, but Callum has all the cap points. 50B still yet to get into the fight. Now Tuck and Camo going to start to put some damage down, and quite frankly, starting to receive some damage as well. Slayer gets absolutely booked. He's out of the fight. Tuck unable to fire just yet, and it's, I don't know, it's not looking so crash hot here for Conquerors now. HP advantage is there for Action X, and it's quite a significant advantage as well, Kev. But if resets continue to come through, Conquerors might still find a way to salvage a win. Fake in the thick of things, probably not where he wants to be in that bat chat, and all of a sudden, the winds of change are in effect. What looked like it could be potentially a chance for Conquerors most certainly is not anymore. Fake's the only one actually with ammo loaded. Kuba looks like he's going to drop pretty damn quickly here. Fake trying his best to trade as much damage as possible, but he's going to have to just get the heck out. Is full HP, so chances are he might be able to escape the IS-7.
These three tanks need to over-push onto Kane at the moment, from Callum, Slayer, as well as Tuck, but they're actually just taking too much damage, I think, from a 50B at the back. Eugene just absolutely fanging it like a beast. Should be able to do a bit more damage. Stake on 28, still trying to run away. There it is. There's finally the over-push, but Dongalord has that clip ready, needs to clip out at least 2 of them, and he's got the assistance as well from Speed in the other 50B. Dongalord don't want to be bouncing these, need to find the side shots. Still has a couple more left to bleed out this E100 as well. So there you have it, Camo just playing the patience game. E100 is now trying to brawl it out as well, but Dongalord's not in the right position. He's trying to support, obviously, that left side fight, but he needs to come over here into the city. The Super Conks have the DPM at the moment. Focus fire down onto CJ. Speed eventually will pick up Callum, but Camo's bat chat 9 seconds away from reloading. It's relatively healthy at this point in time. E100 is still trying to brawl it out, but it's a 2-on-2 with the HP favoring Conquerors at the moment inside the city. Camo will be able to get this clip off. Speed's trying to get the ram across, but Camo will not allow that to happen. But Kane, a shot coming out. Great focus fire actually from both sides, making sure the auto loaders will go down. This is all down to the 2-on-2 right now.
Yeah, it's a very close 2-on-2 as well. HP favoring Conquerors. They've got an E100 and a Super Conk up against an E100 and a 277. And Kev, I know which place I'd like to be in. It's a rough start for Archers. It feels like a Hail Mary play, and Trax is going up the hill into the firing lines of so many tanks. He gets taken down straight off the bat. This has not worked kindly at all for Archers, but the question is going to be, what kind of a trade can they find? If they don't get one, then they're done, but they can potentially still turn this on its head.
It just means that they have to just go into a crossfire. You can see Celestia and Blaze, and alongside with Tosa just lining it up and just knocking them down. They are committing with numbers on the side of Panthers, though, but they played out so much HP at this point in time. I don't think it's enough to make a difference.
Yeah, JS in his bat chat down to a couple of shots worth of HP here. Did get most of his clip out, but at the end of the day, it's really not enough to make you feel too excited. And this is going to be a farm time for Returned and for Trax. Focus on that fire on him. Happen. Trax down early.
Comes down to Return making some of these plays in the bat chat at the moment. He's come into the fight, but he's not going to be able to pen a lot of these shots. You can see just trying to get the lower play of the E100s at this stage is going to be very, very difficult at this point in time. Time is slowly starting to tick away as well. Return trying to do his best to help out, but he's going to have to go on the reload afterwards and run away. The 50Bs as well going to be collapsed upon, as JS has got plenty enough at this stage. It should look like they hold at this point in time.
Yeah, Celestia not able to pen that final shot through onto the E100 either. It really is going to come down to pretty much just Return to try and clutch this one out for Archers.
E100 is pushing right into mid. Very interesting. As Phantom Suit's going to be tracked up, whereas the focus fire going to be on, it's actually going to be that lead E100. Twit, though, will be able to get out towards safety. The auto reloader's just trying to focus down Phantom Suit at the moment. Twit, though, is going to lose his ammo rack. Is going to hold on to it. So auto loaders are going to clip out for now. Going to be able to hide away. This is
already halfway reloaded.
The problem, though, is that Lightning Man is not going to be able to get into this fight. And Archers can just sit here. The HP advantage which Panthers had has just been completely nullified. Unfortunately, Archers holding firm, reading what Panthers wanted to do and just, well, pulling them in. Hook, line, and sinker at this stage. All they need to do is just relax and wait.
Geordie should still be able to get a reset here if need be. The 277's actually come off of the cap. Rainbow should die 100% here every day of the week. It should be the opening kill for Matildas, and it is. But the response from Sentinels needs to be good. Cindy cops some damage in response to his push. Yeah, this is not looking too great for Sentinels, to be honest, Kev.
No, Matildas, all they need to do is just commit the right forces. Cindy is actually caught in a crossfire at this stage. This is a brilliant setup coming out. The 277 back from Turnip needs to get the kill. There you have it as well. All you need to do right now for Matildas is just stay stagnant at this stage.
This could be a bad one for the fantasy points. You say they should just. There's 10 seconds left, Kev. How do they get there to get those resets?
This is going to be, like, I'm not going to fault Wimmo, but he needs to land the heroic shot of his life. 1 second. 0. It's a cap victory just like that. And you need to take the initiative as you've got the overmatch right now as the tanks are on the hill. You can see this at the moment. Bales and Geordie, where are they going to go? Looks like the focus fire is going to be on Cindy.
Is it, or is it going to be on the Doodle Tank? Bales knows that he can kill Doodle Tank. Geordie knows that he can kill Cindy. They don't even need to focus down one tank, Kev. They can get both.
Yeah, and this is just
a worthwhile trade for Matildas.
But here's the thing, the CSs can now dump off the hill, right? So it's very important right now that the CSs get back in the battle alongside with Rainbow. So Geordie as well as Bales need to get out of there. They're making the correct move, actually. They're going the long way around. It's very hard to dump off into a bit of an attacking position. This is really interesting right now. 3-on-3, but the HP favoring so much for the Sentinels, and Bales is going to get completely clipped out. And this is where the power of the CS63 is coming into play, in all honesty. This should be GG.
Is he in the playmaking tank?
Yeah, I mean, he should be, but the CSs, they're rushing the SDB at the moment. Geordie, just a little bit too late at this stage. Mary Turnip going to be having a bit of a dance at the moment. Geordie hoping that his roll's going to be good. And he's going to miss the shot. Unfortunately, it takes a little bit too long. Going to try and get ahead, try to block Randy off. Randy misses the shot as well. Geordie going to be flinging his body down. And surely should be able to land a shot. No, it goes into the gun. Geordie is going to take a single shot. It's up to Whippet just to stay alive at the moment. Geordie should be able to get this kill eventually. Oh, another bad shot! Randy, what is he doing at the moment? He's just built different at this stage. A lot of HP. Yeah, a lot of HP going in the favor of Randy at the moment. Geordie, another one at this stage. Another one into the gun. Where's Mary Turnip? Not Whippet, sorry.
Oh my goodness. Up to Mary Turnip. It should not be up to Mary Turnip, Kev. That is unreasonable.
He's a real hero, an icon for many generations. And he's ready to take on Cobra, a ruthless criminal organization that has stormed World of Tanks. He's a formidable warrior. He's Duke, leader of the G.I. Joe team. Yo, Joe!
Engage target!
Duke comes with over 200 custom preset voice commands.
Lit up like bonfire night.
And 3 trained skills.
Yo, Joe! Get those snakes!
Duke available now. This is not a toy. Batteries not included. You can pick up any 2 of these battle-hardened vehicles, or get some extra missions for Duke, and some provisions too. Hey, a crew's gotta eat. Along with Duke, you'll get a unique medal, 20 missions for ×5 experience when victorious, a brand new set of battle missions and rewards, and a day of World of Tanks premium account. Duke is ready to fight for you, and getting him and all the other goodies is easy. Simply click Claim Offer on the dedicated World of Tanks Prime Gaming page. Link your Amazon and World of Tanks accounts. Then click the Allow button to redeem the offer. It's that simple. Now, let's get your goodies. Already in the game, just exit and log in again. Visit the official website to learn more. Good luck on the battlefield, Commander. Duke's got your back.
This was an important battle. We needed a victory. The enemy was more experienced. But we had 2 aces up our sleeve. The K-91PT is a Tier 9 tank destroyer. It looks bellicose. It strikes the target hard. Its typical Soviet accuracy is compensated for by insane damage per minute. With a gun rammer, improved ventilation, and brothers in arms, it's even more effective. He went to the front line, to the thick of the action. His allies kept up. So did the enemy. A good old positional skirmish was about to happen. And our hero was ready. Here we go. The K91 PT systematically gnaws 390 HP off of enemy vehicles. And they sure don't like it. There are two reasons for it, apart from the obvious. First, the opponents don't understand what the thing is. Second, they don't know where to penetrate this beast. The K91 PT's hull might look strange, but it has its use.
Hello and welcome back to ANZ Premier League for week number 3. This time we're going to get the intro down pat, Kev. Hopefully the microphone's still working. Anyways, we're moving into another matchup. This one being Christchurch Conquerors and North Sydney Sentinels. Now, this one, in theory, on paper, looks like it should be relatively one-sided. What do you reckon?
Yeah, look, I think in paper and reality, I think it is going to be that. The reality is Conquerors, I've always been saying this is a rebuilding season. I think they've looked close in one of the series, obviously, missed out the opportunity of taking the victory. And then the next series, they kind of got smacked away by Adelaide Action X, if I remember correctly. So it's not looking too fantastic for them already, against one of the best inside the league as well. Let's be real. Sentinels are by far a class above.
Yeah, well, you would say so.
Summarizes everything.
They did actually only go for the draw last week against Matildas, though. So, I mean, I feel like they're a team that's kind of prone to drawing in regular season. It was something that cropped up a lot in season 1.
Yeah.
Granted, I do think Matildas is a pretty good squad, but if it's something that continues to pop up over and over and over again for Sentinels, maybe Christchurch Conquerors can sneak away a draw here. If they do so, that would be a big result, in my opinion.
Yeah, absolutely.
Fairly new roster, so I think there's not too many expectations for the Conquerors.
Yeah, but look, what I really like about the Conquerors lineup is at the very least when they're making the plays, they're being decisive about it. They're not like, dare I say it, they're not half-assing it. They're not going like, oh, I'm a bit scared of making this play. Mom, Dad, hold my hand. They're actually just going, all right, we're going to do it. And if we lose or win the battle, let's kind of improve from there and kind of build forward from there. Which is like I said, it's better to full commit and kind of go, all right, that didn't work. Why didn't it work? Rather than like not commit or half commit. And you can see most of the time their committing timings are pretty good. Their focus fire is there on point. They don't have the strongest roster in the league in terms of individuals, but I would say that these are definitely some of the harder working individuals to try to get up to scratch, obviously, and quietly just looking forward to how they perform overall. In all honesty, I don't expect to see them in finals. I'll be real, but he is hoping they can cause a couple of upset. He is hoping they're going to be on the upwards trajectory. It is going to be an upset if they do get the draw, because as I said, I talk very well about the North Sydney Sentinels, but there's a very good reason why. It is very much a team of strong individuals. They play together normally, and they have a fantastic core.
They do indeed, and they're a very, very solid squad. I'm expecting a 4-0 today, to be honest, from North Sydney Sentinels. Not so much just because I have a couple of them in my fantasy team, but because I think it's a matchup that they probably need to win in a way, especially considering at the moment they're just trailing a little bit behind Action X, who are in first place. And Action X so far have got the 2 victories. Sentinels a draw and a victory. So if they're hoping to catch up and perhaps even overtake them, I mean, you probably need a pretty clean sheet for the rest of the competition, which is, I'd say, what Sentinels is going to be aiming for. Someone to watch today is Goober, who's played a fair bit, actually. He's played every single game for the Conquerors so far.
Yeah.
Done a pretty reasonable job.
Yeah, I mean, definitely, it's been a bit of a struggle, right? Because I think you're looking at Slayer, like not Slayer stat, but Conqueror's stats in terms of everything. Slayer's a captain, obviously. It's not going to be huge across the board because they're the ones that are struggling this season. They're not going to be able to put up huge numbers when they're losing series, but I think that's respectable in terms of anything. Doing 1,800 damage is a lot better than what most people can do on the Hong Kong server. And look, he's got a pretty good accuracy rate. Might want to increase the pen value, but if I remember correctly, Goober doesn't really play kind of like the tanks with high pens. It's kind of like the bat chats and everything, and they don't have the best guns to go through some of the super heavy armor. Let's be real.
Yeah, well, another one to have a look at is going to be Wimo.
Isn't it Wimo?
Don't make me second guess myself here, Kev.
No, it is Wimo. He told us afterwards, but he's had some decent games, I would say. Definitely hasn't stood out as much as some of the others in the Sentinels, but I would also argue not his job really to stand out. He's kind of like the role player of the team, plays the heavies and whatnot. He doesn't whine about it.
Yeah, and I'm interested to see how this one does pan on out. Sentinels have chosen Cliff, Ghost Town for Conquerors. Ghost Town has been the map that we've seen Conquerors leaning towards every single week so far this season. And in fact, it seems like they are the only team that is leaning towards Ghost Town, which means they're getting their reps on it. And I think it's actually not a bad thing, right? If you're one of the weaker teams in the league, which let's be real, they are, getting onto a map that might be unfamiliar territory for the better teams and the teams that you're going up against could potentially net you a cheeky point here or there, which, in the grand scheme of things, if they can force it through to a draw, get two rounds on Ghost Town, for example, most teams aren't going to get a draw against Sentinels. And there's a few other teams I'm sure that applies to as well. So, I think it's a good idea. I think it's a good strategy.
Yeah, absolutely. And look, you got to play to your strengths. So I have to say in Ghost Town, definitely a map where they have performed quite well in terms of the brawling, in terms of the calls as well. I'm just hoping I'm seeing something a bit different this week because I felt like the last 2 weeks, the Conquerors have kind of used the same thing. And Sentinels, they're a very good team in terms of breaking down something. I think the only weakness the Sentinels may have is just something really quick happens their way. And Ghost Town is not a map where something quick happens. You can't just rush a cap and just hope to get lucky. You actually need to take systematic map control. You need to understand your firing corridors, and you need to figure out, okay, how do we get the tanks in the position without bleeding out and go from there.
So we're about to find out. Time to move on to Ghost Town. And it's Conquerors that start on the defense. Sentinels moving on to attack. Double 50B, double E100. And a Super Conqueror. So Sentinels just want to get into that city and have a bit of a brawl. Whereas for Conquerors, they do have a bat chat. So they're going to work their way around the outer edges of the map, at least with that bat chat, and see what they can get done.
All right, it is going to be Sentinels in the attack. Just the 50Bs and the Super Conk tucked into this corner, looking to maybe punish the bat chat on the cross at the moment. That said, though, a lot of the Conquerors actually set up for this one flag defense, not really covering off the two flag, which is completely fine. Now the question, does Goober make this cross without being... Oh, it's actually the 113 that spots it. Callum, though, able to only take a single one, as now the E100 start rolling onto the 2 cap.
Yeah, I mean, Goober didn't actually get lit, so the position that he's getting into, at some point, he's going to have shots onto those 50Bs. Whether or not it's early enough remains to be seen. Roendi does sneak a nice one through. Good exchange of damage, favoring him, obviously, with that big health pool as well. But now things are starting to look bad for Sentinels, and this is what I'm talking about. Ghost Town, they just maybe aren't comfortable with. Look at where Xanon is. He's just getting absolutely blitzkrieged. Slayer does go down first, though, so Sentinels actually have the numbers advantage, but surely they're losing this 50B.
Yeah, unfortunately, it's, Xanon's kind of caught out in the mid-league open at this stage, and I don't think the 50Bs are going to be lost just yet, even though the focus fire is coming out.
Callum's got to get it.
Xanon. Yep, there it is, Callum. Decides to do the responsible thing, get the killing blow, but look at all these shots just penning the E100. Tuck's just going to absolutely fall. I've never seen an E100 actually go down so quickly. Now Camo as well, clips out in terms of everything, trying to stand
Goober's
and
on the
deliver.
side.
It's now Goober, 4 shots left. This is a critical flank he needs to make work out. Cindy, about 8 seconds left on the reload, is going to be chasing off soon, as Wimo going to cover off the corner. Rowan's going to push forward to make sure it doesn't take too much damage. This is now a really interesting fight right now, as Goober is allowed to get off another clip and try to drive away before Cindy can catch up.
And he's going to be absolutely booking it, isn't he? Cindy doesn't have the speed to match the bat chat in the 50B, so he's going to let him go. Sentinels have a HP deficit. They're on the attack as well, but they can potentially find a 2v1 overmatch here. 100's going to have to lead the charge. It's going to have to be Wimo that rolls around this corner first. In fact, actually, it looks like Rowendi's going. There's a 50B behind them.
Correct, and this is so important right now. Camo needs to hit these shots on Rowendi. This is where the tricky part is, because it is so hard to hit these shots onto Rowendi from this distance.
Cindy also has a few shots left in the clip, so if that 50B overcommits, Cindy might be able to start rolling in and doing damage. He's actually down to a one-shot, though. Goober still hasn't found an angle. Cindy wins the duel against Callum. It's still a 2-on-2, but, I mean, you've got to favor the 50B and the bat chat in a situation like this. Wimo is going to be, like, almost irrelevant in a way. He's so slow. admittedly, he's going to catch up to Camo, and I don't think Camo is going to actually be able to take him out.
Well,
so it's down
here's
to
the
what
thing.
Goober can do right now.
What do you mean? Camo just drives circles around the E100. Even if you have a turbocharger at this stage, you can just drive around, just allow Goober to make plays.
Cindy is also watching,
No,
obviously
Cindy's dead.
not anymore. And
He's
like
dead.
I said, it really depends on what Goober does. And so in this instance, taking down Cindy, I mean, now the
This is what I
E100...
mean. What do you mean the E100 is going to do something against the 50B? Camo's just going to drive around the ridgeline, and now Wymo's
I'm not
just
talking
going to be
about
like...
the E100, Kev. I'm talking about the 50B. If Cindy's
What is
still
he-
alive,
He's
does
not.
he not have an angle? Yeah, I understand he's not now. But if he is, if Goober goes in a different direction, does he not have an angle onto Camo as Camo's running away?
Yeah, he gets 1 or 2, but I don't think it would have changed the outcome. Is that the Batchat's going to be able to relocate in time before Cindy gets in a position where he can actually do damage. He has to be worried about Camo's positioning, has to be worried about the Batchat. You have to take a bit of a gamble there. Now the E100, yep, gets spotted out, and they can just play it accordingly. So
This is the worst fit. This is why
Yeah,
I don't like playing heavy tanks.
this is like the part where, as like a Batchat player, you just go, yep, no worries. All right, where's my circle right now? Yeah, that's pretty good. Yeah, all right, I'm outside the white line. Perfect.
He's
Yep.
actually got only APCR still. Like, he's down to only APCR now, Goober. So that's going to be rough for him at some point. Camo's on the reload as well. Well, this is the most anticlimactic finish to a first game, but the
Good
good
stuff
news
from
is...
Conquerors.
Exactly. Conquerors get the win, or will get the win, barring some crazy shenanigans. Which really sets this game up quite nicely, quite interesting.
Oh, the poor Pinata at the moment. Why, Mo? Why? He's probably saying, why have you put me in this tank? Why has God forsaken me? I thought this was a good tank. It is, unfortunately, just not for kind of trying to brawl against 50Bs
Yeah,
and
literally, it
Batchats.
says right there, Kev. E100 over mouse supporter. What about
Yeah,
E100
Mouse would have been
versus...
bullied even harder, let's be real.
What about an AMX 50B? What about a Batchat? What about a 277? I mean, at what point do you say E100 sucks and I want a faster tank?
I don't think it was really the E100's fault there. Both Batchats, or both AMX 50Bs, should I say, that were being played by the Sentinels. They were, and this is a common problem that we see sometimes with the 50Bs, is when they're involved in these city brawls. Yeah, it's fantastic if they're able to get a clip off on an opponent, but the positioning from the Conquerors, and this is what I mean, they've been very decisive in these games so far. Like, when it comes to crunch time, it wasn't a hesitation of, oh, the Sentinels were a bit scared. They committed. Goober sends it across, gets the shots in, he goes in the city. There's no such thing as second guessing or whatnot. It takes a couple of shots, he starts moving. 50B rolls in, 113, brawls it out, Super Conk, fights it out. And that was just all around a team effort coming out from the Conquerors. Unfortunately for Sentinels, I don't feel like they actually had the HP to stand up. The 50Bs were actually nullified quite efficiently early on. I mean, Rainbow, that's probably one of the worst games you'll see out of Rainbow, in all honesty. And I hate to kind of say that Sentinels require these 50Bs to pop off. Truth of the scenario is that if, Camo's able to stay alive and get 2 or 3 clips off, he does 4,000 damage versus your 1,200, that's going to make up for your difference in super heavy HP.
Yeah, I mean,
That's what we
Rainbow
saw as well.
probably only getting the 1 clip off there in the 50B,
Yeah.
which is not, normal for him. Yeah. Great work from Camo, 4.5k almost. And even Kuba, I mean, the auto loader, that's exactly what you want from your auto loaders. Getting that many clips off, perfection.
Yeah, and it's just getting in the right position as well. It does look like they kind of read what was happening. They pushed towards the right area. They brought it out effectively, had the crossfire, and just worked it from there. This was honestly a fantastic match between both sides, and I think obviously that was a bit of a anticlimactic finish. It was a matter of when, not if, and it was just, all right, it's kind of like beating Pinata. I don't know. I hate to call Wymo, Pinata at this stage, but really E100 in Ghost Town in the open field, it is not, there's nothing much that he can really do. So definitely MVP going out to Goober there in terms of making a lot of the plays. Really good focus fire between the super heavies and positioning from the Conquerors as well. This is where it starts getting scary though. You can go on 1-0 at the moment from your defense. It is a bit easier sometimes to hold on. Now you're shifting onto your attack, and that's where the Sentinels go, well, we shouldn't be losing these. What do we fix to make sure this is a 3-1 for this week?
I mean, you can go up 2-0 as we've seen against Sentinels, and that's not even going to put them off their gameplay, right? We saw that last week. Matildas were up 2-0. You thought, gee, finally we're going to see Sentinels losing a game. But they go 2-0 then on Cliff, and they're able to come back. So I would be expecting that Sentinels are going to come back stronger and better after this one. But yeah, I mean, it's good signs really from Conquerors, and I am looking forward to seeing what they've got for us on the attack now as well.
Yeah, let's see if it's going to be the case of the same old onto the 2 flag. If we're going to see something new. That was definitely a very different defensive setup. We hadn't seen that before. And I do feel like Ghost Count sometimes on the defense or on the attack, it is a bit of a coin flip, because if the defenders are set up the correct angle, like the Conquerors were just then, it does look like a very easy shutdown. I've seen multiple times 50Bs lining up, taking out a bat chat, try and climb one of the hills as well, and there's absolutely nothing you can do as a bat chat except kind of cop it. So let's wait and see. We're going to see a bit more of the auto loaders and a bit of the city control. We're going to see a bit more flexibility in terms of maneuverability with the CS63s and maybe a couple of 113s to bolster the reinforcements. It's a good question. I think this is one of the maps where we actually see a bit of diversity right now, where we actually go, yeah, actually, you can actually opt to go for different tanks. It's not like a map where you go, we can't use an E100 at all.
Yeah, it does always feel a bit... It feels a bit precarious and maybe a bit risky sometimes, picking those E100s, those Maus, even the Super Conquerors, depending on the map. Just in the situations where it doesn't have value, you know, because like you look at it, you're like, okay, if we get into a brawl, if we're getting into fight in the city, great, awesome. But as soon as we're having to... Yeah, but as soon as we're starting to have to rotate anywhere, you feel like, oh, you know, I really wish I would have taken another tank here. Like, even if it might have pulled us back a little bit on the brawling ability. You know, you see it a lot on Ruinberg. I feel like even sometimes on Himmelsdorf, which is like the quintessential super heavy map, right? Corridors, etc. You think like, okay, would a 277 have been better here just because it can get to the fight a little bit quicker, it can rotate away a little bit quicker instead of just being a sitting duck in these late game situations?
I think it's very situational, right? Because it's like if you're looking at an E100 and going, it's not good because of the end game where you have to drive out and fight a Batchat and 50B, then no tank's going to be good against a Batchat and 50B. Not even a 277 is going to be fantastic, right? Yeah. I think that's very much a case of I don't think a 277 would have changed. They would have lost the brawl even harder. You're looking at a deficit of about 600 HP. That is actually 2 shots from the Batchat. That's the difference there. You win the brawl so much more convincingly with 2 E100s than an E100 and a 277. Because in a 277, you have to also remember your DPM goes down. You have less HP to brawl with. Sure, you got more maneuverability, but technically you kind of have less armor as well.
Yeah, I mean, I don't want to get too hung up on the 277 specifically. It was just a tank to throw out there. I mean, any tank really would be the argument. But look, regardless, we're moving into round 2. If Conquerors can get the 2-0 on Ghost Town, what a big result that would be. A change for Sentinels as well. Iron Guard comes in for Zanin, who's out. Still Roendi. Actually, never mind, it's not still Roendi. Roendi wasn't in a 50B last round, I should say. It's still Cindy in a 50B. Rainbow has gone over to the Batchat, moving off the 50B. So it's a bit of a lighter lineup for Sentinels this time. Just a single E100.
What a cross coming out from Rainbow. Just goes straight through the field and he actually clears out everything over there at the AB line. So, which is pretty solid, but Conquerors actually just setting up for their usual shenanigans over here on that 2 side, or the 2 cap. You can see as soon as the super heavies get over there, they're going to drive straight into the cap, and the AMX 50B as well as the Batchat and Camo and Goober. Let's see how they go overall.
And this is pretty standard from Conquerors. They do like to just get onto that point and try to brawl it out. Tuck, the E100, will be leading the charge. Good shot from Slayer on the move. Does manage to pen Wymo in that E100. Looked like he was held down, but anyway, Slayer's snuck one through.
And this is what I mean. Yeah, this is what I mean though. It's very important right now that, okay, so Tuck might not have a first aid kit, so Commander's going to be injured, which is going to be a little bit detrimental to the DPM. There it is, medkit's going to be used. Nice couple of pen shots coming out from Iron Guard, who is relatively hold down the Super Kong. Now here comes in the problem, right? There's 3 auto loaders up against the 2. Right, and so far it looks like Sentinel's definitely winning the HP exchange, but we've got 10 seconds left on the cap. The 50Bs now need to force their way on.
Man, Iron Guard.
Wymo needs to.
Or Wymo. I think it's going to have to be Wymo here. He seems like the guy that's in position. Doesn't manage to pen that shot. It's down to Iron Guard. Oh, no. Sentinels, don't let it happen again. Oh, dearie me. I can't believe it, Kev. I cannot believe it. That's the 2nd week in a row they've been capped out. This time with resets available. That's not good. I don't even think those 50Bs fired a shot, by the way.
No, they were still rotating. You know what we say? That is not Pog. Once again, fantasy points being absolutely ruined right now. People there are going to be absolutely. How do I say it?
I've got two
molding.
Sentinels players in my roster, and that's the second time they've gone and done me like that. So I'm not too happy. We'll be having words with Rainbow after this one.
Oh, look, can't really blame them at the end of the day. It just comes down to Conquerors just being quite decisive. Once again, it's not the first time we're seeing it, not the second time. It's actually the third time now. I feel like it's the same basis. And maybe that's why it's so strong. You get the super heavies onto the cap, the Bat Chat and the 50B supporting, so you can't really push in easily for the reset. A couple of, unlucky RNG shots, you can't get the reset. You start to panic a little bit. You push in, you take a bit of damage, you get tracked maybe. You can't find like the reset shot, and that's it. The game's over.
Yep.
That's what it felt like once again, which is unfortunate.
In the end, Cindy in the 50B did get one shot out, so I'll give him that. Did manage to get the one shot out, but those 50Bs didn't have a very fun game at all. Callum didn't either, but hey, at least he was in the mix getting some cap points up. He helped the team. Yeah, I got to say, the only person that looked like they were enjoying that game was probably Iron Guard in that Supercomp, because he was the one that got to farm the E100s on the cross. Until this point, then he was probably going, no, I'm not going to get there.
Yeah, and that's like the kind of the power of side scraping E100s, kind of. It is pretty difficult to go through it. You need to rush your shots to get the reset to make sure you got enough time to play with. But there you go. Okay, so the draw's definitely secured now by Conquerors. Hang on a second over here.
Like I said, Sentinels, they just have this thing about draws in regular season.
Yeah. I mean, I was about to say, ANZ PL 2-2, let's battle, right? I mean, I jokingly put, I think, 69 points on for 2-2, but it does look like I'm going to reap the rewards at the moment. So there's going to be my channel points, potentially. Conquerors angling for a victory. That was very unlikely. Coming into this week, if you asked me, Conquerors actually setting off a victory, I would have been like, you're dreaming, mate. Absolutely dreaming.
Yeah. Well, I mean, we have to wait and see. I mean, is it going to happen again for Sentinels, the magical 2-2 comeback? They are moving on to, was it Cliff they chose, right? Which was the map that they were able to 2-0 last week against Matildas. So there is a precedent set already.
Yeah, absolutely. So, I mean, this is just odd, right? Like this is kind of like the first couple of times we're seeing the autoloaders actually being neutralized a little bit in terms of the cap pressure. And maybe that's actually Sentinels need to kind of go back and take a look at the board and going, okay, if this does happen again, right? One chance on Ruenberg, I'm like, look, happens to the best of us. Let's reset and just make sure it doesn't happen again. This has happened twice now. It's not a case of, it's come really close to the 3 cap. It's definitely a scenario where they can get the reset. They can actually play accordingly around their strengths and then are unable to. So is it a case of their setup being incorrect? Or maybe they are getting punished for being a bit greedy, having too many auto loaders instead of having maybe an extra 277, a 113 that is allowed a bit more flexibility in rotating around and actually getting the resets. Because just remember, we can't, like, we're faulting maybe YMF for not getting a reset. The reality is he's an E100 and going, well, I have to try to get one shot in. Every single time I try to get one shot in, I'm getting shot by 3 tanks and 2 that's on the other side.
Mm-hmm.
So is it down to setup potentially? Is it down to Conquerors having a bit of brilliance in terms of their setup? I think it's a combination of a couple of those factors.
Yeah, there may have been a bit too much of an onus put on Wymo there because...
Correct.
Like, at the end of the day, yes, he should have got the reset, but there should also probably be someone sitting next to him if he misses the reset to then get the reset.
How many times have you played tanks and you gone and gone, yep, I'm at about 50 meters over here. I've got a nice juicy gold round load and I'm looking at your weak spot and you fire and you just hear ping. Ding.
Yeah.
Oh,
no, 100%.
That one bounced.
100%. I agree. And
that's why I'm a changed man. I used to be like just pen your shots lol kind of thing. But after playing the Panther 2 today, I'm just like, that has never been a worse scenario of going, that is green, you're fully aimed against a tank that has no armor, and it's like, for some reason, that one's just ricocheted. So I'm like, yeah, cool.
Yeah, I mean, I think, like, I agree. You know, these things happen, and that's why you always want to have a couple of people that have the potential chance to get a reset. And putting it down to one person getting a reset, things can go wrong. And obviously things have gone wrong. I think the 50Bs took way too long to rotate as well. They were off in no man's land. I don't know really what they were doing. So definitely a little bit of a a little bit of a how you gone moment, really, for Sentinels there. But look, they're moving on to Cliff. This is a map they should feel more comfortable on. They're not going to be probably in the E100s. They're going to be more likely in the lighter tanks, in the faster tanks, and I think that's where they're going to excel a little bit more. So, I mean, geez, I guess we'll have to wait and see if they can actually make this comeback happen. I almost want to see Conquerors get the win, though. You know, like just because, like, at that point, you're going, oh, okay, you know, what does that mean for the rest of the season here? Let's find out. We move on to Cliff.
Well, it's appropriate. To be a Conqueror, right? You've got to be the Kingslayer. So, what better to take down the Sentinels, who have looked pretty undefeatable in Cliff? All they need is one more. Hell, they've already secured the draw at this stage. Here we go. I think one... you ever going to pick a Sentinels player again for your fantasy team, Jordan? That's the real question.
Really... You know, I had Archers players at the start of the season. I've kind of gone sour on that. I might be going sour on Sentinels here as well. We'll see.
So,
Thake's come in. Conquerors. Yeah, I was going to say, Thake's come in for Callum. So he's a bad chat player, but he's in a TVP this time. Still kind of same tank, although one is better than the other. I'll let you decide which one is which. Fast hill climb from Sentinels with 2 tanks.
This is very, very stock standard to what they normally do. Rainbow's also crossed over towards a donut as well. There's a bit of bleed onto the CSs, but look, they're safe on hill, right? I think that's the important thing right now. Thake's bleeding out quite a bit, so... But there is actually a bit of an overmatch right now against Rainbow, so does need to be cautious against the 2 autoloaders. STB's taking these hold down positions as well, and 113 tucked in. Not bad for Conquerors. Now this just comes down to the individual ability for both teams. Just slow and steady.
Slow and steady looks a little more advantageous for Sentinels at the moment, I would say. Yeah. Cindy's on the reload. I just wonder how Conquerors are going to get those 2 tanks at donut out of there to safety if they need to.
You don't really need to push anyone off, right? Because the CSs, when they rotate off hill, okay, so how do you make this work as Conquerors? So the way that Cindy's rotating, all right, so maybe get the bat chat to flank in, get a couple of like cheeky flank shots in, start creating a bit of pressure with the CS63s and create an overmatch. Maybe that's an opportunity for them to work.
No, what if the bat chat rotates away, rotates down the 1-2 line, gets up into donut, you have the 2 bat chats duel the TVP and the bat chat. They actually win that 2v2 because the TVP's on 927 HP. He also doesn't have as much damage in the clip as the bat chats. Yep. And they have actually got enough damage to clip out both of those 2 tanks. The STBs, the 113s, won't really be able to help, and Roendi is even putting more damage into Goober as he overcommits. It's not even Roendi, sorry, it's Wymo. But either way.
They're
what is... bleeding damage.
Yeah,
and they shouldn't be. They can't.
Yeah, they should just be tucked in at this stage and just maybe just allow the situation to unfold. But, I mean, this is double your point now. Cindy's going to be rotating down. He has been, I think, spotted out. So, which means that, all right, Conquerors, you know what's coming. What are you going to do to get out of this poor scenario? Do you move one of your bat chats? Do you dump over? What's going on over here? Dump over to the 277. CSs can come off hill. But the TVP as well as the bat chat definitely going to be out there and left to dry.
Well, they had to do something, didn't they? And this is actually probably the best choice that they could have made. They do get the opening kill. It's a question of how much damage actually do they trade for that. Cindy in the 1-on-2 is going to take down Thake here. He's got one more shot in the clip. Maybe not. He missed that second last shot or bounced it. And so now he's down to a 1 shot. He's not actually as confident to try and take that 2-on-1.
Yeah, Rainbow meanwhile. Yeah, Rainbow's just farming up at the moment. They're going to be relatively happy because they got the overmatch on the 113. Camo is pretty low. Goober on the chase for Cindy right now, which is a pretty important deal for them to be taking. And Thake's able to just reset and just get into a different position as well. He's got a clip ready.
Goober 100% dead. Yeah, unless Goober misses his shots. He's got one more left. Surely not. He does connect it. First one went haywire. Second one does go in. But it's still a 3-on-2. Rainbow in his bat chat fairly healthy. Will be able to chase Goober down. He knows he's on reload. Camo in that SCB-1 is 1 HP. And, well, in theory, for Wymo and Roendi, it should be a case of Wymo goes up, takes 1 shot, survives, and then they both go in and shoot the SCB-1 anyway.
Yeah.
And just play the 2v1, while Rainbow just tries to chase Goober down and theoretically should win that duel as well.
Not a bad idea, though, to kind of play together. Rainbow and kind of that spot we saw last week where he absolutely farmed up the storm. Camo's going to spot out Wymo right now, drop down, might be shot by Rainbow, who might have the angle, as Goober spots out Rainbow. Tracking shot onto Wymo, Camo dancing around at the stage, doesn't want to appear too far back, but this is definitely winnable right now for the SDB. But Wymo does manage to get a very important shot off.
And I kind of like, actually, the fact that Rainbow's not trying to win this 1v1 after doing a little bit of a mental calculation. It's a 3-shot for both tanks, both bat chats, if I'm not doing the maths incorrectly. So probably better to just play it safely, wait for your CS63s here, give you those extra couple of shots worth of leeway if push comes to shove, you know, rather than just trying to take the duel and hoping that you're the player that gets the first 3 shots out. I mean, even actually, Sentinels can get on the cap, which it seems is what they're going to do. Rainbow hiding in a bush here, and that almost guarantees that he gets the first shot. He's not moving. He's in a bush. Goober's going to have to move in here for the reset. Unless Goober goes all the way around, which I think he might have time to do, but he's gone the wrong way. He's going to run into Rainbow.
I'm just trying to think, it's like, how are you going to get this reset? So Rainbow is just going to stay here. He doesn't really need to move at this current point in time. Does he spot out?
Nope. But he will.
Yeah.
When Goober goes up to the reset bush. I mean, we know where he's going, right? He's going onto that little ramp with the bush. He's going to try and use that.
Yeah.
But
he's going to be spotted here, so he's going down pretty much immediately. So Rainbow just holding the shot right now, just waiting for Goober to commit into a pretty much an untenable situation. There you have it. Sentinels striking back 1-2.
Yeah, indeed, indeed. So the storyline continues, doesn't it? Nicely played game from Sentinels. Getting 2 CS63s up on the hill without really being punished for it was pretty big news. And Rainbow, we've seen actually in that bat chat, play that exact position over and over and over again, haven't we? It's like the G3 position, where you just, it's like a super safe spot, right? He can't really get pushed. He doesn't have to rotate off. He just clips out as soon as someone pushes over the hill. And Iron Guard playing the bait in the 277. I mean, he did enough damage, I'm sure, before he went down to make it worthwhile. And on the same token, I don't mind what I saw there from Conquerors. Like, they were in a rough spot. Okay, I will retract. I say, I don't mind what I saw in terms of the push over the hill. I think the bleed that they allowed to happen earlier on, probably unacceptable. But
yeah, I was just like, okay, CS is on a hill that stage. So you had to either tuck in underneath or you got to figure out exactly what's going on. I think they were pretty just worried about what they're doing with the TVP and everything, but they're frozen static. The bat chat peaks over to hill. And look, once again, I'm not trying to fault this, but the difference between having 800 HP with your bat chat where you go, actually, I can tank a shot right now. I'm happy to actually trade shots with a lower HP bat chat because I got a TVP with me. And on 900 where you go, actually, I can't trade shots, may mean the difference of, well, the CS is actually falter a little bit earlier because they can't actually take the trades because then Rainbow has pressure against him. Bat chat's able to kind of win the trades at the end of the day. That's pretty fantastic once again. It looks like 8's a magic number a lot of the time for some of these playmaking tanks. Like I said, it's not too bad from the Conquerors, and it's going to be the case of maybe it's just down to a couple of individuals just hitting a couple of shots or tucking in, making sure they don't bleed out, because on this format, every single HP matters. We see towards the end, Rendi as well as Wymo, they're both down to 1 shots, 87 and 256 HP. Definitely tradable in terms of maybe if there's an extra shot put in, or maybe the TVP has a bit of extra HP because he doesn't stay around for shots he doesn't need to make. Bat chat stays alive for long enough because he doesn't take too many shots. Who knows?
Yep. It's all about that. It's like, okay, yeah, you might take 1 extra shot, but that also might mean that you don't get 1 more shot out as well in that sense. So it's like a net deficit of 2 as opposed to 1, which it seems like sort of on face value. Yeah, I mean, good stuff in the sort of the critical moments, it felt like, for Conquerors, but it seemed like they were just a little bit lazy maybe, or a little bit overeager, or a bit lackadaisical maybe in the low pressure scenario, which is kind of strange. You know, normally you expect those mistakes and that bleed to happen in the high pressure scenario, but all they had to do, they're on defense, Kev. They don't have to move. They just have to sit there, have to be patient, wait and see what happens.
I think the problem is, and this is coming down to like someone who never really liked the hill position a lot of the time. I was like, I think it's the pressure of when there are 2 CSs on hill, right? Because even though I meme a lot about the CS and I go, yeah, it's a pretty quick speed machine, doesn't have armor, there is one fact about it. It actually is pretty solid DPM. I think it's the 3rd best for all like med tanks that are non-reward. And you can't underestimate the fact that once they get into a solid position where they're overlooking you, where, yeah, they're only really exposing a turret, it's actually pretty difficult to pen your shot against just a turret on a CS63. then you go, all right, we have to make a bit of a move. I have to try to take the shot to make the CSs feel a little bit more uncomfortable. You take a couple of shots in and then you're forced into a bit of a move. And so far, that seems to be a recurring theme around Sentinel's strategy. You take hill and then you play around the map accordingly. And when you see teams actually start running disruption around this, is it a case of we actually seeing the STRV come out into the magic bush? Is it a case of we start seeing more pressure being placed on 1-2? I don't think that's a magic solution because you can still sit, even if you sit tanks on the cap, you can get resets with the CS63s. Let's be real. So I think it's a work in progress, I think, in terms of everything. But I do feel like it is very strong.
I think the STRV is the kind of tank that you pick on Cliff if you're not that confident in your defense, if that makes sense. You know, it seems like, okay, this is an easy tank that we get a lot of value out of without having to really do a whole lot. But if you're the kind of team that wants to be on the front foot, that wants to be the one making the decisions and not waiting for your opponent to come to you, you probably do prefer a medium tank in there, or maybe even a heavy tank just for that mid brawl. So I think it depends on, you know, the comfort level of a team in their defensive side of Cliff. And obviously, as a result of that, what kind of setups they want to be going for. Because if you do pick an STRV, it basically means we're 4v5 in the center of the map, which means we can't push over. Like, we almost can't push over, in a way. Yeah. Because you're always going to be at a tank deficit.
But
so
it's
you need
also
to
at the
wait
same
for your
time,
opponent to come to you.
You don't need to push over. That's the whole thing. It's STRV. It's like either you have to take blind shots and hope you get lucky. CS63 doesn't have the caliber to go through. That's the truth of it. It doesn't overmatch the STRV's armor. STRV stays hold down, just ricochets. There's like one angle, and I remember it's like just that infamous, like the angle at Prokhorovka, where if you're the north spawn, you know, where you sit the STRV to wait the 1-2 line push. Like at the north spawn, like near the very top. And people are like, why don't you just pen your shot against the STRV? And it's just like, bro, I'm looking at it with heat rounds. And, well, it's got a heat shield firstly. So even though it says it's green, it doesn't go through because it just gets eaten up. And then you go, and it's hold down, so you can't
barely even see the tank. You can probably barely even hit the tank. And even when you
yell
do,
at, it's like, just hit him. Just pen him. Just kill him. Why are you not killing him? Well, he's hold down. Well, we'll have to see if an STRV comes out. So things are getting excited once again. Is it going to be 2-2 or is it going to be a victory for the Conquerors?
Yeah. Another opportunity for another team up against Sentinels. Matildas wasn't able to get it over the line last week, but Conquerors might be able to get it over the line this week. Sentinels now moving on to the defense. Conquerors on the attack. Now, Sentinels definitely don't strike me as the kind of team to pull out an STRV, to be honest, Kev.
Don't need it. Let's be real. Fake's actually up there pretty nice and early on, so you shouldn't cop too many, except from Rainbow, maybe. Nope, angle's been lost. Rainbow's in the perfect spot, as they say. The CSs, though, ooh, good lead from the STBs.
Super late. Rowendi is there as well. Just trying to provide some cover. In the end, it works out okay. Fake says thank you very much. Wymo just rolls around the corner, not paying much attention. I don't think to trade 1-for-1, but this might be an overcommitment from Fake. Does Rainbow have the angle? That's the question.
No, he actually doesn't. So Fake can actually play this accordingly. He's actually got the height advantage and everything. So this is actually fantastic bleed coming out from the Conquerors. It's still relatively equal though. And well, there has been a lot of module damage in some of these members right now. But the numbers advantage for Conquerors right now.
Yeah, I mean, Rainbow misses another shot onto Thake. Wymo's going to get one more in. Thake dies. He's overcommitted. That's not what you want to be seeing in a situation when you're 4v5 up. He could have just gone back up the hill, played the advantage. Rainbow now clipping out. Cindy also doing the same. So there's a moment now where Conquerors, if they knew, could push in and take advantage of those two batch being on reload, but they're not doing anything with this time.
That's just, I hate to do this, but he had the perfect position. He didn't need to do anything. He's locking down Wymo there. Like, Wymo can't push up the hill. Rainbow is spotted out pretty much permanently. Look, the good thing is Rainbow obviously is down low on HP. He has to move right now. There is an STB Camo who's playing the hill. 113 is able to just go on a man fight on the 277. I do think the 113 actually is better DPM at this stage. Goober also off the reload at this stage. The 277 for sure is going to lose this fight. If Goober just
Cindy has angles.
Doesn't overcommit. He does ignite, and that might actually mean he gets out alive, but Rainbow should be able to get a shot in. There we go. No, Cindy actually. Got it.
Yeah, Rainbow's down on the donut, so he's actually going to be pushed here by Slayer. Actually needs help from Cindy. I'm not sure that Cindy even has the info. Rainbow had no idea.
Yeah.
Slayer surely wasn't even lit. Otherwise, Rainbow
Maybe
wouldn't have been
not.
sitting there like that. Yeah, Cindy just too far away to get the spot. Now, Wymo in the 1-on-2 in mid. It's going to be a 1-on-3 soon. I think Wymo just has to kind of commit, has to try and take the kill onto the SCB one here. Otherwise, he is 100% dead. So at least trade 1-for-1 and get Tuck. He missed the shot. Now Camo should have the freest kill of his life.
Yeah. There's the SCB one's going to be at the reload anytime. So Cindy is stuck at the houses. Slayer is just going to be pressuring him, and there you have it. Conquerors, unless Cindy pulls a heroic play out, definitely possible considering how low some of these STB ones are.
It would have to be a miracle. It would have to be an absolute miracle for Cindy to get out of here alive. He should cop at least one as he's running away. The 113 does get that shot in, but Cindy decides he needs to turn, take the fight. The first shot doesn't go through. Slayer's looking for the ram right now, as well as the shot. It's probably not enough to kill Cindy.
No,
but Cindy now doesn't have enough damage to kill Slayer with this final shot. So that is the end of the round. And Slayer, the ram does kill Cindy. It means Conquerors get the victory, 3-1 over Sentinels today. And all of a sudden, everything thrown into disarray. Sentinels, the previous champions of ANZPL, have lost to a team that's sitting at the bottom of the standings.
Oh, I don't know anymore. Like, I'm watching the Conquerors play, and I said this is a reestablishment season. But every single week, I'm going, "Hey, these guys look pretty decent. Maybe I should stop talking smack and go like, no, they've actually achieved like a pretty decent performance. Let's be real. That is a huge upset in terms of everything, and that's not just down to. I wouldn't even say Sentinels play that lackadaisically or anything. They got outplayed systematically by the Conquerors. Let's be real. Like on Ghost Town, they got outplayed. On that attack just then, they got outplayed. STBs were able to farm up a storm on the Conquerors. The individuals stepped up. The team strategy was there. Slayer kind of leading the team. And that's kind of like, I don't know, that's kind of like a dream come true, if you ask me, for some of the Conquerors players, where you go, Slayer goes, yeah, I'm just going to put my hand up. Let's actually rebuild. We don't have the strongest team inside the league at the moment. Could be the punching bag. Who knows? There you have it. Kingslayers. Or the first Kingslayer.
The first. Yeah. I mean, Matildas was close last week. Softened them up. And then Conquerors comes in for the 1-2. And left, right, good night. There goes the Sentinels. So
3.4k on Slayer.
All of a sudden, we have to wonder how many teams actually are making a playoffs run right now. You know, we are in week 3. I was sort of counting out Conquerors. I was sort of counting out Panthers a little bit. Thought, okay, maybe there's 6 teams looking for 4 spots. Maybe now there's 7 teams looking for 4 spots.
Maybe it's just like one of those races where you have like kind of 8 horses racing at this stage, and you're just going, you know, even the outside one has a chance of kind of placing in the top 4. Let's be real. It just it does depend on the team turning up on the day. We've seen the Conquerors now turning up huge time, and that just comes to the fact they're consistently chipping away, they're grinding away, and maybe Sentinels just coming in, playing a bit stock standard in terms of everything. Everything we've seen the Sentinels kind of do on Cliff, we've seen before, right? We know the CSs take heal. We know this happens. We know Rainbow plays at bushes. And maybe Conquerors did a bit of homework and they just went, okay, we know how to counter it. And they did.
Definitely time to go back to the drawing board for Sentinels. Maybe even a time where we'll see them pick a different map, right? We've seen them play Cliff a few weeks in a row now. So what do they go for then? Are they moving on to a different selection, trying to sort of change things up a little bit? Conquerors, as far as I'm concerned, keep on keeping on.
This was the part where I was like, this is fantastic for Conquerors right now, because there is nothing threatening kind of like the over push right now. You've got Thake that's pressuring the hill, so it keeps Rainbow's head down. He's able to make sure Wymo can't climb to the top of the hill. SDB1s then technically have control. They've got the suspension to allow them to dominate the CS63s. But he pushes in here, and I'm going, hang on a second, this is not a commitment call coming out just yet. So he could have stayed there and just kept farming. But I feel like, okay, then Slayer realizes, okay, the rest of the boys need to go in. Goober, I think, trying to find the angle at this current point in time, overcommits a little bit. And there was like a couple of parts where I was pretty scared for Conquerors. This is like one of them where I'm going, oh, you know, you lose Goober. There's 2 bad chats still alive. There's a possibility. But Slayer just pushes in like an absolute champ and just goes, yeah, you know what? Rainbow's a one-shot. I'm going to isolate one of these duels, and Rainbow doesn't get away. I don't think he's expecting that coming out from Slayer.
No, I don't think he was either, which sort of surprises me, because normally Rainbow is that cerebral player that seems to know exactly where everyone is and where everyone can be. But in this instance, he just decides to face, and I don't know if he was expecting maybe Cindy would be able to spot that cross. That's what I was expecting. Looking at the distance now, it's 3 diagonal squares, which is
I thought he was like
maybe
lit
a
up
bit
long
too
enough.
far.
I thought he was lit up long enough where I'm like,
Well,
okay,
yeah,
it looks like Slayer's
yeah.
pushing him. So,
Yeah.
I mean, even there, right? It's like, once again, you can't blame Rainbow for like maybe hiding and just going, oh, I'm just going to pretend like Slayer's not going to push after me because, you know, I'll pretend I've rotated out, things like that. And the Slayer just goes big brain, just goes, yeah, I'm just going to keep driving forward instead. And just kind of break it down. So you think you're playing chess. I'm just playing tanks. I've got a 113.
Well,
Yeah.
there you go, Kev. Conquerors get the win, get the 3 points. Sentinels perhaps need to go back and do a bit of work in the server, a bit of scrimming and stuff like that to figure out what's been going on, because
I think
it's
they
not really
have been.
working.
I think they have been screwing, but I think the difference is when you like in scrims where you can just be like, oh, I can make a couple of mistakes. You might lose a scrim and you go, all right, I've been punished for it, but that's a scrim we're going to do better in officials. Well, we haven't technically lost an official yet. Now you've actually lost an official. This is the first time the Sentinels have ever dropped a series across 2 seasons. And that is quite big, right? That's the part where I'd go, all right, this is not acceptable, guys. Back into the server. We're coming back next week. And I feel kind of sorry for the guys that are versing them next week because Sentinels are going to be pretty scary. But Conquerors, congratulations. You've honestly deserved this victory. I'm happy to eat my words back and go, you know what, Slayer? And to the boys, good work.
Big ups to the Conquerors. And we'll see if they can continue to do good work when we do see them next week. For now, we have to move on. It's time for us to take a break. We'll be taking a look at Adelaide Action X and Auckland Archers after this. So don't go too far away. We'll see you in a sec. Good push from Skorpions, good adaptation, but what's the response from Bulldogs? That's what I wonder.
Yeah, they've lost the HP advantage. Dark actually going to be peering over that ridge line. Doesn't get punished. Only a tracking shot coming out from one of the SDBs at the back over there. Ravi now charging into the fray as well. The IS-7 armor holding up pretty firm at this stage. He's bouncing everything. Madhouse, though, has gone down to the middle of the map. Bulldogs trying to equalize right now by pushing forward. HP in the favor of Bulldogs for now, but they don't have the tanks just yet.
Somehow Dark's just not taking any damage at the moment. I don't know how JT is still alive, by the way. He gets one more shot off. Surely Dark is going to put him to bed here. Reload maybe just half a second too late, and JT continues to survive. He gets one more shot out onto Soldat Udachi before he drops.
Out comes the push, right, from the STB and the CS, and they're going to be like, oh, there's a couple of tanks over here. Hey, Madhouse, do you want to farm up a little bit over here, potentially? As there's the first kill. Aussie's going to be spotted out. Just tanks just kind of sitting in the middle of absolutely nowhere, just bleeding out. This is pretty much a farm session for Bulldogs right now. JT obviously is going to be the first focal point. Then it's going to be Comrade Vodka. That's going to be the next one. But Dark, nice focus fire from the Skorpions to at least make it a 4-3. Obviously, HP still favoring Skorpions at this point in time now, actually, as they're bleeding out the super heavies quite an amount.
Yeah, which is not really what you want to be seeing for Bulldogs, particularly when they've still got a Super Conqueror, they've still got an E100 on the table. Those tanks are designed to have a lot of HP, and well, Comrade Vodka is quite happy to be trying to take this one-on-one, which might not end up actually favoring him. Being up against a Super Conk, he does, I think, miss a shot. Someone else helping him out. I'm imagining that was probably Knight in his own Super Conqueror, so it isn't actually a 1v1, Kev.
This is the perfect position for AVP. He can just side scrape off here and just get the penning shots as well. And these mice are just bleeding out as the Kronwagen's having a field day from Dark. He's just getting a couple of shots into the side of mice, which is, well, they don't have the greatest amount of armor.
Well,
it's
not
like
on
an
the side.
E100, for example. So, and AVP is just a position he can get resets, pretty much. This is perfect for Bulldogs.
But this is still a little bit of a dire situation for Action X. The resets do need to come through onto Callum as well. Let's remember that. Goober's been reset a few times. There's still 26 seconds left on this cap, but
Oh, no.
Callum has all the cap points. 50B still yet to get into the fight. Now Tuck and Camo going to start to put some damage down, and quite frankly, start to receive some damage as well. Slayer gets absolutely booked. He's out of the fight. Tuck unable to fire just yet, and it's, I don't know, it's not looking so crash hot here for Conquerors now. HP advantage is there for ActionX, and it's quite a significant advantage as well, Kev. But if resets continue to come through, Conquerors might still find a way to salvage a win. Fake in the thick of things, probably not where he wants to be in that bat chat, and all of a sudden, the winds of change are in effect. What looked like it could be potentially a chance for Conquerors most certainly is not anymore. Fake's the only one actually with ammo loaded. Goober looks like he's going to drop pretty damn quickly here. Fake trying his best to trade as much damage as possible, but he's going to have to just get the heck out. Is full HP, so chances are he might be able to escape the IS-7.
These three tanks need to overpush onto Kane at the moment from Callum, Slayer, as well as Tuck, but they're actually just taking too much damage, I think, from a 50B at the back. Eugene just absolutely fanging it like a beast. Should be able to do a bit more damage. Stake on 28, still trying to run away. There it is. There's finally the overpush, but Dongalord has that clip ready, needs to clip out at least two of them, and he's got the assistance as well from Speed in the other 50B. Dongalord don't want to be bouncing these, need to find the side shots. Still has a couple more left to bleed out this E100 as well. There you have it. Camo just playing the patience game. E100 is now trying to brawl it out as well, but Dongalord's not in the right position. He's trying to support, obviously, that left side fight, but he needs to come over here into the city. The Super Conks have the DPM at the moment. Focus fire down onto CJ. Speed eventually will pick up Callum, but Camo's bat chat 9 seconds away from reloading. It's relatively healthy at this point in time. E100 is still trying to brawl it out, but it's a 2-on-2 with the HP favoring Conquerors at the moment inside the city. Camo will be able to get this clip off. Speed's trying to get the ram across, but Camo will not allow that to happen. But Kane, a shot coming out. Great focus fire actually from both sides, making sure the auto loaders will go down. This is all down to the 2-on-2 right now.
Yeah, it's a very close 2-on-2 as well. HP favoring Conquerors. They've got an E100 and a Super Conk up against an E100 and a 277. And Kev, I know which place I'd like to be in. It's a rough start for Archers. It feels like a Hail Mary play, and Trax is going up the hill into the firing lines of so many tanks. He gets taken down straight off the bat. This has not worked kindly at all for Archers, but the question is going to be, what kind of a trade can they find? If they don't get one, then they're done, but they can potentially still turn this on its head.
It just means that they have to just go into a crossfire. You can see Celestia and Blaze, and alongside with Tosa just lining it up and just knocking them down. They are committing with numbers on the side of Panthers, though, but they played out so much HP at this point in time. I don't think it's enough to make a difference.
Yeah, JS in his bat chat down to a couple of shots worth of HP here. Did get most of his clip out, but in the end of the day, it's really not enough to make you feel too excited. And this is going to be a farm time for Returned and for Trax. Focus on that fire on him. Happen. Trax down early.
Comes down to Return making some of these plays in the bat chat at the moment. He's coming to the fight, but he's not going to be able to pen a lot of these shots. You can see just trying to get the lower play of the E100s at this stage is going to be very, very difficult at this point in time. Time is slowly starting to tick away as well. Return trying to do his best to help out, but he's going to have to go on the reload afterwards and run away. The 50Bs as well going to be collapsed upon, as JS has got plenty enough at this stage. It should look like they hold at this point in time.
Yeah, Celestia not able to pen that final shot through onto the E100 either. It really is going to come down to pretty much just Return to try and clutch this one out for Archers.
E100 is pushing right into mid. Very interesting, as Phantom Suit's going to be tracked up. Where is the focus fire going to be on? It's actually going to be that lead E100. Twit, though, will be able to get out towards safety. The auto reload is just trying to focus down Phantom Suit at the moment. Twit, though, is going to lose his ammo rack. Is going to hold on to it. So auto loaders are going to clip out for now. Going to be able to hide away. This is
already halfway reloaded.
The problem, though, is that Lightning Man is not going to be able to get into this fight. And Archers can just sit here. The HP advantage which Panthers had has just been completely nullified. Unfortunately, Archers holding firm, reading what Panthers wanted to do and just, well, pulling them in. Hook, line, and sinker at this stage. All they need to do is just relax and wait.
Geordie should still be able to get a reset here if need be. The 277s actually come off of the cap. Rainbow should die 100% here every day of the week. It should be the opening kill for Matildas, and it is. But the response from Sentinels needs to be good. Cindy cops some damage in response to his push. Yeah, this is not looking too great for Sentinels, to be honest, Kev.
No, Matildas, all they need to do is just commit the right forces. Cindy is actually caught in a crossfire at this stage. This is a brilliant setup coming out. The 277 back from Turnip needs to get the kill. There you have it as well. All you need to do right now for Matildas is just stay stagnant at this stage.
This could be a bad one for the fantasy points. You say they should just. There's 10 seconds left, Kev. How do they get there to get those resets?
This is going to be, like, I'm not going to fault Wimmo, but he needs to land the heroic shot of his life. 1 second, 0. It's a cat victory just like that. And you need to take the initiative as you've got the overmatch right now as the tanks are on the hill. You can see this at the moment. Bales and Geordies, where are they going to go? Looks like the focus fire is going to be on Cindy.
Is it, or is it going to be on the Doodle Tank? Bales knows that he can kill Doodle Tank. Geordie knows that he can kill Cindy. They don't even need to focus down one tank, Kev. They can get both.
Yeah, and this is just
a worthwhile trade for Matildas.
But here's the thing, the CSs can now dump off the hill, right? So it's very important right now that the CSs get back in the battle alongside with Rainbow. So Geordie as well as Bales need to get out of there. They're making the correct move, actually. They're going the long way around. It's very hard to dump off into a bit of an attacking position. This is really interesting right now. 3-on-3, but the HP favoring so much for the Sentinels, and Bales is going to get completely clipped out. And this is where the power of the CS63 is coming into play, in all honesty. This should be GG.
Is he in the playmaking tank?
Yeah, I mean, he should be, but the CSs, they're rushing the SDB at the moment. Geordie, just a little bit too late at this stage. Mary Turnip going to be having a bit of a dance at the moment. Geordie hoping that his roll's going to be good. And he's going to miss the shot. Unfortunately, it takes a little bit too long. Going to try and get ahead, try to block Randy off. Randy misses the shot as well. Geordie going to be flinging his body down. And surely should be able to land the shot. No, it goes into the gun. Geordie is going to take a single shot. It's up to Whippet just to stay alive at the moment. Geordie should be able to get this kill eventually. Oh, another bad shot! Randy, what is he doing at the moment? He's just built different at this stage. A lot of HP. Yeah, a lot of HP going in the favor of Randy at the moment. Geordie, another one at this stage. Another one into the gun. Where's Mary Turnip? Not Whippet, sorry.
It shouldn't be up to Mary Turnip. It should not be up to Mary Turnip, Kev. That is unreasonable.
He's a real hero, an icon for many generations. And he's ready to take on Cobra, a ruthless criminal organization that has stormed World of Tanks. He's a formidable warrior. He's Duke, leader of the G.I. Joe team.
Yo, Joe! Engage target!
Duke comes with over 200 custom preset voice commands.
Lit up like bonfire night.
And 3 trained skills.
Yo, Joe! Get those snakes!
Duke available now. This is not a toy. Batteries not included. You can pick up any 2 of these battle-hardened vehicles, or get some extra missions for Duke, and some provisions too. Hey, a crew's gotta eat. Along with Duke, you'll get a unique medal, 20 missions for ×5 experience when victorious, a brand new set of battle missions and rewards, and a day of World of Tanks premium account. Duke is ready to fight for you, and getting him and all the other goodies is easy. Simply click Claim Offer on the dedicated World of Tanks Prime Gaming page. Link your Amazon and World of Tanks accounts. Then click the Allow button to redeem the offer. It's that simple. Now, let's get your goodies. Already in the game, just exit and log in again. Visit the official website to learn more. Good luck on the battlefield, Commander. Duke's got your back.
This was an important battle. We needed a victory. The enemy was more experienced. But we had 2 aces up our sleeve. The K-91PT is a Tier 9 tank destroyer. It looks bellicose. It strikes the target hard. Its typical Soviet accuracy is compensated for by insane damage per minute. With a gun rammer, improved ventilation, and brothers in arms, it's even more effective. He went to the front line, to the thick of the action. His allies kept up. So did the enemy. A good old positional skirmish was about to happen. And our hero was ready. Here we go. The K91 PT systematically gnaws 390 HP off of enemy vehicles. And they sure don't like it. There are two reasons for it, apart from the obvious. First, the opponents don't understand what the thing is. Second, they don't know where to penetrate this beast. The K91 PT's hull might look strange, but it has its use. The effective armor at the spot where a turret should be is 340 millimeters. It's enough for this TD just to hide its lower hull and make enemies whine in despair. That's exactly what our hero in the K91 did. Not that he likes listening to the whining, he rather loves winning. Helpless opponents are a great sight on the battlefield. Although, it's hard to enjoy such a sight when your allies are exploding like popcorn. However, the K91 PT had a partner in this battle. But they didn't know each other yet. Meet the Panzer. It has a maximum speed of 65 kilometers an hour with a specific power of 21 horsepower per ton. Its gun delivers 390 damage per shot, and it has one of the best armor penetration values of all Tier 9 medium tanks. 268.
G'day and welcome back to ANZ Premier League. We're here for the Karath moment. Kev, you've been telling me about all these great ideas you've had for the show. So what have you got? Let's go.
Oh my God. I've got, it's not going to be a 2-2 anymore. This is fantastic. I'm enjoying it.
Okay.
No,
Okay.
Not that. Kind of throw me in the deep end here. Maybe you can get yourself a nice router. I don't know.
Maybe you can. Actually, that's a good point. Probably should
Maybe
talk
you can
about
win
that.
a free headset. That's pretty good.
That's pretty good. If you want to win a free headset, type HyperX in chat in all caps. Exclamation mark HyperX for more information. If you want to win some other stuff, type Republic of Gamers. I think it's a hoodie and an SSD enclosure.
Yep.
More information, type exclamation mark RogChamp. And Republic of Gamers is doing an ANZPL deal this week as well, which is $100 off an Asus router. So that's pretty good. Type exclamation mark ROG in the chat if you want to see more information about that one. Those are the three giveaways. The giveaways, well, two of them are giveaways. One of them's a sale. You know what I mean. The two giveaways, though, you have to be ANZ. So you need to be Australian or New Zealand to enter that. Well, I guess anyone can enter it, but you can't win it if you're not from ANZ. So anyways, look, it is what it is. Anyway, let's talk about the game, Kev, because that's what's coming up. That's what we're excited for. We've got a big one, Action X and Archers. I say a big one. I'm not sure. We'll see if this lives up to what it probably could be when we do get into the game. But, I mean, there's also a world where Action X just comes in and wins this, and we're like, oh, okay.
Also,
business as usual then.
Yeah, I mean, there's also a world that Archers come in and also take the series as well. I mean, my entire world is kind of shook at the moment, considering that, you know, almost the impossible has been achieved. Let's be real, right? Sentinels have not dropped the series beforehand. They finally lost. And I think this is the case of, well, Adelaide Action X, they're on the up and up at this stage, but they don't want to let the hubris kind of like overtake them just yet. I want to see a convincing victory. They've had a couple of easier opponents. I think now maybe it's like I have to realign myself that maybe the team's actually a bit closer, right? Maybe there isn't a pecking order so far. That actually all the teams on their day can take a victory against each other. So, look, Adelaide Action X is going to be on top of the table so far. Oh, they're still going to be a top afterwards because Auckland Archers can definitely still punch above their weight. Still a very solid team.
Yeah, I think Archers is another one of those teams where I'm just really not sure exactly where to put them. I thought the changes that actually were made to Archers moving into this season were probably some of the best. I'd say like Matildas, like if we're talking about who won the offseason, I think Matildas won the offseason. Like they got the best changes. I mean, obviously there's an argument now maybe to be made for Conquerors as well. But then Auckland Archers, I thought they had made some pretty good changes as well. Trax coming in, I felt like was a big bonus. Blades coming in as well. He's definitely not a shabby player. So it seemed to me like Archers really only had upgrades across the board and were able to really put together a very strong... Well, okay, maybe that's not fair to say, but they had strong changes. I think we can agree on that.
Yeah, I think it's a case of like they lost a couple of players that like I would say have gone on to, like 2+2 has gone into Matildas. So it's not the case of, they had, I would say, weaker players. I would say that maybe you exchange for like players, maybe a bit stronger. But they definitely kind of fell off towards the end of last season, right? And obviously just looking at a kind of like big matchup, Kane's been pretty solid so far, obviously, this entire season. I would still say that CJ and Dongalord from Adelaide Action X are really the ones that are really channeling the spirit of Fear Naught, so to speak. But Trax as well, kind of like the ruiner of Elfish Guy's fantasy league. I think Trax a very important player because he is going to be that LT player. He is going to be that player that's going to get the information that could potentially win you the game. So I would say that obviously the damage is not going to be as relevant over here for Trax, considering he does take the T100 LT a lot more and kind of plays that vision game. I have to say though, Russian light tanks are pretty fun to play. They're pretty trollish, I will admit.
A lot of tanks are pretty trollish in World of Tanks, though.
Just LT 432 definitely. I mean, obviously LT 432 is not really, it's a tier 8 equivalent of that T100 LT, and I'm hoping eventually I'll get to that line and really grind it out. Going to see once again open map of Prokhorovka, which is your favorite, Jordan. So you're going to be pretty excited about that. Archer's going to be on Cliff though, so that's going to be pretty interesting.
Yeah, it's funny that Archers actually choose Cliff. If I remember correctly, they played Cliff a little earlier on in the season. It didn't go perfectly for them. I'm just going to have a quick look back here.
Yeah, I think they went like 1-1 during one of the weeks that they picked it.
Yeah,
definitely had opportunity, probably taking a few more games. Let's see how they go now. They've got a couple of reps in behind them. Let's see how Adelaide Action X do against an opponent, which is where we'd say, like when we were looking this at week 1 and week 2. We were looking, okay, Auckland Archers were willing to give them the benefit of the doubt. I've always made arguments. I think they're a little bit weaker than probably what we were arguing them to be. Considering they were finalists, like they didn't really feel like a finalist team. I think it was very much a case of they definitely performed really well at the beginning of season 1. They, I would say, won a very fortunate semi-finals or went to the entire wire against the Brisbane Bulldogs, where Brisbane Bulldogs didn't play really the same way expected from them in the entire season. Now, look, that said, I don't think Archers have lost the series yet, have they? They're still undefeated.
This season.
Yes. They're 2 draws at the moment.
2 draws.
Yes. So I think it's the case of let's see how the series goes, and like instead of us kind of going, talking about the hypotheticals and everything, let's just look forward to the game and what CJ and Trax, the LT battle, is going to happen.
Yeah, Prokhorovka. And CJ in the T100 LT on the defense here for Action X. He's been a very, very solid performer for that squad so far in the competition. So has Dongalord. Those are probably the 2 that I'm looking at to have the big game here. It's an interesting spotting run here from CJ. He should spot Trax out. Trax should spot him out, but looks like CJ just had a bit of a bush advantage there. So he's actually got the info and hasn't actually been spotted. That's a very nice spotting run from CJ.
Yeah, that's actually pretty big because the fact he spots the CS out all the way down the 1 line, even though it's like, okay, it's a CS, it's nice and early on, it could rotate out. It actually should allow one of these SDBs maybe, instead of playing the island, to actually come a little bit further ahead. But CJ is definitely playing a bit of a dicey game at the moment. If Trax comes peering over the ridge line and spots him out, there's a couple of tanks that can take a few pot shots, but CJ... This is what I mean. It's like you look at the tanking to go, surely CJ should be spotted out. But those bushes are so strong at the moment with these Russian light tanks. They're still, like, it's ridiculous because I'm like...
They're firing at the magic bush, Kev. They think it's in the magic bush.
And it's like, he's just relocated. He's actually just been playing around with them.
Yeah, that's actually so nice from CJ. It's almost unfortunate that doesn't get converted into any damage, because... No. You look at that, and if you're a light tank player and you're trying to get spots on Prokhorovka, you think, man, I got all these 6 spots. Someone's surely going to do damage, and then it just doesn't happen. You feel like, well, what was the value of that? Obviously, there is value, especially in a format like this, in a 5v5, in getting information. But you just feel a little bit hard done by that. You've done such a great job on the spotting run, and you haven't actually got anything from it.
That's a nice little shot coming out from Celestia, actually, landing into the side turret of Dongalord. That's not an easy shot to be making. And I think it's, as we're just about to approach the mid-game, we might see the Tier 100 LTs make another run. This time around, it's going to be Trax going over to the right side. Who did you pick this time? Did you pick Celestia or Return for your fantasy team?
I actually have Celestia, but I have him as a reserve. I've put CJ in this week from this game. So CJ's actually in my core 5.
Yeah, fair. I've still gone for my boy Dongalord for now, and I think I put Celestia, so he's probably not going to perform. It's the Celestia problem. I pick him, he does okay. I don't pick him, he goes fantastic.
We'll have to see. I mean, so far things I would argue are going far better for Action X than they are for Archers at the moment. I mean, think about the map control that Archers actually have. Like, what map control do they have right now?
Well,
there is basically none.
They've got a little bit of the right side of the rails, right? They've got this run at the moment, but Track's actually been spotted out right now by the SDB. So Kane spots out the spotting run from the T100 LT, and I still feel like for Archers, they don't have a good read exactly where CJ is. They might, I think, maybe get peppered a couple of times with like 250 Alpha, and they might be going, we know that there's a tank over here that's hitting us, but he could relocate. We don't know where this T100 LT is going, and because they've spotted the T100 LT over to the right side, it does actually allow him to make another run in, and this is honestly a lot of solid bleed onto Dell at the moment. And I can understand that frustration from Dell. You want to try to create some opportunities. Time is starting to tick away, and it feels like one of the games. Archers did lose on Prokhorovka in the attack because they took a minute too long to push in. All right? Well, and CJ's made this run again. He spotted out 277 the CS. I mean, not the CS, sorry, but
at this point, if you're CJ, I almost feel like he can literally just sit in that bush and just provide passive scouting now. You know, he's able to get in there. He's able to be safe, and it's going to be a bit of a move being made by the 277s. Ooh, okay. Let's see, what does CJ do here? Because he's pushing down in the southern direction. He's too late. It's too late to turn around. He's done. He's going to have to just dive away over the ridge as best he can. Celestia gets tracked. That's great news for CJ. He might still be able to find a way to get out of here if the shots go into Celestia, who most definitely is chasing him down. In fact, another track, a double track onto Celestia. That's absolutely huge news for Action X. And oh, dearie me, Archers have lost their bat chat so freely. And that's great focus fire from Action X.
Yeah, now they've got the overmatch as well, where, okay, sure, CS and 277 have control of this line, but Speed can just drive away at this stage. And, I mean, it doesn't matter what Trax really does. The Super Conk, as well as the Tier 100 LT, can dive over and delete Dell because he's bled out too much. And just like that, Speed is just going to be spotting out. Oh, man, CJ. I don't know who landed that tracking shot on Celestia. Archers, just so unfortunate, but at the same time, you got to play kudos as well to those individuals able to land such critical shots when it comes to the time.
I mean, I'm going to assume that it was Dongalord in the Super Conqueror. Like, he was the closest tank. He's in a Super Conk, you know, a very accurate tank. And you know, chances are it was him. Either way, whoever it was did a very nice job. Trax and CJ going to have a little bit of a go at one another. 2.1k damage actually from CJ here, so he might have been one of the ones to do a bit of a number actually onto Celestia there as well.
He's definitely had a couple of shots in. T100 LT is like that, a silent, annoying chipping away, and eventually the SDB is going to overpush, and this is the life of a CS and a 277 right now. All right, where do we really go to try to farm damage? And the answer is maybe not. Going straight into Dongalord, who's tracked you.
Dongalord only has 468 assists, so I wonder if it was actually him that did get that tracking shot through. Return,
maybe.
Obviously copying a lot of damage. You'll be happy with this one, Kev. Dongalord's going to get a bit of free damage even from the Ram from Blaze.
Yeah, this is pretty good for my fantasy team in terms of everything. I don't know. Actually, Celestia just died, so this is the kind of the case if I had Celestia on my team as well.
That's true.
Yeah. Blaze, you gotta try to take down the Super Conk. That's face hugging you. But look at that. That's 5 alive at the end of the day. So Adelaide Action X keeping cool under pressure. Comes down to the light tank battles, and CJ comes out on top. I don't think he gets lit until near the very end.
I 100% agree, and I think even if CJ gets 0 damage that game, let's just say he does 0 damage, I still think his impact in that light tank in the early stages, early 2 to 3 minutes of that game, is the difference between a win and a loss for Action X. You know, the fact that he's able to get so much vision, so much information, and even the fact that he's there as presence, just the vision is presence. If you get spotted, you know, someone's there, you don't want to move forward. The presence just of that light tank. I mean, that was a masterclass in light tank play from CJ. I just want to, I've not seen, I feel like a light tank take over a 5v5 at all that well, including season 1. So great work from CJ. Some attempts at response from Archers, but obviously when you're just completely out in the open, everyone can see where you are. They know what you're going to do. Celestia drives forward, tries his best, but he gets insta-tracked and insta-blown up. Does get 4 out of his 5 shots off, granted, but as always, you want to get more than one clip off in a bat chat, and he obviously didn't have the opportunity to do so. So excellent work across the board. Dongalord, 4.4k damage. CJ, 2.3. But, you know, even the 2.3k damage, like I said, you could make that 0, and his impact still would have been pretty insurmountable. Even though, like, again, he doesn't even really get that many assists from it.
Yeah, I think it's like what we call the intangibility, right? In terms of the vision game, we talk about how important it is to spot out the rotations on the attacking side. That was honestly just like, even the fact that STB1 outspots like a T100 LT as well is just phenomenal, right? Because it's like, this is the part where I go, yeah, like you can see the STB1, like the T100 LT on the right side of the map, on the right side of the rails, is trying to make this run right now. And he's going to get spotted out by the STB. So all of a sudden, it's like, okay, there's nothing we can really do. We have to blind commit to something. But CJ has done so much work just controlling that corridor. It just completely shuts down this bush. Yes, the 277, the CS don't take any damage on the push down the 1-2 line. But because you've identified where the numbers are for Action X, you can actually just counter push accordingly. And from that point onwards, it just capitulates. It all falls apart. And it's just a farm simulator from that point onwards. So, which is, I mean, never a good thing, because when your 277s and CS63s up against Super Conk, let's be real in Prokhorovka, the Super Conk's going to come out on top.
I'm not sure if we're going to be able to see this replay again. I would like to see the tracking shot onto Celestia, if that's possible. But I was just having a look there, and it was either Dongalord or CJ. I'm pretty sure it was Dongalord who had the shot through on the Super Conqueror. But yeah, they were the only two, actually, I think, that had an angle. And that's probably why you see not a whole lot of assists coming through for either of them, right? Because they got the tracking shot and then they got the damage off of it anyway.
Yeah, absolutely, yeah. So it does, I think looking back at it right now, it's like, I think it is actually Dongalord that gets that tracking shot. So, which is pretty influential, because that's the difference between your T100 LT actually going down in a dogfight. The Batchat gets into the dip, so you can't be farmed anymore. Speed is effectively rendered useless, and Celestia can get a couple of shots in. CS and 277 can actually chip in an assist. They have the overmatch. Whereas that Batchat goes down, no longer is actually a threat. Now Dell actually is in the overmatch, and yeah, things just go worse from there. So you have to say, a bit unfortunate for Archers in terms of maybe getting tracked, a bit of RNG not going their way. I think we'll see it here, right?
Yeah.
So
CJ, you think he's overcommitted here, and I almost thought he was kind of screwed, because I saw him moving south, and I thought, oh no, like he's just going to get the vision, but it's going to be too late. The fact that the tracking shot comes through onto Celestia, let's have a look. Here it is.
Oh no, it's actually CJ, I think, that gets that tracking shot.
It's so hard to tell, because I think Dongalord's mod isn't working, so you can't tell if he's actually fired based on the reload.
They could have both fired and both tracked him at the same time. Who knows?
It may actually have been a case where they both shot right at the same time. It did look like it. Anyway, I'm sure
who
one
shot
of them
first, right?
Let us know.
It's going to be that age-old argument. Who shot first?
Yeah.
Is it going to be edited afterwards?
Either way, like, that's extremely lucky if it's from CJ. More likely than not, he's probably just got that on auto aim and he's just trying to run. If he's actually manually aimed that, like, that's the sickest thing I've ever seen. Surely not, though. Like, let's be real.
There's like this weird thing, right? It's like, because it could potentially, I can't remember if CJ is actually the EBR driver for clan advances, because we're actually taught a little bit as EBR drivers to not auto aim the entire time. Like, obviously, you're not allowed to play EBR, and I'm kind of going on a tangent over here, but you actually do try to manually aim your shots as EBR, because you have certain lead, you kind of want to calibrate a certain way. So potentially he has actually manually aimed that. Not saying it definitely happened, but absolute possibility he might have. And it just hits a tracking shot, you know, complete RNG, Russian bias, unlucky. You're a little French Batchat. That means absolutely nothing to a T100 LT, and you lose the battle from there.
Well, great start for Action X, and a commanding victory, really. I'm interested to see if they can go back to back and do it again here on Prokhorovka when they do move over to the attack. I don't know what your thoughts are, but I've always thought that the defense side scouting tends to be a little bit easier to pull off rather than the attacking side scouting, because you're the one innately on the attack that's having to move into opposing territory, where for the defense, you're kind of protecting your own territory, if that makes sense. So there is, I think, a little bit more risk involved with playing the attacking side scouting. So
Correct,
this is what I'm trying to set up. I'm interested to see if CJ can have as much impact now on the attack, or if Trax this time is going to be able to take away the game.
I definitely agree, because in the attack, it's like you peek the wrong way. It's like, oh, okay, I don't know if 4 tanks are going to be there set up on my peak, or if it's going to be a different case, right? So this time around, there's actually going to be CJ that's lit up nice and early on. So nice little run from Trax, and that's probably down to the fact that you can actually get in this position nice and early on. He's just going to go into just a set of bushes, knock them down. So he's spotted out again. Good stuff.
Yeah.
So it does look like, you know, Trax returning the favor at the moment, going, yeah, you know what? I can do this as well. We can play this game.
Thing is, though, CJ does get out of there without losing a whole lot.
Yeah.
And it's a very different setup for Action X, where for Archers,
not
they
set
were they were very heavily set on the western side of the train tracks. And the fact that they can't push their scout up the 1-2 line or try and get a bit of information in the mid area of the map means that their entire strategy was sort of nullified. Whereas for Action X, the fact that CJ gets spotted isn't a big deal, because they're looking for map control on the other side regardless.
The problem, though, Dongalord has bled out quite a bit. A couple of nice shots from Dell at the back of the railway line. And, I mean, he's already down to, like, less than half HP, which is not ideal, obviously. Kane as well, taking a bit of a stray one. So this is the case of, okay, sure, you spotted a couple of the players over here right now. You're starting to get the bleed shots in. But what are you going to do here from Action X? You're down nearly 3,000 HP. CSs can't really play the ridge line that well.
CJ does just get tracked. I don't know if he's got a repair kit. It seems like he doesn't. He must be getting absolutely booked. Celestia gets one back. So there you go. It's the track for the track. And in the end, it looks like Archers are going to take a victory away here right now. Look at the damage that they've dealt. And they've barely taken any in response.
Yeah, this is the part. But, like, even for, like, Blaze, it's like, you got 2 Super Kongs controlling this ridge line at the moment. You don't need to make a move. You're going, there's no pressure being placed on us right now. We've got a tier 100 LT as well as Celestia that can go on the flank at any time. We know there's one in Hill. All right, we're proxy spotting the other CS63s. We've got the health advantage as well. It's not going to be that stressful at the end of the day. Especially with Trax and now Celestia coming off reload. It should be pretty much GG from here. Even if you push over, 2 CSs won't win that fight.
Yeah, these are the kinds of shots where you're really trying to get away with murderous Colin if you're doing this and expecting to not take shots in return.
And it's just, I think, a matter of if not when. So, I might be looking to dump over onto return. Here we go. Speed's charging in.
Yeah, needs to pen every single one of these shots more likely than not. And even then, it's unlikely that he'll be able to make a huge difference. It is 4-on-4 for now, but it's very quickly traded back down as Colin does get dropped. I mean, look, Action X are making this competitive, but now that Speed's on reload...
And Celestia's here as well, yeah. And it's like Celestia's here to, like, brawl it out as well. So, I mean, now you've got the tier 100 LT coming forward as well at the same time. Pretty convincing defense from Archers. Unfortunately for Action X, they did bleed out a little bit too much, and that was very convincing. And this is what I mean. This series is now starting to heat up. Obviously, we're moving on to the map Cliff, which is the pick of Archers. Speed just going, yep, you know what? I'm just going to have to take it.
Get some cap points on the board for the fantasy. I don't know if that actually makes an impact. It probably
does
a little bit, in some way, shape, or form. Overall, good response, though, from Archers. And like I said, is it that CJ was having a master game on the light tank, or was it the defensive bias of the scouting run? Perhaps we saw... You know, again, this time Trax having a bit more success. Yeah. So I think he did have a very good game. I think you obviously can give him that, but aided a lot by what the map setup is looking like. And and Trax was able to bounce back nicely too.
Yeah, and I think it's just like looking at that as well, because I think we previously the sample size of that we've seen the T100 LTs both light each other up when they go across towards that line. I think in previous seasons that's what we see always in Prokhorovka, whereas that time around obviously does look like the defensive teams have a better idea about where to put the T100 LT tracks as well. Just going, yeah, look, attacking side is difficult. I'm going to do a little bit of brilliance myself. Spots out CJ. I don't think that's like game influential in terms of like, okay, we've only spotted out like a T100 LT. I felt like what was more influential was the bleed damage that came through from Dell. You put Dongalord onto pretty much like 1100 before he gets into a position where he can do damage. That already makes you very, very like tender as a super conk player. You don't want to overpeak. So good stuff from the Batchat players in all honesty. And then the double super conk as well, holding the railway line. You can't really place clap pressure with CS63s. So your strategy unfortunately falls short. It looked a little bit discombobulated, honestly, for like Action X. We've seen that happen a couple of times, in all honesty, where they look like they want to do one thing, they hit a roadblock and everything falls apart. They do generally bounce back pretty strong, though.
What's Action X look like on Cliff? That's what I wonder. Have we actually seen them playing it so far this season? Yeah, a bit of a roughie this time for CJ, just the 300 assist damage in that particular game. Having a look back at their games, Action X haven't actually played Cliff so far this season. So something that they're going to need to have a bit of a think about. Hopefully they've been cracking it.
So just looking forward, I think in terms of Cliff, we might be expecting a couple of player changes as well. So I think that's going to be the case of I don't know. Maybe it's a specialty TVP players, maybe some more Batchat players in. I mean, both teams, as far as I know, have made changes. So it very much Cliff is... It's similar to Prokhorovka in terms of map control, but also very different because I do feel like it actually tends to be a bit more brawly. I think Archers, it was like a fantastic little like return on the defense as well. They really just kind of never looked troubled. There was defensive setup where they took a couple of shots, they took their opportunities, and they went, awesome, now we just win the game from here.
Yeah, so the changes: Colin out for Action X, Eugene in, Blaze out for Archers, Toasted in. So just
I
the
think
one
they're Batchat players, aren't they?
sides.
If I'm correctly.
We can have a quick look and see while we're waiting to see how this game pans out.
Maybe heavy players, maybe like the 113 players or 277 players as well. Because I know that teams actually like bringing like one kind of like fast heavy on Cliff. I might see a 5A, 113, 277. I think it comes down to personal preference a lot of the time. We have seen kind of like all three of those tanks so far come out.
All right. So Eugene has played IS7 once, 277 three times, E100 once, Superconk once, CS63 twice. So he seems like a bit more of a heavy player.
Could be, yeah. Yeah, it does look like the CS63 role's already maybe taken. So maybe he's playing CS63. Maybe he's playing the fast heavy. Well, I guess we'll find out very, very soon. Will we see an SDRB coming into Cliff? That's a real question. I haven't seen one this season yet.
And I think with regard to Toasted, he's definitely coming in to fill a heavy tank role. E100, 277, Superconk, 705A. So that's his whole lineup for this season. So
I would say that would be 277 or, I don't know, maybe 113. I think it's like also looking at it, right? Because I remember like I was talking trash about the 113. It does technically have like a bit more HP compared to the 277. So I don't know if that's going to be a huge factor in terms of outside the gun depression as well as having a bit of HP, which like a lot of people might go 100 HP doesn't sound like a lot, but how many times have we actually seen a tank stay alive at 100 HP and still do some work in this 5-on-5 format? So it's like, yeah, it doesn't look like a lot. 2,420, 2,530, split the difference. It's barely anything. I think a light tractor actually has more like HP.
Ooh, is it 110 on a LOL tractor?
I think it might be a little bit more after. Obviously, I have not been tier 1 seal clubbing in a very long time, so I have to go.
I'm gonna have a look.
I have to refresh my memory.
We got to get down to the important details, the nitty gritty here, Kev.
Yeah, it does.
280. Oh, I'm so far off the mark.
Yeah, there's a decent amount of HP. You're gonna have to that could mean the difference between actually surviving and doing an extra shot of 440 alpha or 490 alpha and not. So I have to wait and see. Obviously, 5A has kind of fallen out of kind of favor recently, which is a bit of a shame. I think the 5A is definitely a pretty decent tank. Don't know about yourself.
The 5A.
Yeah.
Am I a fan of the 5A? I thought you were hating on the 5A last week.
No, I was hating on the 113. I always hate on the 113 because I'm like, I play the 113 and I'm going, it's like, I aim my shot like for ages and I shoot and I'm just like...
Right. Yeah, I think the 5A has a bit of better gun handling, doesn't it, than the 113? I've never played, well, not that I have played them on like a unlocked account. I haven't got them on mine.
Yeah.
I did want to get the 5A, but it was a bit of a grind and I didn't actually end up finishing it off. So either way, it's beside the point. Moving on to Cliff here to settle the deal. It's one apiece right now between Action X and Archers. And, well, still no STRV for you, Kev, but Action X on the defense.
Yep.
Will bring the ever-loved TVP. Returned in the CS63. Oh, this looks like a perfect read for Archers if they're going to wait. No one's waiting. Everyone's pushing. Kane is absolutely screwed. It's 4 Archers players. They both missed their shots. It's all happening. Actually, Kane might actually be able to get out of here without losing too much HP.
He's been tracked. He gets away.
How has he gotten out of there?
They don't have the best dispersions in the turbo mode, and all of a sudden the bleed's going to come forward. The boys are here for Adelaide Action X, but the problem is there's a crossfire. This is looking pretty good right now. Remember, Archers actually do have a bit of HP advantage in terms of bringing that 277. The TVP is starting to get involved right now as well, alongside with Eugene. They're trying to dive in the fight, get rid of return. Kane also trying to get involved. Speed's just completely bled out. Dongalord at the same time, trying to find some shots in Celestia. It's going to be Tosa picking up first blood.
I think Archers have actually been given a bit of a leeway here. Action X just a bit too slow to move, and now the STB1 coming from behind. Dell into the fight. Action X could have found a 4v5 if they would have just committed straight away to that fight around the donut. Dell was like halfway up the hill, but they didn't. Action X were a bit too slow, and all of a sudden now Archers have the numbers advantage. HP was kept relatively even for a moment, but Action X are starting to slip away, and Eugene, unfortunately, he won't be able to get out of here, especially now that the TVP is off reload. So there was a brief moment. It was probably 5 seconds, 10 seconds that Action X could have made the call and could have actually won this round. Very hard to, in the moment, make that call, though. And so Dongalord will just try to farm as much as he can before he goes down.
Trax, hello? All right, Trax is not stuck. Trax is here to not steal the kill at the end of the day. That's convincing from Archers. That's a nice little brawl coming out. That's a very quick cliff. Let's be real. They send it down the 1-2 line, then Kane... Well, it doesn't really die for free, but I think it's like they have to commit against the cross, and Dell just has the freest farm in his life at that stage, where he's like, oh, I can take a couple of shots, track down, make sure that CJ's tracked or the STB player's tracked. They bleed the players so much because as soon as you get like favorable hold down tanks into that little ramp, it doesn't matter what you do as a defensive side. You actually have to make that push. So a lot of people might be going, why did like Adelaide Action X push over like that? You actually have to try to get that overmatch. If you don't get that overmatch at the end of the day, you actually do go down very quickly. So fantastic game from Trax, honestly, at the end of the day. So Celestia having a bit of a quiet one, which happens.
Yeah,
as you pick
does.
him. And I would say, obviously, for Adelaide Action X, I think it's going to be pretty quiet across the board.
Yeah, you'd have to imagine so. There was still a fair chunk of HP left on the table for Archers at the end of that game. Have a look-see in just a second here.
Oh, we're getting baited a little bit. There you are. Yeah. So TVP got focus fired pretty much. And that's what I mean. It's like you can see it's if you had the TVP as a bat chats in a different location, it could have been a different story, but they had to commit to make sure they saved one of their allies. And as a result, focus fire was there from Archers. They already bled out quite a bit in terms of early on. And it was pretty solid from there. So definitely draw secured for Archers, if not a chance for a victory. Might have 2 upsets today, as Buddy Power was saying earlier. I say upset considering that Adelaide Action X are sitting at the top of the leaderboard at the moment. So this is looking, now it's like week 3 is starting to get to the point where I'm going, hang on a second, everything's really being turned upside down on its head.
Definitely. Well, I mean, I suppose we have to wait and see if Action X can equalize. That'll again just sort of reinforce them still at the top of the standings. They won't be catchable by Archers, but it's a very condensed thing, isn't it? You know, we don't really have the sponge. You know, I don't know if I've talked to you about this concept before, but whenever I'm looking at standings, I always look at the teams that are sponging up a lot of the points, right? Because they're in any given league, there is only X amount of points available total to every team, right? So whether you win, whether you lose, if a team's taking 30 points, that means another team's not getting those points because they're losing, because they're drawing, whatever. So all those points are getting sucked up into this one team that's at the top. That was Bulldogs last season. They had a nearly flawless record. They had like a couple of draws. In the end, they did drop one round. The final round, actually, it was. But in the end, look, doesn't really matter too much. They were the team that was taking a lot of points. Sentinels were doing similar without dropping too many games. They were picking up a lot of points. And so toward the middle of the pack, we saw a bit of a discrepancy where the weaker teams, the teams at the bottom end of the table, just didn't actually have enough points to kind of keep up with the guys sitting around the middle. They weren't able to sort of catch up to them at all. But this time, it seems like we're trading a lot more. We're getting a lot of 2-2s. So there isn't really a point sponge, if that makes sense. And that means everyone else is a lot closer together on the standings. A lot more opportunities for teams to overtake each other in any given week. And all of a sudden, we've got a much more compelling storyline, I find, actually, than what we did in Season 1, just as far as the standings are concerned.
Yeah, there's absolutely like no weak team at the moment. Like in terms of just outright, we'll have to wait until week 3, week 4, and even then things can change. Teams are constantly evolving and improving. And I mean, I was saying earlier, all it takes is just one team having a pretty good day, as it looks like Archer's definitely stepping up in terms of a lot more decisive on the attack. And a lot cleaner as well. We've seen a lot of games where Archers have a huge lead on Cliff. They're 3,000, 4,000 HP away, and it still comes really close because they make a couple of misplays. We didn't see that today. That was very convincing. That's kind of like the Archers of the previous season where they come out week 1, week 2, they come out swinging and we go, wow, these guys look really solid. If I see more performances like that from the Archers, then I can kind of go more convincingly, okay, I'm a lot more now like confident in their performance. I can say that maybe as long as they don't play attack on Prokhorovka, which is looking like it's a difficult prospect, let's be real. I think a lot of teams are struggling on attack. I think that's something fair to say right now. Then maybe it's they're assured once again to kind of go, these guys are really strong. Maybe looking like finalists, maybe looking like a LAN competitors once again.
Man, that's such a compelling storyline as well, isn't it? You know, if we do get to finals and there is a LAN, then that sort of raises the stakes, right? You can be the best team online at home. We've had a season of that. Well, we will have had 2 seasons by the time we do get to finals. And it's all well and good to be able to win the online matches. But LAN is a different environment. And I'd say for a vast majority of the players in this competition, they haven't actually been exposed to that. Even if you go back and look at the WGL extended season days where we had players, you know, coming in, and it was obviously Team Efficiency was the team that had been playing in WGL, but then there was also the teams that were sort of coming through from the ANZ server trying to compete. That didn't have a LAN component, right? So you still only got those guys that are so far back, like Party, JT, Bales, these kinds of names that have actually got that LAN experience.
Did Bucket ever play on LAN, or did Bucket or Artie Noob ever play, or
no, because they didn't make it to LAN. It was only that Team Efficiency roster. Team Efficiency made it to Worlds, you know, so they've got that in spades, but very few teams and very few players actually have that, and I wonder how that's going to impact things going into that final if it is on LAN. Obviously, that's a discussion for another day, though, Kev, when we do get there, if we get there. Yep. Move on to Cliff, our final round of this evening, and Action X are going to be looking for the draw. Archers are looking for the victory. Action X move on to the attack as well. And that makes life a bit more difficult. They're going to have to be the ones pushing and probing, and they'll have to be on the front foot.
Yeah, so this is going to be very important right now for Eugene, as well as I think the SDB behind him. I don't know if it's, CJ. They need to stay alive, pretty much. Rest of the players trying to set up for this 1-2 ambush. The reality is, though, Eugene is in an overmatch right now. He takes too many shots. They realize it's an overmatch. That's pretty much GG. Speed actually gets a couple of cheeky shots. We've seen FBs and TDs being placed in that position before, but unfortunately, it doesn't look like you can find anything more. CS's only one makes it up the hill. That's going to be Eugene for now. CJ controlling this, and Celestia, he's going to be in a world of hurt in a moment. This is problematic right now for the Archers.
It's just a matter of time before Eugene finds the angle. Probably needs to be a little aware of Returned, but Returned is on the clip. I actually like what Eugene did on the climb there as well. He knew he was going to take a couple of shots, so he just sort of slowed down, put a shot into tracks as well, and said, okay, well, if I'm going to take shots on this climb, at least I'm going to get some damage back as well.
Yeah.
It's those little things, little points of damage that could make a big difference later on. Now that we do have that CS63 established on the hill, Eugene's looking for angles. Celestia is safe for the moment.
Yeah, he's tucked himself in a nice little position because he realizes he doesn't really have control of the donut. The forces are closer there towards the hill. And I think the problem, though, now is going to be, I guess, how do Action X break this? You have to get your TVP involved. You can't just let Speed sit there and not farm anything. It's can't allow CJ to stay here and just kind of die. So there you have it. So Track's trying to put a bit of pressure in. Speed is just going to fire one and just instantly go on the clip.
Lots of pings all over the place right now. You can hear that's a good couple of shots going into the Archers players from Action X at the moment.
Slow and steady right now.
Yeah, exactly. The advantages are starting to flow in the direction of the attackers.
Okay, the Toaster's actually shifted across, and I don't think Toaster's been spotted. This is actually pretty big. They're going to try and get the overmatch on the Donga right now. He does actually get off the clip at this stage, and he's spotted out Toasted. This should mean a bit of a move, right? Speed should start getting into the fight pretty soon, but this is the same problem we saw earlier. Without this committal at the moment, they're waiting for a return for the TVP to come forward, but it means Eugene just gets shots into Toasted for free.
We'll see how this one ends up panning on out. Dongalord is going to have a rude awakening fairly shortly, or maybe it's going to be Kane in the CS63. Vision is there. Dongalord still hasn't turned around. Now the comms coming through, but I mean, Return doesn't have enough damage to clip Dongalord out, so it's not the end of the world. Celestia rolling around the corner. I mean, yes, but Dongalord should at least get most of his clip out here. He's going to survive 2 more shots, which is going to give him 2 more shots. And in the meanwhile, the overmatch in mid is going well the way of Action X. Eugene already opening the account.
And here's the problem, right? Now you're stuck there actually as Archers. It just means that you can't really push in because you want to really get rid of Dongalord. Okay, well, Speed's on the TVP. He might have a bit of a cheeky angle to unload the clip into you. There you have it. That is the cheeky angle. So Return's got to go down at this stage. And now you're just stuck in a crossfire right now. That's what I mean. This is where the TVP has like the cheekiest time of his life. Finds the shots to the side of the turret. Has the time to aim in and really punish just a bit of over-aggression. And there you have it. Does look like it's going to be another 2-2 for tonight.
Yeah, Return got absolutely boomed. He was like full HP, and then in the blink of an eye, he was 0 HP. Celestia is hiding, reloading as best he can. Still 10 seconds on that one. So Action X are going to eventually try to chase him down. They'll send the CS63s first. Don't want to have CJ taking the initial shot. I mean, at this point, you just drive in and sort of YOLO it.
Yeah, you take 2, you know, you unload a bit of your clip over here, you get 3 shots off, you go, ha ha ha, I can do some damage. But at the end of the day, Adelaide Action X just proving themselves good enough to get the draw, and I think for Auckland Archers as well, proving themselves pretty solid to also force a draw. That's pretty good, but it's that same kind of angle where they are forced to make a play around Zonut. They don't have hill control. They bleed out 2 extra shots where I go, that's actually a difference between you winning the donut fight and you actually going just like stagnant and just going, oh, can we actually take this fight? No, we really can't, but I guess we have to go for it.
This is almost the ideal scenario for Action X. Like, obviously, they didn't get the win. I'll talk about the implications in a second. First, obviously, let's take a look at the scoreboard here. Good damage coming through from returning that TVP, but Trax didn't really manage to get a whole lot done. It's always difficult, right, when you're on the receiving end to sometimes get a lot of damage out, so I can't really blame them for that. But Archers, yeah, they were in a position where they might have been able to convert a win and, yeah, again, might have been able to put themselves into the top 4, but just not quite being able to do so. The 2-2s continue. Matildas, Skorpions, Archers, like it's just all 3 of those teams have only had draws this season, and that still continues. Yeah. It's crazy.
I mean, that said, you know, it's still technically undefeated. I mean, that was still pretty impressive, all things considered. I mean, that was a great game from Eugene. So, super sub, as they say, comes in, farms up an absolute storm, that CS63. So, and that's what you kind of expect from that hill position is once you do actually have control over there, there's no pressure coming out from the rest of the CS63s. That's it. That's pretty much like you're given free reign of cliff. As long as you play it sensibly and you don't decide to kind of do what Thake did and just try to full send it. It's like, no, you can actually utilize vision control. You've got hold down positions. You can take pot shots at people because they can't look at hill forever. They have to look at different angles. So, yeah. Also, penning most of your shots also helps as well. The CS63 doesn't have the most accurate gun. So, it's good to see, you know, you get a little bit lucky on the RNG as well with the dispersion.
Yeah, definitely. Good stuff across the board from this matchup. Another pretty interesting one just to see how close things are. Now, speaking of some of the implications of that, okay, Action X will maintain first place coming out of this week. That's what's still pretty good. I mean, the fact that Sentinels lost, the fact that Sentinels don't get any points means that Action X is still 3 points above them. Auckland Archers, they only get the 1 point out of that, so it's not really a big deal. The Conquerors go up to 4 points. So at the moment, it's actually Action X at least 2 points ahead of everyone else. 2 points ahead of Sentinels or more. So everyone else a little bit further behind that as well. So, they've got a bit of leeway still.
I'd say they're actually at least 3 points ahead at the moment. I mean, once again, though, it's still early on in the season. I say early on because we're not even halfway done just yet. So, but I mean, this is the fight I was talking about where they kind of had to force the issue, but it felt like it was a bit disjointed. Maybe if Return comes in at the right time, maybe tries to force a bit of a fight over there. Well, Kane was technically overwatching that angle as a CS63 as well. And then you can see just so little HP left in some of these players, right? But they just can't get the clean up. Speed's on the right angle because Adelaide Action X, they've got the overmatch thanks to that hill control. They bled out enough damage early on. They're able to kind of get the victory from that point onwards. So very risky in all honesty. That comes down for me, right? And we've seen it so many times on Cliff. If Eugene gets up onto the cliff and both, Toasted as well as Trax and the CS63s get up on Cliff, Eugene's dead. There is nothing he can do. He's in an overmatch. He has to hide. He's eventually going to get farmed out. The CS63s stay on the ground. They don't contest hill. They try to fight against the SB1. They try to fight it against a TVP that's suppressing them as well. And that is where I feel like things start going a bit like awkward and awry. Honestly, for Archers, you need to take that hill control. I feel like that's a common consensus we're getting to. Like Sentinels, when they do take that hill control, you can see how strong they are because they can actually play around the map. When they don't take hill control, when they lost against Conquerors, it was because they actually didn't take the top of the hill. They didn't actually create any crossfires. No longer was Cindy as well as Randy able to kind of rain down hell. This time it was Eugene's turn, and that should never happen as a single CS. Let's be real. Single CS up against two CS63s. If it was me, I'd be like, can I not go into hill? Can I just not die for free?
Sometimes, Kev, you got to do what you got to do.
That's what I mean. Eugene just sent it and he got rewarded. It's like, all right, looks like there's no one up here. I'm just going to farm up a storm.
All right. Well, Kev, that is the end of game 3 for this evening. We do still have one more to go. Perth Panthers up against Brisbane Bulldogs. The Bulldogs who are really struggling for a win. Same can probably be said for Panthers. So this is a pretty important matchup. Time for us to take a break. We'll be back just after this.
He's a real hero, an icon for many generations. And he's ready to take on Cobra, a ruthless criminal organization that has stormed World of Tanks. He's a formidable warrior. He's Duke, leader of the G.I. Joe team.
Yo, Joe! Engage target!
Duke comes with over 200 custom preset voice commands.
Lit up like bonfire night.
And 3 trained skills.
Yo, Joe! Get those snakes!
Duke available now. This is not a toy. Batteries not included. You can pick up any 2 of these battle-hardened vehicles, or get some extra missions for Duke, and some provisions too. Hey, a crew's gotta eat. Along with Duke, you'll get a unique medal, 20 missions for ×5 experience when victorious, a brand new set of battle missions and rewards, and a day of World of Tanks premium account. Duke is ready to fight for you, and getting him and all the other goodies is easy. Simply click Claim Offer on the dedicated World of Tanks Prime Gaming page. Link your Amazon and World of Tanks accounts. Then click the Allow button to redeem the offer. It's that simple. Now, let's get your goodies. Already in the game, just exit and log in again. Visit the official website to learn more. Good luck on the battlefield, Commander. Duke's got your back.
This was an important battle. We needed a victory. The enemy was more experienced. But we had 2 aces up our sleeve. The K91PT is a Tier 9 tank destroyer. It looks bellicose. It strikes the target hard. Its typical Soviet accuracy is compensated for by insane damage per minute. With a gun rammer, improved ventilation, and brothers in arms, it's even more effective. he went to the front line, to the thick of the action. His allies kept up. So did the enemy. A good old positional skirmish was about to happen. And our hero was ready. Here we go. The K-91 PT systematically gnaws 390 HP off of enemy vehicles. And they sure don't like it. There are two reasons for it, apart from the obvious. First, the opponents don't understand what the thing is. Second, they don't know where to penetrate this beast. The K-91 PT's hull might look strange, but it has its use. The effective armor at the spot where a turret should be is 340 millimeters. It's enough for this TD just to hide its lower hull and make enemies whine in despair. That's exactly what our hero in the K-91 did. Not that he likes listening to the whining, he rather loves winning. Helpless opponents are a great sight on the battlefield. Although, it's hard to enjoy such a sight when your allies are exploding like popcorn. However, the K-91 PT had a partner in this battle. But they didn't know each other yet. Meet the Panzer. It has a maximum speed of 65 kilometers an hour with a specific power of 21 horsepower per ton. Its gun delivers 390 damage per shot, and it has one of the best armor penetration values of all Tier 9 medium tanks, 268 millimeters. You don't want to mess with this guy. It pounces on enemies quickly and mercilessly. The important thing is that they don't look at him, and it's not because he's shy. It's just because he traded his armor for his innate audacity. A situational Panzer. Sounds like a diagnosis. But jokes aside, the K-91 is in trouble. Another wave of the enemies is coming at the Soviet. And it doesn't look like the prelude to a positional fight. More like a rapid advance. What's more typical than outmaneuvering a lone TD in a light tank, right? The enemy is already imagining circling around the poor K-91. Oh, it's a pity. It's a pity that the enemy doesn't know something about this Soviet. The K-91 PT has excellent dynamics. Its top speed is 52 kilometers an hour, with 20 horsepower per ton of specific power. Throw in a turbocharger for more vigor. Such a pairing makes this TD truly agile. And regarding its maneuverability, it doesn't just traverse well, it does it better than the E-25. Long story short, you can't outmaneuver it. And our friend in the light tank has already realized it. The problem is that it wasn't alone. The enemy sent in the wheeled tank and pricked up their guns. But the K-91 is also not alone anymore. This hybrid of the STB and STRV has a siege mode mechanic. 2 seconds apiece, and its mood changes completely. Its engine power and speed decrease, while its reload time increases. But its gun depression is now 15 degrees, accuracy is 0.3, and aiming time is 1.8 seconds. Precisely what's needed now. The Panzer made it in time. Its appearance caught the opponents off guard. They started making mistakes. The K-91 PT's armor proved its class once again, and it was almost impossible to hit the German playing from the hull down position. One by one, the opponents rolled out and were hit twice. The K-91 masterfully deflected shells, and the Panzer was everywhere. It changed position while peeking out from behind the hills. Minus 15 degrees is an excellent way of surprising the enemy. And although our heroes were pretty damaged, they came out victorious. Together, among the piles of burnt hulls, they were preparing for the main dish. This is who they were here for. The FV4005 is an angry and unprincipled monster. He buys shells on the black market and has no mercy for anyone. There are rumors he even edged out his brother back in the day, just to become the boss. And of course, he wasn't alone. What self-respecting villain travels without his minions? Our heroes needed to devise a plan. A TD and an MT. 2 types, 2 vehicles, 2 styles. One spots, the other fires. Although, any mistake by the Panzer when scouting could lead to its destruction, and the K91 PT's accuracy could let them both down. And that meant it was time to surprise. The Panzer occupies a position, enters siege mode, and is ready to play as a TD. The K91 PT goes scouting. Here they are, the opponents. Now it's time for the final clash. The K91 PT is a Soviet tank destroyer with excellent dynamics and frontal armor. The Panzer is a German medium tank with 2 play modes. A TD that can play like an MT, and an MT that can be a TD. Classical and underground, coherent and unpredictable. The winner and the winner.
They don't feel like working. Overthinking, I don't mean to let the pain and hurting. I was main stage with Tiny at a festival. Realities of just less than 24.
Good push from Skorpions, good adaptation, but what's the response from Bulldogs? That's what I wonder.
Yeah, they've lost the HP advantage. Dark actually going to be peering over that ridge line. Doesn't get punished. Only a tracking shot coming out from one of the STBs at the back back over there. Ravi now charging into the fray as well. The IS-7 armor holding up pretty firm at this stage. He's bouncing everything. Madhouse, though, has gone down to the middle of the map. Bulldogs trying to equalize right now by pushing forward. HP in the favor of Bulldogs for now, but they don't have the tanks just yet.
Somehow Dark's just not taking any damage at the moment. I don't know how JT is still alive, by the way. He gets one more shot off. Surely Dark is going to put him to bed here. Reload maybe just half a second too late, and JT continues to survive. He gets one more shot out onto Soldat Udachi before he drops.
Out comes the push, right, from the STB and the CS, and they're going to be like, oh, there's a couple of tanks over here. Hey, Madhouse, do you want to farm up a little bit over here, potentially? As there's the first kill. Aussie's going to be spotted out. Just tanks just kind of sitting in the middle of absolutely nowhere, just bleeding out. This is pretty much a farm session for Bulldogs right now. JT obviously is going to be the first focal point. Then it's going to be Comrade Vodka. That's going to be the next one. But Dark, nice focus fire from the Skorpions to at least make it a 4-3. Obviously, HP still favoring Skorpions at this point in time now, actually, as they're bleeding out the super heavies quite an amount.
Yeah, which is not really what you want to be seeing for Bulldogs, particularly when they've still got a Super Conqueror, they've still got an E100 on the table. Those tanks are designed to have a lot of HP, and well, Comrade Vodka is quite happy to be trying to take this one-on-one, which might not end up actually favoring him. Being up against a Super Conk, he does, I think, miss a shot. Someone else helping him out. I'm imagining that was probably Knight in his own Super Conqueror, so it isn't actually a 1v1, Kev.
This is the perfect position for AVP. He can just side scrape off here and just get the penning shots as well. And these mice are just bleeding out as the Kronwagen's having a field day from Dark. He's just getting a couple of shots into the side of mice, which is, well, they don't have the greatest amount of armor.
Well,
it's
not
like
on
an
the side.
E100, for example. So, and AVP is just a position he can get resets, pretty much. This is perfect for Bulldogs.
But this is still a little bit of a dire situation for Action X. The resets do need to come through onto Callum as well. Let's remember that. Goober's been reset a few times. There's still 26 seconds left on this cap, but Callum has all the cap points. 50B still yet to get into the fight. Now Tuck and Camo going to start to put some damage down and, quite frankly, start to receive some damage as well. Slayer gets absolutely booked. He's out of the fight. Tuck unable to fire just yet, and it's, I don't know, it's not looking so crash hot here for Conquerors now. HP advantage is there for Action X, and it's quite a significant advantage as well, Kev. But if resets continue to come through, Conquerors might still find a way to salvage a win. Fake in the thick of things, probably not where he wants to be in that bat chat, and all of a sudden, the winds of change are in effect. What looked like it could be potentially a chance for Conquerors most certainly is not anymore. Fake's the only one actually with ammo loaded. Goober looks like he's going to drop pretty damn quickly here. Fake trying his best to trade as much damage as possible, but he's going to have to just get the heck out. Is full HP, so chances are he might be able to escape the IS-7.
These three tanks need to overpush onto Kane at the moment from Callum, Slayer, as well as Tuck, but they're actually just taking too much damage, I think, from a 50B at the back. Eugene just absolutely fanging it like a beast. Should be able to...
Hello, welcome back to the final match of ANZPL for week number 3. Kev, been having some interesting matches today. I really don't know if they're living up to expectations, exceeding expectations, or just blowing everything out the water. It feels like it's the latter at this point in time.
Yeah, I was going to say, if you just kept everything just stock standard, you know, if you just wrote a script and you just believed everything we said, well, then it'd be a boring season. Everyone know it'd be happening. Everyone wouldn't be here because you wouldn't be watching some solid tanking action. But the truth is, we've had a couple of upsets tonight. We've had a couple of tight series. We joke about that being 2-2, but it's not been 2-2, and it's like people slapping each other around with wet noodles and being one-sided. It's come actually quite close for a lot of these series, and might have another one just coming up right now between the Brisbane Bulldogs as well as the Perth Panthers.
Yeah, I mean, it's an interesting one to discuss, isn't it? Because we probably wouldn't have expected to see the Bulldogs this far down the standings with only the 1 point so far. They have got one draw, one loss. Same for the Panthers. Now, Panthers had a bit of a difficult season last season. They didn't quite manage to make it into playoffs. So, okay, maybe a bit more understandable for them. But for Bulldogs, a team that pretty much won every single game they played last season, bar a couple, and even into playoffs, did, you know, get fairly deep in the season. Finishing at the moment in equal 6th place, but realistically, it's like 8th place at this point, is a bit of a surprise to me. Anyway, let's talk about the Perth Panthers first. That's probably what we want to be touching on here, Kevin. Some of the players that have come into this roster have sort of started to look pretty good. You know, we've seen good stuff from Randomized. He was a player that we actually highlighted a little bit earlier on at the very start of the show, has some pretty damn good stats. So I don't know. I mean, I feel like, again, on paper, this is a team that looks like it should be able to come together pretty nicely, but it's just not quite gelling at the moment.
Well, they've had to verse a couple strong teams first up. Like that was one thing, right? Like I've never kind of wanted to put down Conquerors and Panthers, which I initially come into the season thought were the weaker teams, by going they have absolutely zero chance. I think it's like a case of building up. I think the Conquerors, you know, today was very much an example of what can happen when an underdog can actually bite a little bit harder and strike back. And, you know, Panthers as well, cats versus dogs, I think was what was going on, the common theme at the moment. Cats can definitely hurt at this stage, and it's not as if the Perth Panthers haven't had a couple of opportunities to actually take a few series. They definitely looked pretty good against the Archers last week. Archers, the first team to actually force Adelaide Action X into a draw as well. So maybe I'm underestimating the Perth Panthers a little bit here as well, and they have a chance of taking this. Maybe they're not a weak team. Maybe everything is actually quite equal at this stage. Maybe we've come in with some preconceptions which we need to leave at the door when we come into next week. And the same we can say for the Brisbane Bulldogs. I mean, maybe we have to leave the expectations they're a top team, and maybe they're the ones that losing 2 players means they actually have to do a bit of rebuilding, because it's, even though there's the same recipe for success, it just doesn't seem to be gelling together right now.
No, I mean, you would think looking at this on paper, it's going to be a good roster. You know, you got Ravi through from last season, who was a really solid player. Madhouse comes in with a lot of experience from the WGL days, and in theory should be one of the better players, actually, but he hasn't had as much of an impact as I thought that he might. Dark is another really solid player. Joe Torres sold out Udachi, AVP. We saw them all last season in ANZPL. Cold the Wise, I think, is probably the only new addition, if I'm not incorrect in that statement. So you think there's a bit of experience, you think there's a team that's got a good core roster, you think there's been some good additions, should all come together nicely. But maybe the players that they lost were the recipe to success. Maybe it's going to take a little while for Bulldogs to get the ball rolling, but maybe this is the game that actually starts to work out for them. Lightning Man, definitely a player to watch, and it's a bit of a grudge match, actually, for Lightning Man, because he is playing against his old team. If you remember, he did used to be on the Brisbane Bulldogs, has come into the Panthers, maybe looking for a bit of a scene change. And I suppose it hasn't necessarily worked out for him, given that Panthers are also down the bottom of the standings. But would it have been any better in Bulldogs? Maybe not.
Yeah, it's one of those hard things, because we're never privy to the internal dynamics about a working of a team, on why a player may decide to put their hands up for the draft once again and maybe not. I have to obviously wait and see. On paper, right, definitely AVP looking quite impressive. And I did remember last week I was going, hey, AVP is definitely doing a pretty good job right now, being placed in tanks with responsibility. Don't get me wrong, when you're being placed in super conks, you're expecting to do some damage. But, you know, rewarding kind of that expectation. I think he's definitely, it's like when you have players where you can trust, all right, we can get you in the S-Conk, we can get you in the E100. All right, looks like you're pretty good at shooting people. So, especially 2 maps with the Super Conks actually pretty prevalent on both Sand River and Prokhorovka. Comes into effect, understanding the dynamics of a tank, understanding actually how to play it. It's the difference between playing 5 to 10 battles and playing 100 to 200 battles, on how to understand what your tank does and what your tank can't do.
Yeah. Where do you see this one sitting, Kev? I mean, I'm leaning probably towards the 2-2 actually out of this matchup.
Yeah.
I just think it's a bit too close to kind of call at the moment. And based on what we've been seeing again in ANZPL, it seems like 2-2 is the way to go for the most part.
Pretty much. I would actually agree with the 2-2 once again. It just feels like it's the classic case of, all right, like let's wait and see what's going to happen and kind of go from there. It's, I mean, because like you can have a team that just completely doesn't turn up and you just go, well, what do you do at that stage when the team doesn't turn up? Like, you can't really blame them. They can have an off day.
Indeed, indeed. Well, hopefully for these two teams, they don't have an off day, because today is a good opportunity for both to pick up some points. Perhaps the best opportunity, or one of the best, that they're going to get this season, given that they are both sitting towards the bottom of the standings. And theoretically, everyone else they have to face is a quote-unquote stronger team. So this is quite an important battle, I'd say. But maybe will be proven wrong once again. Lightning Man does roll out on the T100 LT. No such tank for Bulldogs, so they don't actually have a light tank on the field. Interestingly, a Leopard 1 and an Object 140.
Yeah, which is pretty interesting that you get the Leopard 1. And normally when you get the Leo 1, you'd actually think, all right, you take kill control with this as a sniping tank, you get it pushed down and whatnot, which is exactly why the Tier 100 LTs made that cross. And here's me thinking, well, was that a bit of a play potentially from Bulldogs, maybe to sell a little bit on these tanks? Now the 140, this is actually the first time I think this entire season I've seen the 140. And I'm a bit surprised considering that the 140 is such a staple in terms of like advances. It's honestly a very balanced tank. It's got 7 degrees of gun depression over the front. It's got really solid turret armor right now, even at the auto ricochet angle as well. When you're using that 7 degrees, decent DPM, or like fantastic DPM, should I say, and solid gun handling. But we don't see it a lot, which is really interesting. So
yeah, it is a bit surprising. I wonder if the methodology is that it is a tank that doesn't necessarily excel at anything.
Correct.
And if you think about most of the other tanks that do get picked, they more or less excel in their field. Like the T100 LT is the best light tank. The STB1, great hull down. It's got, you know, a lot of gun depression. It can play the ridge lines very, very nicely. Batchat has an autoloader. It's probably the best autoloader in the game. Super Conqueror, very, very high DPM heavy tank. Like, they all have these kind of characteristics, whereas the Object 140 is kind of like the everyman, you know? It can do everything, but it doesn't do everything better than each of those individual tanks does in their specific position. And when you're in a 5v5, you kind of want to have your best tank in class in each position, because you already know going into the game what your objective is going to be, how you're going to try and play the game out, and where you want to situate your tank. So that would be the way that I would think about it. I'm not sure that's necessarily the case, but that's how I sort of, I guess, at least try to justify it.
my argument would be actually, it's like, well, in a 5-on-5 format, like we've seen times where you don't actually want to be picking certain tanks because they can actually just get completely deleted out, or you get placed in the wrong role. Maybe you do need a bit more of a jack of trade kind of tank, which is like what the 140 is. So this is pretty much right now, Bulldogs are set up on taking the left side of the rails, Panthers set up on the right side of the rails. It's going to be one flag pressure. But the question is, how do you get the reset from the Bulldogs? Normally you go, oh yeah, there's a thing called an SWB1. 12 degrees of gun depression, you can get the reset without peaking over too hard. Superconk doesn't have that luxury. So this is a bit of a difference because, okay, Bulldogs have a lot of map control to work with. Ravi hasn't bled out too much. You've got the 277s that are placing cap pressure now. Okay, there is an SWB1. I do apologize. I didn't see an SWB1 initially. There is one that can get the resets.
Yeah, good camo on that STB1. Even the commentators can't see it.
But here's the problem, is that the 277 is pretty decently hold down at this stage, and you have to overcommit the forces right now. Batchat against a fight and Lightning Man. Lightning Man's dead.
Ooh, he's just getting absolutely booked, isn't he? Great start.
Madhouse has got him more than 300 damage.
He's clipped a few shots into him, hasn't he? So, good stuff. And the perfect time for him to go on reload here as well. He's going to be on the rotate, going to start to make his way up north. He's probably not going to be firing anyway. And by the time he does want to fire, he should have that clip available. Good shots coming through for the resets from Phantom Suite. Joe Tora does get off the cap. 3 minutes here for Bulldogs to negotiate, but they have the numbers advantage.
Which is completely fine, honestly, because now, this is the problem with this position over here at the Rock, is now, okay, AVP is really full sending it. Driver's injured, but he's still going to commit on this. Needs someone else to help commit. You can't just one-on-one with a 140 against a Super Punk there.
No, and it's not even a one-on-one, Kev. It's
wait,
more
hang
than
on a second.
one-on-one.
There we are. Finally, Jorotor is in here, but that's... no, like, you can't send the 140 in first. The 277's got to tank a couple of shots. Now the Batchat, that is... It's so separated at the moment. Well, Dark's in the fight now. That's a little bit better from the Bulldogs.
Yeah, I think the context we were missing probably was that Dark actually might have been a little more involved than it might have looked like. Madhouse does get a full clip. I don't know how many of those shots he actually connected, but he fires a full clip into the tanks that are on the track. So it's a decent crossfire setup for Bulldogs, but certainly a play that might not have worked out for them. Ravi completely out in the open against an STB1, which is a high DPM tank if the shots hit, and they are so far from Twit.
Yeah.
There's another
also,
one.
Picking off Dark as well. There's just set up in a crossfire. Bulldogs, I would have given them everything at that stage. And they just walk straight into a crossfire. They don't seem... The push just seems so uncoordinated. A 140 should not be going down, and a 277 bleeding out for so much damage. That was such a perfect position for Bulldogs to be in, and Panthers kind of just sit there and they just nibble it up and they take it and they go, thank you very much.
Yeah.
I don't know if I'm reading that wrong. Maybe I'm reading that wrong, where I went Bulldogs in such a good position, honestly. They have barely taken any damage on the incursion. Sure, Joe Torres getting bled out a little bit on the cap, but you can trade out so much damage because the Super Conk from Phantom Suite is overexposed, right? Like you can shoot him. 140 sits relatively whole down, it sits pretty healthy. Then the 140 decides to send it forward, and I'm going, hang on a second. Why is the 140 leading the charge? Like the 140 shouldn't be leading the charge. It's a TPM tank.
Yeah, I agree. The 277 should have been the one to go over first. But look, whatever the case, either some miscommunication or a rough call. It's a rough one, I mean, I think Bulldogs probably should have come away with that game. I do tend to agree with you. 277 does 906 damage. AVP in the 140 only got one shot through, so 290. And I mean, it's really unfortunate because it looked like they were in such a good spot. Madhouse and probably Dark were the ones that actually got rid of the T100 LT early on. And then all of a sudden, Bulldogs just decide they want to drive into a crossfire in a 4v5. I mean, Lightning Man had next to no impact. He had 410 assists. So that's the whole contribution he had that game. So they almost played a 4v5 and won, which is bad news. I mean, that is really bad news for Bulldogs.
Yeah. That's what I mean. It's that's like the whole thing where I'm like going, hang on a second. That's a classic case of the meme of like, wait, we're losing. I thought we were winning kind of thing. Like, I just don't like. They took down the T100 LT. Okay, that's a lot of map control all of a sudden lost with Perth Panthers. You've got plenty of time to work with. So it's not a case of, we need to make a move and make pressure. You've actually got some fantastic positions where you can actually bleed them out, so on and so forth. So I'm wondering who made that call, right? Was it... I feel like they jumped the gun there because they were in perfect positions. They got control over that entire side of the map. T100 LT is no longer a threat. Your Madhouse is not going to be traded out all of a sudden. Sure, you got the Super Conk on the other side. You got two Super Conks, or one's dumped over. And, they're a bit of a threat, but you can deal with that. You can find the right angles. You got time to manipulate your tanks, play some cap pressure. And they just pushed in and they lost tanks, I would say, not really trading efficiently. 140 driving straight into a Super Conk. I know I'm banging on about that 140 because I'm a 140 player. If I got told to send a 140 before 277 or anything, that doesn't make any sense. That's almost the same as like the Leopard charging in first and then the 140 and then the 277. The priority's backwards there. You don't send the Leo 1 in first. It's not meant to be the breakthrough tank. Neither technically is a 140.
Kev, I do just want to ask you one question. If you say you're a 140 player, have you ever considered being a 907 player instead?
I actually have the 907, so you can't take the 907 in this game mode.
I know, not in 5v5.
No, not in 5v5, not in this mode. Not even in Team Clash, actually. You can't bring in reward tanks, so I still play the 140.
By the way, is the 907 still considered
it's still king. Yeah, okay. It's still considered king. Even though you're lacking the 2 degrees of gun depression, you have more trollish armor. You have, I feel like, better handling dynamics sometimes outside of the gun depression, and you have like the extra HP at the end of the day. So this is the part where okay, let's take a look at the minimap in terms of replay. Okay, so Leopard 1 is nowhere near position. Leopard 1 is nowhere near something.
Yeah. Okay, so I thought maybe Dark might have actually been there a little bit earlier than this. What is going on? They could have waited. I mean, they had so much time here, the Bulldogs, but they just decided to go. Only now is Dark actually in a position to fire. So that's been a good full 5 seconds, 10 seconds nearly. And Twit back up here in the STB1 just says, all right, thank you very much for the free farmers. Ravi just crosses across like the middle of nowhere.
That's so horribly wrong. You can sit hold down at like 8-2 and still just suppress them with the 140. You've got lots of trees to use camo. This is where we can talk about the 7 degrees of gun depression versus the 5 degrees of gun depression. Stay hold down. You're still technically supporting Joe. And once again, I'm not trying to put fault onto a player. I'm wondering if that was maybe an individual getting a little bit overzealous. They understand they're in a really good position, or if the call came out for them to push in. But that was definitely like, you can't, and you're talking about the lack of points, right? In terms of across the season, you want to be taking your chances of making sure you either win or draw these series if you're an underdog team. And that's like a scenario where I go, you're in a prime position and to go at 1-0 in Prokhorovka, which is always good on the attack. And something's gone wrong there. And I don't know if it's a case of a good fight back from Perth Panthers, which I'll admit is pretty good. But looking back at a replay, I'm just not sold.
It could definitely come back to bite them in the end. You know, if this is a 2-2, for example, that's the round that they probably should have won that could have given them the victory. If it's a If it's a 3-1 favoring Panthers, that's the round they probably should have won to give them the draw, you know? So something that we have to keep an eye on as we go further into this series. But it seems like it's much the same for Bulldogs, if that makes sense. You know,
Yeah.
we've seen situations where they've got themselves into good spots and they haven't been able to convert it. So I wonder if it's, you know, just a symptom of the problems that are arising for Bulldogs.
It's just, I think for me, like, I'm a bit frustrated because that's like the recipe for success. They managed to do so much good work, right? They got to a certain stage and it was just undone in just a flurry of actions. And I'm going, I'm hoping it doesn't cost them a victory. I'm hoping it doesn't cost them even a draw at this stage, right? Once again, well played by Perth Panthers, don't get me wrong. But I look at that scenario and I go, you place different teams there that could have been completely different. Anyway, on to the new one. Let's not bang on about that point any longer. It's now going to be the Bulldogs on the defense, going to have to mentally reset. And now what, Panthers, what are they going to do this time around? So, Lightning Man just going to go for that spot over at mid. And he actually spots out the STB over here, which is quite crucial information.
Yeah, Lightning Man does go on a fairly aggressive scouting run here. He's even continuing to push forward. Now we'll just drop down. Probably a good time to, because Madhouse is getting close, has come off the reload as well. Not much of a setup from Panthers, though, over on the eastern side of the train tracks. They've actually got the majority of their tanks over to the west on the 1-2 line. And if this T100 LT gets some good info, Panthers can completely push up the 1-2 line, completely uncontested.
I think this T100 LT crossing over, the fact he spots out the Super Conk on the other side is a pretty big giveaway. JS has been spotted, might want to rock back a little bit there. He's been tracked. Luckily, he doesn't get retracked.
Yeah, but still, that's 2 shots of damage that is already going in the direction of Panthers.
I think this is the case. You got to make a play right now. Honestly, as Panthers, you take Lightning Man, send it down the 1-2 line, you push the rest of your forces behind. You probably get JS back over the rails because he's bled out a little bit. You can't leave him isolated against a Bat Chat at that point in time. Yeah. All right, 277s. Let's go.
Would like to see Madhouse clipping now. Obviously, not going to be seeing too much. So this is where... I mean, I guess it's hard to know that they have actually exited and you don't want to be caught mid-reload. But sooner or later, Panthers are going to show on this one flag and then he's going to have to sort of move into position. So 30 seconds extra on the reload could delay him.
Yeah, especially with JS. I mean, he's able to relocate right now, so he can still take a pretty favorable aim duel back in that little forest pocket. So,
yeah. Lightning Man's very, very slowly progressing.
I remember there was like one time I was doing this, right, like in a light tank, and I just remember, I think it's like, I like to clear out mid in a pub battle. I actually had my butt of my tank actually was driving backwards, because as soon as I got lit, you better believe that I was just going to press another button to go the other way. So, look, they've gotten honestly a lot of like nice map control right now. That's good. All right, on the side of Panthers, sure, JS has bled out a little bit, but you've taken the 1-2 line without losing too much. You know, Lightning Man's cleared all of this out. You can place the 277 on cap. You can get the Leopard 1 in Overwatch position, a very strong position Twit's in at the moment. And Lightning Man can continue doing reconnaissance over there and make sure that JS is relatively safe. You don't want JS to be overmatched right now. But eventually, Panthers, you want to place a 277 on cap. That's the most important thing. You have to start placing pressure, whether it's Phantom Suite or whether it's Lightning Man himself that actually goes onto the cap, which is relatively interesting.
Yeah,
I don't mind this either, to be honest, but the problem here is...
He's a pancake.
He is a bit of a pancake, but I'm just going, maybe a 277 is better because it's got brawl potential, he's got armor, and the T100 LT can actually line up a couple of movements and actually assist JS with some of these fights, where the T100 LT can actually get a couple of flank shots in. All of a sudden, when we're talking about it doesn't have the best DPM or pen values, it can be utilized in a different way. So, methods, I guess we digress about different methods over here, as the rest of the Bulldogs going to take over that mid-ridge part of the map.
It is something we used to see in the old 7v7 formats when it was like, what was it, 768, and you had to bring a tier 8. People would bring a UDES, and it was like such a sort of flat tank that it was quite difficult even to get the reset because you just couldn't get an angle onto it. Same kind of concept here for the T100 LT.
JS is kind of dead at the moment. Unless the Leopard can help him and he gets back over the ridgeline, I think he might be safe. There you are. I think he is safe at the moment. So Madhouse needs to be cautious about what's going on. Dark's pushed in. And this is a bit of an awkward fight. Double cap obviously coming forward, but the reset shot comes forward in the T100. And T100 is actually bleeding out quite a bit.
Yeah, you can see how far forward it forces Dark to go, and he does cop damage in response. So that's kind of the objective here. And now it's a similar looking scenario to what we actually saw last round, except the tables are turned. This time, it's Bulldogs that are on the defense. It's the exact same concept, isn't it? But this time the 277 is the one that's tanking the damage. Lightning Man in the T100 LT does get through, should be able to finish this IS-7 off. The unfortunate reality is, though, that instead of the attackers having the advantage, the defenders did. And so it works out pretty favorably, actually, here for Panthers, given where things were sitting. Lightning Man still alive.
Get away with that. Soldier has to commit over. That's an extra point of damage.
Yeah,
which
could be big.
Yeah, I mean, the Leopard 1's still alive. We always talk about that being the DPM machine, but similarly, the Bat
he just
Chat's
bounced
alive.
2 shots.
Yeah, STB just bounces a few shots over there. Madhouse now encroaching on the position of Twit as well. Ravi pushing forward. So we're talking about maybe there was a chance, but it looks like Bulldogs not going to drop the ball this time. Not going to allow this opportunity to go missing, so to speak. Going to be drawing at 1 apiece on Prokhorovka, and there you have it.
Yeah, but got to remember, Kev, you'd still be thinking 2-0.
We've already discussed that too much. We talk about that at the end. If it's a 2-2, we'll talk about that. We'll leave that towards the very end. That's a possibility which can still come across much better, honestly, from the Bulldogs in terms of defense, where you can just play reactionary. But that's what I mean. It's like, imagine you had a T100 LT that spots out all this information. You can outspot the Bat Chat there. You allow JS a bit of a fighting chance. Well, that's what I'm like trying to think about. I'm going, you can allow the 2-7s to make, like 2-7-7s to kind of brawl out on their own, kind of over there at the 1 flag, but they bled out a little bit in JS, and I feel like that was kind of like the start of the problem, right? That's never going to be a Bat Chat 1-on-1 victory anymore.
That's why it's so important to be conserving your HP, especially in a format like this. Again, we continue to go back onto it. Like in a pub battle, you know, you lose 2 or 3 shots of HP at the start of the game. You're probably not happy, but you can still farm it out, and it doesn't really make that much of a difference in the grand scheme of things if you play the game out correctly. But in a 5v5, your opponents are going to be well aware of that damage. They're going to know that you're a weak target. They're going to try and focus you down, and all of a sudden, the game just gets so much more difficult, and it's compounded. Every single time someone takes an extra shot of damage, it just gets that tiny bit harder. It's like another 1%, but five hits, it's like the first point of damage might be a 1% difference. The second point of damage might be 2% difference. And then up to the 5th point, you know, you're talking about 10, 15%. And at that point, then it starts to compound. And overall, you're like, okay, this is now like 30 times more difficult for us than what it should have been. Having a look at the damage charts here, Ravi topping for the Bulldogs this time. Madhouse
Good
in
spread,
there as well.
though. Yeah, good spread for the Bulldogs, though. I have to admit, I do like it when all the players chip in. Obviously, AVP a bit unfortunate. It did look like he was trying to cross first. Got focus fired. This time, not really his fault. He wasn't really committing by himself. He was committing by committee. And, you know, the rest of the team was able to get the damage done. Someone's going to have to cop it. I mean, similarly, it is a decent spread across the board. But you have to say, it's like you wanted a bit more punch from the Bat Chat, right? JS, you want more than that one clip. Reality is that that's one clip. Sure, he got the second reload, but you have to remember he took a couple of shots earlier on from Hill, got punished for that. And Twit, it's like, yeah, he did 2.3k damage, but unfortunately, it's not to really make up the HP difference at the end of the day. And you have to say, maybe that's the case of a difference in approach. I don't actually see a lot of teams not bring a Super Conk onto Prokhorovka, and maybe this is why you do want to bring a Super Conk, because it does allow you to sustain DPM, does have that armor to allow you to play the ridge line. Maybe force the defensive team to have a bit of a think about, oh, maybe should we push across? So
Definitely is one of those quintessential tanks on Prokhorovka. Provides so much value.
Yeah, and look, it's like this is the case of, would it have changed maybe if the T100 LT went to go fight alongside with JS? Would they had South Control instead for Panthers? Maybe they would have lost North Control instead because there's an overmatch there, but we'll never really know. You can only play it to your scenario. It's Lightning Man that decides to go on cap, and that's like what I mean. A T100 LT is never good in the fray of things. It's always has to be that stinging mosquito. We see it at its best when it's able to dance around the edge of combat. It gets cheeky shots into the side, and you go, oh yeah, 250 alpha, that's absolutely nothing, you know? If I get slapped by a super conk, that's a bit more concerning. But you realize, like, the tier 100 LT, the damage stacks up, and you just go,
It does.
wait, hang on a second, this is starting to get annoying. And then you realize you can't see him. And you just go, oh, this is now a problem. And that's what I mean. It's like, if it was like a tier 100 LT versus tier 100 LT matchup, maybe you'd put him on cap. But the fact is like, you can outspot the bat chat. You can actually outspot medium so much better because of the light tank camo. That's something we don't talk about too often, but it really is a difference. You can feel it. Like anyone in a random battle, right? You think a Brass can spot, even with like all this crew skills and everything. You can have perfect crew, you can have optics, CVS, and all these equipment, and you still will get outspotted by a light tank that's equipped the same, because you cannot overcompensate for the fact you've got that extra bonus as a light tank.
It's one of those tanks that's quite easy to underestimate just because the alpha,
It is.
and you think, yeah, you know, like it's fine. But very quickly, as you say, it does start to ramp up. And a lot of the time, we've seen the T100 LT sort of have its way. It's ended up with like 4K plus damage in some instances.
Yeah, 2K or 3K, because it's stayed alive. It's played the angles better. And I've just gone, maybe I shouldn't say better, but it's played its angles to its advantages. It gets shots into the side of tanks. It utilizes that vision control. And as a result, it gets away with a lot. So I'm just thinking just maybe it's a realm of it's able to kind of dance around the sides a little bit more. Like I said, maybe I'm banging about this point a little bit further where I really shouldn't.
Well, I think you're on the right track. I mean, I keep going back to those steps games from last season. That's where I felt like the T100 LT really did have some pretty interesting bits of impact.
Or it's like when you notice when a medium tank or like a T100 LT gets into a very important part of the map where it has vision control, gets blind shots in, or just places pressure. Just the innate fact that the T100 LT was already there and there was no light tanks actually for the Bulldogs to play with. That's always a worrying sign, because technically a light tank player, like if it came into that, I would be like, as a light tank player, I'd be frothing, because I'd be like, Jesus, this is the easiest freelo of my life. I'm going to outspot most things, but onto Sand River we go. Talking about light tanks, I wouldn't be surprised to see them once again.
Indeed. Sand River is a map that we have actually seen Bulldogs playing once this season. Played it against the Skorpions, and they went 1-1. So they have at least had a little bit of an opportunity to have a run around on this map. As far as the Panthers are concerned, no Sand River so far, so not really sure what to make of it for Panthers here.
Yeah, it comes down to, okay, this is a bit of an aggressive play, and I think this is, I'm trying to remember, I swear I did see these guys actually scrim Sand River, I think, against one of the teams, and what really worked for them is a bit of aggression, and I think Panthers definitely need to back themselves. Got some strong players right now, got Randomize, who farms up an absolute storm in the previous one, can definitely do it again. In the Crown Bargain, making sure the two flank. Okay, no pressure there. Bat chats, though, might be in a realm of hurt, as the STB ones are actually set up for this right now.
Yeah, even Dark in the IS-7, Leo, depending on where they actually go, could have angles. Although if they're going to stay safe behind the dunes, they'll be fine.
We'll find out. JS going to... Who's going to peak first?
I think you back the STB here every day.
You
of
do,
the week,
yeah. I would definitely back the STB, because I'd go, Ravi would be like, ooh, hang on a moment. There's like something nice over here. I've got you've got STB and Leo right now. Don't have to be too scared. Now both STBs have been spotted out, and the bat chats will probably be thinking, we need to go.
Yeah, that, or they're trying to play the ballsy game and sort of fake out that there might be some extra defense over on this side of the map, and I think that's why. Yeah, I think that's why Ravi sort of backs off. He thinks, okay, well, I don't know what's happening in mid. I don't know what's happening behind these bat chats. Maybe I don't want to peek over and try and get a shot in, because it could punish me. In the end, a whole lot of nothing actually. No damage at all.
It's actually really good for Panthers, because they have a lot of control, and actually Madhouse has been spotted out by Twit. So Twit's actually moved up here in terms of the SDB, knows that the Madhouse is over there in the hills.
Yeah, Twit would get spotted. Must be firing through the bush.
Yep. This is a really hard position to dig out. You go hold down. It's so hard to spot even with tanks with good vision, and there's no way to really counter it from that hill play. So you kind of have to back out and just go, maybe I just need to go away for now. So Batchat's going to be completely falling away. Would like to see one actually staying there around the F9 bush, just spotting out any counter push that's coming forward. And that's going to be Lightning Man's duty this time around. JS going to be shifting across alongside with the STB1. Phantom Suite, controlling the north side of the map instead. You're going to be pretty confident doing so.
A lot of rotating going on at the moment, isn't it? It's just, it feels like that's it, the entire game so far on Sand River has just been people driving all over the place. But to be fair, I think it is actually the biggest map that we've got in the pool.
Yeah, it is definitely a map where you want to go like, all right, we need to try to actually figure out what's exactly going on between teams. Because if you just if you blind commit to something on the defensive side, then you set up incorrectly, then it could be actually very costly. The fact that Dark's gotten so deep as an IS-7 is a pretty big indicator for me right now that, yes, this is actually going to be a one flag at this point in time. I would actually start pushing maybe one of the STBs or a Batchat into a better position to spot out what's going on in the sand dunes around B4 to make sure Madhouse is cleared out of that area. But now Madhouse has made his way out to a bit of a passive spotting bush. Obviously, he's taken a bit of damage for his troubles. Ravi's now taken a bit of a stray shot as well. Ooh. STB is in a very fatal position right now with that gun depression.
Speaking of STBs, the Bulldogs STBs are on the move. Dark in the IS-7 is as well, putting that armor to good use. He's got a broken, well, damaged gun. He does use the repair kit on, so we'll hope to see him not cop any more module damage for the next 90 seconds. He's got himself in position though, so not too disappointed. And now it's time for Bulldogs to get someone on the cap. Who is it going to be? Looks like maybe it'll be two, perhaps an SCB and a Leopard 1. But even now there's shots coming through from Phantom and from Randomized. They can't get on the cap. So where does Bulldogs go from here?
I mean, they have to apply cap pressure and then try to bait the players coming in. I think this is the right idea. Maybe, like, and this is a lot better, but the problem is you can't really dig out Lightning Man, even though he's been permanently spotted. He's kind of in that really annoying area where you have to really commit deep in. Great shots into randomized though, maybe into the side of the tracks and into the side of the turret to actually do a bit of damage. So this is actually decently ideal for now. The fact is though, the STB1 does have a bit of a high profile. Lightning Man's trying to make a move. They're trying to dive onto the IS-7. Now Bravy's trying to make this move as well. But JS, what is this? He's doing some aerial. Oh my goodness, he's just on top of Dark.
Yeah, that was a little bit interesting. I'm not sure it's going to work out here for JS. He might just get an entire clip out. No, didn't finish off that final shot, and the third last one actually bounced off Dark. That is the beauty of the IS-7. 2.5k damage blocked on Dark right now, and people say the IS-7 armor isn't that good. Well,
the man's IS-7 armor is just built different. Dark is just every single time I see this man at IS-7, he just doesn't get penned for whatever reason. So that said though, look at the HP. And just remember, Panthers still on the defense, and now they've got to be able to get closer. We've seen teams actually just down this ditch, unable to fight their way out, and I'm seeing it again.
These are some pretty important shots that Twit is going to have in a moment's time. He needs to get himself into a firing position because he's the one that's going to be uncontested. So all these shots that he can fire through, oh, bad RNG on that one. It's gone straight into the floor. But Phantom Suite under so much pressure. This is where we need to see a bit of defense coming through from Panthers. Unfortunately, Randomized was on the reload. 40 seconds though, Kev. I don't know if they can catch Twit.
No, and like they can't catch Twit. You still need to get rid of Randomized. All he needs to really do at this stage is just take down these low HP.
He's a one-man army.
He's trying to swarm him at this stage. He's missed a shot into Leopard, but doesn't really matter at this stage. Madhouse will have to surely clip out. I mean, even Twit's helping out, tracking the Leopard.
Madhouse can't. He has to go to find the STB.
Yeah,
has to leave this Kranwagen to the other. Even then, he probably doesn't, but that's the only way they win, is if he finds the STB. He's the only one that can.
I mean, Randomized getting off clip really soon at this stage, trying to go for the Leopard at this stage. I don't know if that was a bounce shot. He's going to at least take down another one. Randomized standing tall at this stage. He doesn't have enough time. Panthers able to take the victory at the end. They're able to hold firm because, well, once you get into that dip, sure, you can Dark and ride JS or the other way around. You know, you can get up some shenanigans, but the truth of the matter is no one really stayed on cap.
Yeah, Madhouse didn't even end up catching up to Twit, so it wouldn't have made much of a difference regardless. I think the Kranwagen got 4 kills right at the end there. Was it 4 or was it 3? Either way.
I think it was 3 or... Yeah, it might have been 4 actually, because I felt like he actually got everything towards the end there. We'll find out really soon. But, I mean, that's why we talk about the power of the Kronberg when you're allowing it to clip and he's just sitting there. He's just having a grand old jolly time. What can you say?
Mads only fired 2 shots that whole game. I can't believe that.
Yeah, Batchat didn't have many opportunities. You can't really play against an STB1 that's hold down, so you have to try to find your opportunities when you're already down to 888 HP. So, yeah, I mean, Panthers able to hold on towards the very end, just maybe taking a little bit too long to rotate. Maybe should have stuck through in the cap. But then again, Phantom Suite placed pressure on that STB1, had to force a movement out at the right time. Twit just stayed alive, didn't overcommit this time around. And that's all you need to do from the Panthers to at least force out a draw, which is pretty solid. You'd be very happy with that. But now with a chance to play for the victory in the attack.
See how things look on the other side. I'm sure it's going to be a much prettier story. 4 kills in the end for randomized. So he almost gets every single player on that Bulldogs roster. If it weren't for Madhouse going through, I suppose, to chase Twit, he probably would have died. But hey, he may have also been able to kill Madhouse there. That's the storyline that I want to believe. Either way, good stuff.
I feel like it was just down to the case of we've seen a lot of times like that dip is a very kind of false place to be. And you think you've taken a lot of map control, you cleared out a couple of tanks. I feel like we've seen it so many times in Sad River. As soon as you get down there, then you go, wait, to get out, we have to cop like a few extra shots. And because you're going uphill, it's pretty slow. This is the wild ride coming in from JS at this stage.
Yeah.
Don't think this was obviously ideal. He wanted to help out with Lightning Man, but like I said, Dark's armor just, I felt like, is built different as an IS-7. Every single time I play an IS-7, I get insta-pen.
I mean,
he just bounces 2.7k, he bounces 3k.
It's difficult sometimes in a bat chat to pen the IS-7 frontally, especially if they have APCR loaded. I'm assuming they were firing heat, but actually just based on the sounds, I think it might have actually been APCR from the bat chats. But either way, probably not good enough.
And this is the part where they realize it's like there's not enough time. They have to commit over a hill into a Kronberg and an STB1. And I can tell you, committing over a hill against these tanks is probably not ideal. So, and all you needed was a couple of average rolls from randomized and just hoping that the randomized luck falls in your way. God knows I've rolled worse than 392 on a Kronberg.
Yeah, I remember you playing the Emil. Had a few good games.
It's every single time. I think it's like Mike. Everyone has their curse tank, right? When you're talking a little bit, I know diverging a little bit without RNG, but everyone has like that tank where you're a bit cursed. Today, I was playing the Skorpion to try to get a little bit of credits.
Yeah.
I rolled 412 to leave an STB, not an STB1, an STA1 or Star 2 on 1 HP. How unlucky do you have to be to roll 412 on a 490 alpha gun?
You just need to play a bit better, Kev. That's all I reckon.
Just need to roll the shot. Of course. That's what I tell myself every single day. But I mean, it didn't happen this time. Even if the STB or Leo didn't go down there, I don't think it would have made a difference at the end of the day. I feel like it was just down to just falling to that trap once again. I'm going to call that the trap from now on.
Yeah. Now we're in that situation for Bulldogs where they're kind of damned if they do, damned if they don't. They're down 2-1. So if they win this final round, they'll be like, okay, great, fine. We got the draw. But they'd be thinking we could have won.
Yeah.
If they lose, well, then instead of having a 2-2, they actually have lost 3-1, right? So it's like, either way, you're kind of screwed.
Yeah, pretty much. Look, you still want to fight for the draw at this stage, right? Like, I think this is the case of, you fight for the draw and you just don't you just build on it. You go, all right, at least we didn't lose. Obviously, it's really frustrating that we didn't, we had our opportunities to take it. What can we review and change in the future? And I think it's also the case of because I think teams will need to play a minimum amount of games with certain players. So it is going to be an extra test of that teamwork, is that it's going to be a test of those individuals when you're coming in and maybe it's you're not always playing the same roster. How do you go about it? You can't communicate everything all the time. You're going to have to make certain plays eventually. I feel like that's one of the times where you do have to make that certain play.
Well, there's going to be a change coming through as well for this final battle. So it sort of ties into what you're talking about there. Phantom going out for Panthers, Diesel back in. And for Bulldogs, Joe Tora going out, sold out Udachi coming back in. So we did see some of these changes a little bit earlier on as well. You know, backwards and forwards. Seems like we do like to just give everyone a crack tonight. And it's the final round of week number 3. A win on offer for Panthers. It would be their first win this season. They have a draw and a loss for Bulldogs. They're looking for their second draw of the season. So definitely don't want to be going down in this one as well. Otherwise, I mean, the season's starting to look a bit difficult for Bulldogs. Let's just put it that way.
Yeah, and obviously yourself and Ben wouldn't be too happy with the Brizzy boys going down nice and early on.
Nope, definitely not. Although
So
I haven't been putting a lot of the Brisbane players actually in my fantasy league, so I'm not too concerned.
I mean, here's hoping that they can step up, because I think it is kind of like that. If, you know, Bulldogs go down here, I think it is a huge kind of fall off, and I really want them to step back up. I know they've got the caliber. Both teams have the caliber to really bring things forward. And look at this, Lightning Man just driving straight out of CS63 with no fear whatsoever.
He's got 2 bad chats behind him, so he knows that if push comes to shove, he does have backup, and he's also a very flat tank, so it's going to be tough for the tanks that are spotting that line to actually hit him over the dune.
Yeah.
In fact, maybe impossible.
Dark's in a pretty solid position at the moment, even though he's been spotted out by the tier 100 LT. You can still kind of play a bit hold down. A lot of resources you have to use to dig out this position. So, nice and early on, Panthers. Yeah, sure, you got some nice map control. You're able to get your tanks into certain good positions. You know, you got a Leopard 1, making sure it's being overwatching the north side. Madhouse making a bit of a play right now, not being spotted out yet. Should be spotted now, and Twit's going to realize what's going on. But Twit's been spotted as well at the same time, so that's pretty good.
Madhouse just gets out of there. Not sure if he damaged his tracks on the way out. I don't think so. But that's one of those moments where you can roll around that corner and land awkwardly on the track and have to use your repair kit when you otherwise wouldn't like to. See, there, again for Madhouse, he's got the APCR loaded, so it's always interesting to just sort of take a note, particularly on the bat chats, because the APCR with the inaccuracy of the gun can sometimes lead you to bounce shots that you probably otherwise wouldn't have aimed in that direction, whereas the heat rounds are quite a bit more helpful in that respect.
But it's shot velocity at the end of the day, isn't it? Madhouse wants to load your first one APCR and Sand River to try to cover the distance and make sure that, well, you're not missing out opportunity because your heat round travels faster than my missus does, so...
The thing is, like, that I like looking at... What is Lightning Man doing?
He's, I'm really hoping that he hasn't just... I'm hoping that's like a niche spot, and I'm just hoping that's not something else.
I don't know. Anyway, yeah, the thing that I want to touch on there is that, like, for some tanks, you know, the premium round is just a direct upgrade in some instances. Yeah. But when you have like a stylistic difference to the 2 shells.
Yeah, it's like the APCR versus like AP. Is this a spot? I feel like it surely is, but at the same time, I don't.
How is that a spot?
I don't know. I'm trying to figure out what's going on.
What is he looking at if that's the spot?
He's looking at shooting his own arty. I don't know. He's come into the wrong game mode. He's trying to roleplay as a T92 HMC.
Literally, not sure. Maybe he's DC'd, maybe not.
Well, I'm hoping not, because that's not a good thing coming into a game where it's like, yeah, we can take 3-1, and Lightning Man is there's a lot of clicking.
Yeah. 3 minutes.
Yep.
Panthers are burning that clock down, Kev. I've got to imagine.
I think we can safely say maybe something's happened to Lightning Man, and we're hoping he can come back pretty soon. I think that's a pretty safe bet at this stage.
Got a confirmation from the production team that Lightning Man did DC. So Panthers are going to have to play this one out 4v5. It's rough. It's really rough, especially considering there hasn't even been any damage done, you know, so they don't have any advantage that they can kind of cling to. Randomizer's going to poke his head up there, and that is the first point of damage. Well, Bulldogs,
they might get a little bit of luck.
Yeah, but what else can you do at this point, Kev?
I don't know at this stage. I'm really unfortunate. Let's see what they can do, though. SDBs have a decent crossfire to work with. Both Dieselnuts and as well as JS want to isolate a target for now. It looks like it's going to be Rabby, but Rabby's going to play Ring Around the Rosie at the moment. He's going to go up, he's going to go down, and the Bat Chat's going to go straight back down at him, and going to try and get the focus fire down.
Yeah, but the angle is so good for Madhouse here as well. Talk about his APCR. It's the exact kind of round you want, because he's firing at Bat Chats from quite a distance. He did only manage to actually pen 2 shots there, though.
I think it's not too bad at the end of the day.
Or maybe 3 if he got a kill.
Panthers needed to have done something at that stage, and unfortunately, they just didn't have enough time to kind of explore things. A little bit of...
Is he back?
He's back, but 1.5 minutes. Lightning Man, get in there, son.
I wonder if they could have just waited. You know, like, would it have been better to just wait and hope that he came back?
I don't know
Can
if
he
he's,
be that sneak assassin? You know, this could actually... I don't think it could work. But if it does...
I don't think so, no.
That would be sick. Imagine he comes up right behind them, A6, just puts shots into all the guys in mid, wins the game. Massive DPM from the T100 LT. I don't even think they have enough time to actually put all that damage down that they need to.
I don't think so, no.
5k in 1 minute? I'm not seeing it happen, especially considering the Kranwagen's on reload right now.
Yeah. Not if Madhouse butchers those shots. There we are. Finally, takes 3, eventually gets the job done. And look, like the entire time, like CS63 is still alive. You know, he can run around circles. T100 LT is just Lightning Man. Unfortunate when you think about it at the end of the day. Is going to go in and maybe get a couple of shots in the Super Conk, and that's about it.
Yeah, Bulldog's going to be, I'd say, a little bit disappointed that they did end up getting the victory in this fashion. I think they would have liked to have played things out in the 5-on-5.
Yeah. You can't... Sold out just dies, okay. That's pretty cool and interesting. Oh, man. That's, pretty unfortunate in terms of all things considered. So, at the end of the day, though, I don't think it's going to really change things unless you Amarak, the Super Conk, and Dark just decides to just drive in and die. So, you can see Lightning Man just having a bit of a dance at the end of the day. Truly unfortunate. 2-2, though. So, ANZPL, let's 2-2 once again.
Yeah, it seems like no matter the situation, we go to 2-2. Like, regardless of how things pan out, something's gonna... The universe is going to align so that we get a 2-2 and we get another one here. So, in a way, Bulldogs will say, well, we probably could have won that. But they probably also will say, we got a bit of luck right there in the end to get the draw pretty easily. So I guess it all evens out.
Can't fault the Bulldogs for it. It's not as if they've gone over to Lightning Man's PC and just absolutely just yeet kicked it. So, I mean, if they did, that's not cool, but...
If they did?
If they did, that's not cool. Reality is they probably didn't. 99.9% chance that they didn't. And it's just one of the circumstances where, okay, like fair play to Panthers. They tried making a play from there. You can... Obviously, it's not ideal. You're still trying to play to win the game. You have to make those decisions. It's always going to come down to a question of what if the T100 LT had a bit of time to explore, you had a bit more time to actually make those rotations. Of course, we could be talking days about that story then. It's not meant to be, clearly in this case. And a 2-2 leaves a bit of sour taste in my mouth, in all honesty. Obviously, Twit had a decent farm up towards there.
Yeah.
You know, it's good to see Madhouse have a bit of damage. Good to see the Bulldogs still get the draw at the end of the day. A couple of players getting a couple of reps on the board. I think you're going to come out of that one and just go, yeah, 2-2, probably well-deserved. A lot of question marks across the series, though, because there's a lot of what-if moments, I think. And this is a series tonight where I'll be honest. This is like the biggest what if X happened, right? Like... And there's just so many of those over every single game. What if they did this differently over in Prokhorovka? What if this happened in Sand River? More than any other series this entire ANZPL.
Yeah, I think what that series does show is that both of these teams do still need to be putting in a bit of work, because there was a lot of moments, particularly in the Bulldogs camp, where I thought, oh, that looked a bit awkward. Could have got a little bit more here, could have got a bit more there. So if they're going to be going up against the stronger teams in the region, then they're going to need to be in tip-top shape. And unfortunately, tonight, I don't think that was tip-top shape from either of those two teams. Luckily, we've still got a few weeks, right? So if you make that run into playoffs, you've still got plenty of time to sort of work your way up to peak strength. Similar to what I want to go back and say, like Action X probably did last season. Unfortunately, they didn't actually make it to playoffs, but they kind of came good in the last 2 to 3 weeks. And I started to think, okay, if they would have actually been able to get 1 or 2 wins earlier on in the season, or maybe even just turn some of those losses into draws, they could have been a legitimate playoffs contender. And I think that's probably where you're sitting right now for Panthers and for Bulldogs. You're saying, let's make sure we convert this next one, or, we've got a couple of draws on the board. As long as we don't lose a game, we can keep that scoreboard ticking over and really ramp up towards the end.
Absolutely. It's like you're never out until maybe like week 6 where something happens. Oh my goodness, please. No. Why would you do this to me, replay obs? You've traumatized me. You've traumatized Lightning Man as well. Like, that's the exact moment where disaster strikes. And look, I have to say once again, it takes you, as Panthers, you could have just gone and just tried to do nothing. You could have just sat around and waited. At least they tried to go for the victory at that stage. I think realistically, right, 4 and 5, you're not going to win it. Unless the Bulldogs make a humongous mistake, which look, let's be real, not going to make in that scenario. You should be able to get away with it.
You would have to make more than one mistake, I think, to lose a 4
Exactly. It's like you have to miss all your shots like Madhouse almost did, missing 2 there at point blank. You have to do a couple more. Maybe like Soldat Adachi does this fall a little bit earlier on. He just kind of dies, as you can see here, just whee.
I want to see how much Madhouse has been playing. I can't remember his in-game name, though.
Isn't it like Madhouse 1010 or something like that?
I thought it was 10101, but I looked that up and I'm looking up Maid House. That's probably why I'm not finding it. 10101?
I'm not going to even say which. I'm like, it could be all kinds of maids, really, so to speak. So
he's actually got 62 battles in the last 7 days. I was going to say, I feel like maybe he's not playing a lot. Maybe he's washed as. But actually, he's been grinding the game out.
That's the question. What tier is he playing, and what win 8 is he playing?
He's got an average tier of 8.35. It's pretty reasonable. 2.7k win 8. So he's doing pretty reasonably.
Yeah, not bad. Good size.
Doesn't have any bat chat games in the past 7 days.
Unfortunate. I'm just looking at mine at the moment. I'm going like, wow, I wonder why my stats are so bad recently. And I'm just going to blame it on the Panther too, because I think that's pretty reasonable.
Maybe you just need to play with Madhouse and he'll carry you.
Yeah, true. Maybe he can also get in the Panther too and carry me, because I just don't understand how that tank works. I'll be real.
I do remember playing a few games like last year on Ghost Town with you and Madhouse. Maybe it was Ben and Madhouse. I'm pretty sure it was you. Interesting times. That's all I'm going to say. Felt a bit washed when I came back to World of Tanks.
I remember like playing a couple of games in terms of everything, and it was so weird because it was like before I was the apprentice and now I'm the master.
You were
it's like,
such a puppy.
This is. Oh, I just remember you called me a tomato, and I'm like, how do I drive this Rudy? It's like, I don't understand. Have I done 3 shots? Have I done good? And now it's just like, if I don't do 2,000 damage, it's not good enough. So
yeah, exactly.
All right, enough about my growth. I mean, pretty much once again, almost the same replica. 2-2 across the board, but definitely a huge upset today. And I think it's fair to say that Christchurch Conquerors, the 3-1 against North Sydney Sentinels, and in every way well-deserved.
Yeah, definitely.
I can't say that enough. Meticulous attack and defense on some of these maps. Good focus fire. The players turning up. A perfect Cinderella story. Can they make finals? Absolutely. Can they make it happen again? Sure. But they need to make sure they just build on this performance and go from here.
Yeah, they do need to work pretty hard, given the season didn't start ideally for Conquerors. But with that win, that boosts them up quite a lot. Draws across the board, aside from that, does mean that most of the other teams aren't getting too many points. So the catch-up potential most definitely is there. All of those draws, I don't know if a draw is a good result or a bad result. Like, I think it's good in some aspects, but if you're playing on one of those teams, you're looking at that and saying, if I would have just done one thing differently, instead of getting 1 point out of this, we would have got 3 points. Now, here is where that all sort of plays out. The standings. And it's actually Conquerors that have gotten themselves up into equal second with Sydney Sentinels. Adelaide Action X do maintain a 3-point lead, which is a win. So they've got a bit of leeway to play with. And look at, just down, it's like the quote-unquote bottom of the standings is so close to the quote-unquote middle of the standings, which is really close to the top of the standings, with the exception of Action X, that it's a 7-horse race right now for second, third, and fourth. And Adelaide Action X is out there in first saying thanks for making this easy for us.
It's not over just yet, right? I mean, we're only week 3, still 4 weeks to go in terms of everything. So, and this is like where I go, like, I'm not counting any team out right now, actually, at this stage, because all it takes is like a big resurgence from Bulldogs, that they fine-tune a couple of things. Even for Perth Panthers, you know, like they fine-tune a couple of things, they get the right amount of like luck on their side this time around. They can definitely take a victory against maybe like the Sentinels, for example. For Archers, they make sure the Archers and Matildas are denied points. They even make sure that maybe Adelaide Action X is denied points. They build it from there. And all of a sudden, you know, week 6, I think that's a favorite time, right? If I can go into week 6, going into or week 7, and there's nothing between the teams. It's like 2 points between the top team and the bottom team. Anyone can make the finals. Every single match counts. That's what I live for, because that really means it's like, I remember, I think there was a lot of complaints last season about how, you know, it wasn't as equal, and I think it reflected in the leaderboard. I'm hoping it is much closer this time around, because it really shows how much the teams have improved.
I kind of like those situations. I kind of hate those situations. I'll tell you why in a second. First, we need to take a look at the matchups for next round. Now, the important thing to note here is that next round is not next week. It is actually the following week. There is a break for Good Friday for Easter. So we'll be back on the 9th of April. So you get a break week, Kev. I'm going on holidays, so that's going to be good. Christchurch Conquerors and Sydney Skorpions could be a banger. Sentinels and Adelaide Action X could also be a banger. In fact, all these matches look pretty damn good on paper, as far as I'm concerned. A lot of implications for the standings.
Yeah,
and that's
absolutely.
what I love and hate, because you look at it going into those final weeks. If all the teams are so close, you think, I'm going to just do a cheeky, you know, little table, figure out what the possible results are based on the games today. And then you get like down this rabbit hole where it takes you 2 hours to figure it out. And then even after those 2 hours, you're still not sure if your math is correct and if you've missed something or overlooked something. So sometimes it's better to just know a little bit better, but guess we'll have to wait and see how we go.
Yeah, that's the part where I just go, you know what, I'm just going to slow my horses. I'm just going to wait and see what's going to happen and kind of go from there, because that's the easiest way. I've learned that quite early, right? Not to do calculations on broadcast. Just go, whatever happens, happens, and we'll talk about it there. But look, honestly, fantastic week 3. I've really enjoyed it. I'm sad that it's not going to be Tanks next week, but you know what? 2 weeks, it's not too bad to wait for.
Indeed. All right. Well, Kev, that is the end of the show for another week. We'll have a break week next week. Remember that, but we will be back on April 9th. So do not miss out. Wow, whatever. Have a good night, and we'll see you next time. That he'll be able to make his help. He might have a cheat with a cheat. Oh! There you have it. That is the cheat.